Futures little change here this morning as we get September retail sales data just out. Looks like it's below estimates here. Absolutely flat, in fact, versus a slight gain expected there. Again, month over month number for September retail sales absolutely flat versus 0.2% to the upside that was expected. So a heads up on some of the retailers moving around so far this morning. It's all about the banks, though, in early trading here in the pre-market. JP Morgan with a good report. They're higher. Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, all downside coming off earnings reports. Again, coming up Monday, we'll get BAC and then Goldman Sachs on Tuesday next week. But four big banks to deal with this morning as far as earnings are concerned. Yet another investigation into Elon Musk on the federal side of things. Tesla looking pretty strong, though. It was impressive late in the day yesterday. Back to the upside, got positive and then some. All of the tech shares obviously back on watch once again this morning, coming off impressive moves yesterday, along with the banks as well that were very strong late in the day. What a wild day it was after that CPI number. We'll talk about that a little bit more coming up here this morning. It's Friday, October 14th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at some positive numbers once again this morning. 0.2 for the S&P right now. The Dow 0.16, basically flat. For the NASDAQ, the NASDAQ was lagging ever so slightly there in negative territory throughout the pre-market, but we are positive now, so good to see. 1.7 to the downside so far for crude oil. Some of the oil names back under pressure as a result. Both Bitcoin and Ethereum with nice moves so far. Back higher, almost 3% into positive territory right now for Ethereum. Again, if you're just joining a little bit late, retail sales there for September, basically flat month over month, 0% versus a slight gain expected if you exclude autos. It was actually up versus a slight decline expected. So there we go. That was the retail number for this morning, and that was the biggest economic data coming out this morning, guys. But I mean, all eyes back on the upside potentially here, coming off of what happened yesterday. What a move that was after CPI.
Yeah, good morning. Look, man, the only thing more exciting than that move bottom to top after CPI was Thursday Night Football last night. I mean, just absolutely thrilling. You know, the multitude of touchdowns scored last night is impressive, and back-to-back weeks of just impressive actions shown off by the NFL there. But look, it's all about that market move yesterday. We're throwing out a bunch of stats, bottom to top on that move. The one that I thought was the coolest, but there's a million out there, was that the tick, which is like the number of stocks in the market that's either up on the session or down on the session, went from bottom to top. The widest move in range it had had in 30 years, which is probably literally as long as they've been using that indicator or since it got created. So it was historic in almost every single fashion, that move. I don't think we're going stretch. It's not a stretch of the imagination to say we're not going to have that big of a range today, because quite frankly, it just won't happen. But the banks have started to come through, a bit mixed on that part. Don't like what I saw from Morgan Stanley. JPM a little bit better. Should be interesting Goldman next week. Let's see if they can do better than Morgan Stanley, which is still below that 80. Apple's still strong. Got some levels on Meta to watch, and those chips, got to be watching out for them. And Beyond Meat is back in the news as well, as the layoffs are confirmed. That stock is trading to the downside, and that exec is gone. By the way, he was suspended. Now he's gone. Yeah,
exactly. Crazy stuff. Yeah, Beyond Meat's down 5 in a bit. I have put I have a horse throat. Yeah, I just put a lozenge in there. I was telling you yesterday my throat was bad. No, it's not. Remember yesterday at the end of the day, I was like, my throat is sore. Remember I was saying that? I've tested and everything. Everything's fine, but definitely sore throat. Yeah, no other symptoms whatsoever. But if I have COVID, I gotta go.
Well, I should get my mask.
No, I gotta go. Luke, come in. No, everything's fine. Yeah, no mask required. I hope, anyways. But no, I feel fine. Yeah, look, bank earnings are gonna be fun. We had that bottom yesterday, and I was talking with Brankles here, and he was like, that was a little tough to reverse over, and it was. It took some belief that 10.5 was going to hold, and that 35 is going to hold. And then now today you're almost at 3,700 on the S&P, and the NASDAQ busting up to almost, through now 11,000 as we wait in for today, another up day. So yeah, look, let's get ready to rock and roll. I think Amazon, I have a couple of short ideas on here today. Amazon and Netflix, I think can be shorts. I don't think, I'm like hearing that Prime Day is going fine, but not great. So we'll see about shorting on Amazon. I like the Beyond Meat long, not the short. And then I like JP Morgan short as well. I mean, they're the one bank here that's up today. I think the other three are down. We'll have another look at that. What was WFC? Were they?
Wells
were they
was up. Wells was up.
That was the only one that actually I didn't. I saw Citigroup.
I really usually look at Wells.
I saw Morgan Stanley both down. Yeah, Wells. Yeah, Wells is flat. Yeah, flat basically ish. Yeah, up. But anyways, JP Morgan, just interesting there. They beat by so much, but their numbers weren't that great. So let's wait to see what happens with JP Morgan. Big rides yesterday. So I am looking for short in JP Morgan if we break through 109, but we may or may not do that.
Well, hang on a second.
It's Friday. Yes.
So everyone's making the assumption that the voice is because you were yelling at wrestling last night.
No. Why? No, not really. I mean, I don't know many of those guys. It was so cool. Yeah, it was so close. I'll find some pictures. It was amazing seeing Jericho and all those guys, man. Like, kind of blast.
I can't believe they're still doing it.
Blast from the past, man. Yeah. He's running that league. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. No. Remember, I don't know if you guys watched the End of the Day show. I was like, my throat is sore. We even busted out the waters and everything like that. But yeah, horse throat. All is well. No worries.
Yeah, is a little bit less action going on this morning, so that should help. Anyways, let's jump into a few things, guys. First segment of the show, as always, brought to you by True Trading Group. Shout out to them. Use the QR code. Check them out. Great bunch of guys over at True Trading Group. Here's the main headline, obviously, shifting focus now back to earnings season as we get into full swing this morning. This note was kind of interesting, suggesting that is bad actually good? Because if bad, that means then maybe things are starting to slow down a little bit. So we get, as we said, JP Morgan with decent numbers, better than expected, but still not that great. But the rest, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, Wells Fargo higher, even though the numbers not that great as well.
Well, my concern was with Morgan on the investment banking side, which I think everyone sort of understands the environment we're in, and they're going to be struggling on that side. So as much as the other half, and wealth management, yada yada, the revenue was doing okay, they did get dinged there. JP Morgan's numbers, it's like Sean said, like the growth was actually down year over year, almost 20%. So revenue, sorry, and really. I thought it was relatively speaking, you can't say it was a bad quarter relative to what Morgan Stanley had. I think that's probably the litmus test. But I just kind of want to look at the levels, man. I was asking myself, like, if we're going to break out on Morgan, I would grit my teeth and go long on an 80 level. I think I just want to short off of it. If this ends up holding yesterday's tops, then it'll be a tricky short unless it's right at 113. And if anything, it's like if it holds 109 and then it's almost a long. The one I do want to be trading because I feel like it might be a little bit more simple is I just like shorting pops into Morgan Stanley, and then it had its bottom at 75, and right now we're below the CPI. For lack of a better term, I'm just calling these the CPI highs, where we were sitting at 830. You were just beneath the 78 level, the 78.5. That was kind of the recent channel. Like this stock was just holding below that. Broke out with everything else, tried to get to that 80 level, rejected it, so rejected the big resistance at 80. Now you get a bad report. It just feels like it's a little bit, not cleaner, but more simplistic, not a good report, was relatively weak yesterday. It's below that CPI high. I think I'm dividing some of these stocks above or below that breakout that we had in the afternoon through that CPI 830 price range. And if you're below it, then I think you're relatively weak. So that's why I kind of like Morgan Stanley here. I doubt I'll look at Wells Fargo. I'm up 1%, fair enough. Sometimes I look at BAC when they have their earnings, but my focus is going to be on Morgan Stanley. I think they're going to be fine in the long term. But the reality is, a lot of what drives their business is going to be that investment banking activity, which is slowing down, and maybe that's a good sign. Like the Fed ultimately is trying to be pretty hawkish here. So if they're not destroying some of these sort of rapid growth types of areas of the economy, then really they're not controlling too much of anything. That being said, I mean, I think there's only so much they can do about inflation. We know they're going to hurt the economy. The question comes, how much? I don't think you can decide on Morgan Stanley long term until at least next year. Probably another quarter has to come through before I'd consider, like, this is a time where you feel secure about buying them. I think it'll be much better for them next year.
All right. Quite simply, the reason why I like JP Morgan here at the 109 level. I mean, yesterday we bounced a bunch of times here at 109. I mean, the bottom maybe is that 108.50, but I think if you're going to start to look at it, you might as well have 109. We also hit back down there, back into 109 after touching the top of 12.50 again. So touch the top, come back in, retest, back upside. So we're going to have to wait to see what they say here on the conference call and whatnot. But right now, JP Morgan down here at 109. Look what happened yesterday when it got going. Kept going, and then stopped at 110. We had the short yesterday into the close, which worked out pretty nice. Not as good as we thought, because it never broke 109. I mean, it did break 108, like I said, that bottom 108.50. Let's look at 109 here today. If we take 109, I think you can hit the short. If you're going to be a little more conservative, you can wait for this 108.50 to break right there, then watch it go back down to the downside with a target of like maybe 107, 106.50, something like that. But JP Morgan, a little bit of a confusing earning report. It's up 1%. That's real nice. But the turnaround yesterday was 8% or so from bottom to top, which was amazing. So let's just see. Jamie Dimon was warning, of recession, weak quarters, this and that. That's why this number is a little confusing, it being up 1.2%. So let's just wait to see. We see some of the other banks falling down. We'll wait about this 108.50, but that's a level that I like for first support. And then if it breaks it, then you use that as a top. So I'm focusing right here today on 109 for JP Morgan.
Yeah, it seemed like some of the interest-based income for all of them better than expected. $4.5 billion I just saw for JP Morgan, beating estimates. MS, $2.2 billion, that was a beat. Citi was in line. And then everything equity-related, obviously, downside with the market missing. BABA just popped up on volume, guys. A little bit of a spike there back through 75.20, I guess it was, but not really doing much, up 0.25%. They're talking about more lockdowns once again. I feel like this is just a broken record at this point, but every day we come into more headlines on COVID-related lockdowns over in China. So some of the Chinese stocks, a little bit of negative pressure here so far.
Yeah, this one's basically flat, but there is one stock that I did want to bring up in that group. And I know someone in the chat was just mentioning NEO. And, move over NEO. I know it's not looking too bad, but XPeng has been an abject, disastrous looking chart recently. And this is, it just bears watching, because when you pop up, I mean, in the daily charts, the daily chart's about as ugly as it gets. But the last couple of days, you've gotten to this $10 level and then just hard rejected it. I mean, you break below 10, it's psychological. It bounces a 10% move into $10 and then gives it all back. The next day, it bounces again into $10, gives it all back. And yesterday, of course, everything flushed at 8:30. Once again, put things in these buckets above or below that 8:30 CPI high. Below, it put in lower highs. It's got another one here today. I look at this and say, okay, well, it breaks $9 again. This could just continue to flush into the downside. At some point, it's going to get a bit of a recovery. But I'm sort of done missing out on breakdowns on a stock like this. Gets above 950. Respect the fact that it wants to get to that upside. And then if it tests $10, I mean, you're only going to do these fail wick tops at a price like that so many times. So that's probably come and gone. It almost needs to break down from here. And if it can't, maybe there's a big rebound coming. But wow, XPeng has been. It's weird because when those June lows got made in the market, XPeng, Li Auto, those were making random highs, and these are all now cut, by 60, 70, 80%, all three of them. But it's XPeng that stood out to me.
Yeah, I just asked, what was the story? Why are we doing Chinese EVs? Was there something there? Or you just
he talked about BABA.
Oh, okay.
And the first thing that came to my mind was oh my goodness. I've been ignoring XPeng. Every day I look at XPeng at the end of the day and I'm like, wow, this thing keeps on moving like crazy, and I'm never trading it. So.
Yeah, I was reading. Okay, I was looking for some news, see if there's anything. I just went over to the EV space again here. Tesla yesterday hits the 52-week bottom of 206, bounces around a lot before finally going at 11 o'clock. It wasn't even that exciting off the bottom until eventually it just went, and then just went pretty good on that. It took out this 211, 212 area and started to rally to the top side here. I feel like the more we figure out about Twitter, the better this is going to be for Tesla. Tesla. So, I mean, it's whenever you hit those 52-week bottoms and then you get a rally like that off the market, with the market, you know, obviously a name like Tesla is going to go. I still don't think you're out of the woods yet for a possible short on Tesla. It's right back to that level that we absolutely traded well. I don't should say destroyed, but it was a good day for us there. When Twitter, if you remember, Tesla was right back here to 225. So this is the top again. You know, you've just rallied all the way back. So if you're looking for names, if you don't believe yesterday's rally is going to hold, I mean, then this is probably. I know we have Michael Noss coming from Trade Ideas, and he's going to come up with some ideas for all of us as well. But this 227, 226 here, like if you want to fade a name off of a rally yesterday that, you know, really nothing fundamentally has changed, then I think you can hit this Tesla short here at 227. So we'll see if it gets up there. It's not on the sticky note. I actually missed this one. I should have put this on the sticky note. A Tesla rally up to 227 or so, I think needs to get faded. The market's still rallying pretty nicely right now. Starting to go back to this pre-market high of 11.2, and we'll see if we can take that out. But a nice little move up now. The market was flat when we started. Now look at this thing go. It was just 0.2. Now it's 0.42. So we're getting going here. Maybe this rally continues off of some of those bank earnings and strong tech. Like Apple's leading the way again, so this is going to be another banger day, I feel like, one way or the other, Brendan. We're definitely not sitting still.
Great opportunity heading into the weekend, guys, if you were considering having a look at Trade Ideas. Great deal we're going to talk about with Michael Noss coming up here, but you can test drive it for 2 full weeks for $11.11. So we'll have Michael Noss tell you a little bit more about that coming up. Before we do, however, let's talk about reversals with Michael Noss, chartered market technician from Trade Ideas, joining us once again on a Friday. Great to see you. Welcome back. It's been a wild week, obviously, with CPI yesterday. Huge reversals right across the board, whether you're looking at an index, whether you're looking at individual stocks. Monster green bars put in yesterday. You're going to tell us a little bit about what this means overall.
Yeah, you know, I think you'd have to be asleep to not have seen what happened yesterday in the market. It was absolutely insane. In fact, and this is something I'll talk about, I only found 2 instances of something like this occurring in the S&P 500 in about the last 12 years, which I'll highlight. Both marked major turning points. So we may be in for some interesting thing. Again, anything can happen. 2 is a very small sample size, but let's get into the technical pattern that I'm going to talk about, which is something that we have a scan for, like a lot of things. And this is called the 3-line strike, which is a pattern that we saw yesterday in the market. So old school, you know, candlestick analysis has been around for hundreds of years now, started in Japan with the rice traders. And this was one of the favorite, where basically a 3-line strike, you're looking for 3 down candles in a row, and then 1 giant engulfing candle that engulfs all of those 3 candles. Now, in the next slide, I won't go too much into it. There's a lot of words here, but basically this has been studied very frequently by a man, Bilowski, I think is how you pronounce it, who did a lot of statistical analysis of patterns and things like that, and found that about 80% of the time, this could signify a bullish reversal in the overall market. So I highlighted in the next chart here what we see in the SPY textbook pattern here, right? We had 3 days down in a row, we gapped down below that, and then we rallied up to close above it. So I always just think of the 3-line strike as an engulfing candle on steroids. It basically shows that, you know, we took out the lows and then we rallied up to the highs, and just shows that, you know, if there is a candlestick pattern that could personify a bear trap where you're catching a bunch of bears short and you're reversing it on them, that's this one here. So again, I went back and I asked the system, because we can do a lot of statistical analysis and really cool stuff with Trade Ideas, how has this happened before in the last about 15 years, and how has it happened? And I found 2 instances where we gapped down about 2% and then rallied up to close above that prior day's high. And this first one, you can see I have it highlighted on the lower left-hand side of the chart, and that's the 2018 low. And you can see for about 6 months plus we rallied on the S&P 500, and then the next one was actually the 2019 lows. So if anyone was trading around there, we had kind of bear and sideways markets for 2018, 2019. But there was another instance that we gapped down about 2%, rallied up to close above that high, and then again, you can see a big push that happened from there. So very interesting pattern, some interesting statistics there that we could be in for a little short-term low. If we are, as always, I brought some ideas for you of patterns or from stocks from our 3-line strike scanner. We have one in Trade Ideas, and we have a great deal for you. I'll talk to you about the end of the presentation. But the first one here is DXCM. You can see it gapped it down to actually fill this gap, and this prior resistance area bounced right at that closed high. I think, you know, the technical entry for these, if you're trading them purely from the candlestick point of view, is above that high. So you're looking at about 102 area above the green candle high. Your stop goes below that green candle low. And again, you're betting on a reversal on this 3-line strike. So DXCM, interesting, over 102. CRI, which is in retail trade, this one actually held up quite a bit better than a lot of the names out there. You can see it's not flirting with that low that we've made earlier, so a little bit of relative strength in this name. This one's about 42.50, or sorry, 72.50. You can keep an eye on, and then you're probably wrong under 70. Next one here is Dan, which could be forming a double bottom on the long-term chart, but you can see that nice green candle that engulfed 3 days of prior action. About 12.75. I'm interested in this one, and then under $12 is probably where I'll exit here. Last but not least is FitB. This is a slower one, so this is probably good for your newer traders. This is a commercial bank or a regional bank, I think. And this actual engulfing candle engulfed about 2 weeks of action. So 2 weeks of selling kind of erased in one day. Has a very clear resistance area, about 34.50. Above 34.50, I think, is interesting. Below that 32 or that low area, that's where I would exit. So that brings us to something that we're doing that's really, really cool. It's supposed to start next week, but we've actually turned the servers on right now, so you can sign up for this right now. If you go to tradeideas.com/testdrivetv, this helps support Trader TV as well. We are giving 11 days of trading with Trade Ideas for $11.11. So a little play on numbers there. But so what you get is access to the entire product. Everything we have, our full premium product, nothing held back, full live data. There's no upsell for data or anything like that. You'll have live tick-by-tick data. You have access to training. We'll be sending you emailed videos and that kind of stuff. Starts right now. We will not charge you after. I always want to make that clear, is that we're going to, you know, it's the $11. And then if you choose to upgrade later, stay tuned to this channel. You should be here every day, but stay tuned to this channel the next 2 Fridays. And I'm going to come back with deals for our test drivers to upgrade if it's something you're interested in. But again, it's $11, and we will not upsell you or lock you into anything after that. So it's just a great way that if you're interested, you get to try our product for a very, very low price for 2 full weeks and see if it's something you're interested in.
Great stuff. Absolutely great opportunity, guys. You get access to real-time data as well as all of the scans that we have been discussing. So check that out. Again, the code test drive TV. So trade-ideas.com/testdrivetv. Check that out if you had any inclinations about trying out Trade Ideas. A question for you, Mr. Noss, before we let you go. The move down was pre-market yesterday in the overall market. With this pattern specifically, how much do you pay attention to candle formations, in the sense that there was if you include the pre-market move, there would have then been a huge wick on that candle as well?
Yeah, so this is something that I'm kind of debating with myself over time, because eventually we can all see 24-hour markets are going to probably occur. You know, they come in crypto, we see, you know, 24/5 and FX, that kind of thing. I would include that simply because I'm trying to think of the spirit of the candle. Right now, the technical candlestick pattern is a gap down and then that rally. But you're right, it happens in the pre-market. But I guess the spirit of it that I try to keep in mind is that you're taking out those prior lows. So you're trapping in shorts that are trend trading with the three candles that were down. And then those shorts are then getting reversed on and are going to have to cover. So it's like a 4-day short squeeze is kind of the way I look at it. And I know there was a lot of people out there that felt that yesterday who shorted into that bad number.
Michael Noss, Charter Market Technician with Trade Ideas. Have a wonderful weekend. We will speak again next week.
Thank you. I'll talk to you then.
The market likes Michael Noss. I love how you're like Mr. Noss. Michael, man. No, I love that. And like that, I mean, that regional bank, that BIT, like you see, like I love that pattern. We love like the wick tops, wick bottoms, and sort of obvious setups that you can dig yourself into. As a matter of fact, the market just broke the high. So note to self, the market likes it when Michael Noss is speaking. So I just saw not just the market breaking the highs, Google just took out 100, Alphabet I should say, and this is happening on TLT over here. So we're almost at yesterday's top. That was like the one missing piece of the puzzle I kind of felt. Was you didn't really break through those highs on treasuries where yields didn't break through that floor. So watch out. We are approaching those tops. I got UVXYs not crashing, but broke through support that was there all afternoon. So you're getting some elevated moves to the upside, over 1% on the NASDAQ now. The ES is through that 3,700, up 1% as well. I should have just had a stop order at 100 on Google. But here, I have Amazon 115 as resistant. That's coming in pretty quickly here. Looks like it's starting to get very spicy to the upside.
Yeah. I just, so I went short there, got out when we broke through 114. I didn't think we'd get to there 114 today, or not today, but in the pre-market. I never want to be into too many shares here if we do have a pre-market trade going on. So a little bit of a stop out there. I still have some shares, not many, as that's a rally. Look, Google just ripped as well. Google just took out that high of 100. Man, this is getting to be like super wild here today already, and this market just opened up, guys. So just be careful with all of your positions here. No idea what's going to happen. Amazon ripping up, Apple ripping up right now. Everything is taking off pretty hard here to the upside. So I don't know. There it goes, 1.33% again. Prad's going to come in. I saw him tweeting yesterday about Free Fall Friday. I mean, look, we just got to trade what's in front of us. And right now, this market is going upside. So just be careful with everything, and we will see what happens here. But so far, so good with this move. There goes Apple. There goes Amazon. We are really ripping here to the north side.
Yeah, great look for the overall market right now. Guys, once again, if you want that link, we're going to throw it up on screen right now so you can take a screen cap and check that out. Again, lots going on. So that's the link, trade-ideas.com/testdrivetv 1111. You get full access, again, real-time data, all the scans we've been discussing available for a couple of weeks there for 1111. So shout out to Trade Ideas for that. Let's get into a few things here. We'll touch on Europe real quick before we bring in Arun, have a look at the futures. It's going to be an important day once again to understand what to look for on the market itself. Here's a look at what's happening over in Europe right now. Nice gains right across the board as North America starts to rally here, 1+%. For every single one of these markets, France, Italy leading the way along with Sweden there, 1.6, Turkey as well, 1.6 to the upside. Good way to end off the week. Here is the social sentiment board to kick off Friday as well. Back in green is the SPY down here. That's the Qs as well. Tough to see behind the board there, but a heads up the Qs in green. Tesla down here in green as well, even with these Elon headlines this morning. Not a lot of details on this investigation. But we'll have a look at Tesla having to move back to the upside. There's JP Morgan. Some of the banks, I don't think I've ever seen JP Morgan on this board, or any of the banks for that matter, but with earnings, a lot of mentions coming through on social. AVCT, AMC, DWAC here again, and that LASE on a big move today.
Oh, LASE for sure. Lays it got above $5 several times. It's testing back to a 480, so I'd watch out for that. But just to point out, because Amazon got right to the 930, 830, check that. The 830 CPI high was 114.5. That recent high, trades aren't showing up. It is what it is. 115 was a top the other day when we were long it. So I'm looking at that. I got 67s because why not? It's 2/3 of the way. So it's weird. Like sometimes you just anchor yourself to numbers. It's 2/3 of the way up. From 14 to 15. And if we do get a pullback here, I'll be pretty happy to see it. Obviously, the breakouts, look, the breakout on Alphabet, you make a decision whether or not you want to have breaks in the pre-market or not, and when you decide no, then sometimes it looks like this. That's as clean as it gets, and it goes right to 101 and is now reversing. I don't know that I want to chase this, but if we're above 100 at the open, I mean, looking for longs off that level does make sense now that you're back above it. So like a couple here that I know are going to be on people's radars. I mean, Meta is right at that 131, 132 level. If I show you the 15-minute, like that's a pretty big level for the last couple of days, having trouble getting through that. But Meta's in the midst of a breakout. It's above its 830 level, and when it's above and then holding that same thing as support, it's been kind of bullish to me because, again, above that CPI number level is support. I like those things for longs. If it gets below that, I think I'd be favoring shorts, but that's down at like 128. Looks like we're head to that upside. I don't know where Pratt is, but pretty obviously it's going the other way from a free fall Friday temporarily. I was about to say with something.
I don't want to talk about Pratt.
But the whole thing is, but you can't be certain about it because
that's
like yesterday, at this time yesterday, what were we thinking, right? Like everyone was like, oh my God, the shorts, and I was just staring at UVXY barcoding, like why is volatility not moving anywhere? And next thing you know, you had a historic reversal. So I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here with this move up.
All right. Yeah, so it's funny because I basically have that same trade on again. We shorted the 69 there on Amazon, made almost everything back. Let's see if Amazon does come back into the downside as we shorted up there again, get out once we lost on that 114. You guys saw that happen. Now we're going back down to the downside here for Amazon. Yeah, good trade near that 115. So we'll see, man. This market, it's nuts. And the reason why I'm not like, I mean, we're throwing a little bit of shade at Brad there because of his red shirt from yesterday. But no,
I love the red shirt. It's just...
Yeah, I didn't really like it. No, I'm just kidding around. He could wear whatever he wants. Too stark to me. That was a very, very stark
it's loud.
red. Loud. That's a good word. No, and it's about the bias. And Neil touched on that a little bit as well. You don't really want to come in one day thinking one way because then you're going to get pigeonholed. If you can switch it like I did yesterday where we were short the futures on that number, you guys saw that, and then boom, we reversed it into the long once we changed our mind because we saw something technical that made us, have a change of mind. So I feel like if that still is there, this market could be down 3 or 4% today. I'm not, just because we're rallying right now, to me doesn't mean anything. I feel like we're just trapping. The market is a joke. Let's be perfectly honest here. I mean, nothing's really changed fundamentally. That was a technical pop back to the upside, I believe. People caught offside yesterday, thinking that CPI number was going to be disastrous, or even as expected. It didn't matter. It didn't break that 10.5 or 3,500, so we went the other way. Now, I think today, not that we're going to go back down to 10.5, I don't think we are, or 3,500 on the S&P. That would be disastrous. But it did give some. There we go. Let's go back down for Amazon. Damn it. See if that move doesn't happen. And this is why you take shares in the pre-market and get out if it breaks, because you don't really have it. I don't have anyways. And there it is. Wow. Finally, man, it comes back. We just took $1 there almost on Amazon on the last piece. So saved by this move coming back down. But just like that, like we were just saying, uh-oh, here we go. Here's a big move down, up. And then like Amazon just retraces basically 1% down, like $1 down from where it was there, all the way back in again. So, prices are going to be key. Position size is going to be key. Make sure that you don't throw yourself way offside on a trade there. Be focused. Make sure you look for things that you're looking for and don't get carried away. There's going to be lots of opportunity today. It's only 9:03.
I just saw a note on this one. Plug coming out. Looks like negative comments here on their current quarter. So an update for Plug Power downside for their current quarter. I was going to double check on earnings for Plug, but just be aware of that. Let's get Arun in here, get a check of the overall market. Looks like we still have some buying to do here, Arun, after what happened yesterday.
Yeah, go figure, right? A 200-point move. We were impressed last week. 2 days, 200 points, and the market decided to show us what's up, and it went almost 200 points in one session after going down about 150 points. So here we are, back to the upside, now clearing that 3,700 mark for the second time today. And the bigger point of reference is going to be that 3,720. Remember, on the way down, we were coming through 3,720 last Friday. That's where market really opened up, right? Through the jobs report and 3,720. We go through the downside. Now we're back into that 3,720. We stalled out around that 34 mark 34, 35 mark, which is where we stalled out. Actually, no, we stalled out around 40, so somewhere close by. But we are somewhere in that range where we have been stalling out last week. Now we're going to come back in. Let's see how this market handles the test down towards 10 and 15. That's where the overnight highs are. Let's just see what this market can do. If it can hold up well, you could justify a long here against, I would say, I'll put it against about 85 or so, 36.85-ish. We saw the retail sales number come out. I'm seeing it as, it's 0 against 0.2, so not the strongest. The control group was positive. But the bigger thing I'm seeing on the calendar here is, I've never seen this one before. Maybe I haven't paid enough attention. Something called a Fed Index of Common Inflation Expectations released quarterly. At some point today, I got to figure out when this is released, but at some point today, there's that. I would imagine that's going to have some importance. So let's just keep an eye on that. And then you have Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock. So at this point, every economic number is going to move. I didn't think retail sales will move it this much, but we did. So we're going to have to pay attention to every single economic number that comes out. And you have one that's coming out at 10 o'clock for sure. And then I got to figure out when the other one comes out on the Fed index expectations.
Yeah, I saw that as well and have also never seen that before. So we'll pay a little bit more attention to the Fed index on inflation. Thanks, Arun. Have a great weekend. Let's jump into everything else we need to know this morning heading into Friday. That's turning into a positive one. That's the link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every day and then come joining us at 8:30. Free for you. Goes right to your inbox now. So all you need is your email. This was a note on Plug. If anyone missed it there, they are cutting their full year forecast revenue guidance to 900 to 925. So a heads up on Plug making a huge move to the downside now, 6.5%, 7% downside on that. For Plug Power, let's talk about banks though, because banks were in focus this morning off of earnings. We get 4 of 6 major banks. Again, Monday we get BAC, and then Tuesday morning we get Goldman Sachs. But everything else out this morning here, guys.
Yeah, and so far, I wanted to say so good, but it was kind of so mixed. Wells is now, obviously with the market just spiking, we're talking about Wells not moving much. The market went to the upside, so Wells is now about 3%. It's Morgan and JP that I want to be concerned about here. Even that spike to the upside, now remember, you do have conference calls on these today, so you do have to watch out. And I want to wait till the open, but I'm looking to fade pops on Morgan Stanley, sorry. It's still beneath that 80 level. It's trying to teeter back, and this has been a pretty good sort of like middle ground since it's made its last move. It broke a recent consolidation, kind of sitting here, 79 bottoms to 85. It broke that to the downside, and since then, it's just been pretty clear resistance has been at that same level, right? It rejected that earlier on in the pre-market. When JP came out, it broke through on light volume. Now it's below it. So I'm fading into 80, and that just means I want to short into 80. I always say fade because that's the way I like to talk, but I want to short anything into that 80 level on Morgan Stanley. That's the one I'm choosing to trade out here today. I don't think it was a very good quarter for them, and it's probably going to be challenging for the investment banking side, at least until next year. So, that's why I'm kind of leaning into that direction. If it gets through 80, then I'll accept that I'm wrong about JP Morgan today. You got to be willing to do that at some point, and that's my line in the sand.
Yeah, I'm debating that our Barker there. I just tweeted at you or messaged you there in the chat saying maybe time to get out of Amazon. I just got a piece out there at 06. Let's just see what happens. I want to see it test 115 one more time. All right, so the only you might be right. I'm just going to see if it does it one more time. We were hit there on the 114 short, but we made that back off that short near that 115 the 114 short hit. Made some money back there. Not as I'm still negative on it. Not as many. I didn't think we'd hit that. I was like, normally whenever I get shares like that, that's why you might have heard me be like, when that came in. I don't like to get big amount of shares there in the pre-market, and honestly, I got filled like my normal amount there, and then when it broke 114, it kind of just gapped up 20 cents, so I had to start taking some out there, and then thankfully we had that 115 level as well. Look, the only bank that I even looked at today was JP Morgan. I mean, I looked at all the other ones, but I knew I wanted to trade JP Morgan, super strong yesterday, and then I just know Jamie Dimon's going to be talking a lot, and people always look at this. I mean, look at all the banks, but I'm going to try to focus on one of them. I know Neil just mentioned Morgan. He's going to look at that. I'm going to go to JP. So, I've already talked about this earlier on, and I actually put a video out. So if you go over on Twitter, you can find that. But this 108.50, I think it breaks that, and then we start to head to the downside. The short, I believe, starts at 109, but I want to see it break first. So, we could go long in front of 109. I don't really like the action that's happening right now. It's up 1%. My experience has been whenever the market gets these earnings reports, they always tend to go down. I don't really know, why that is, but I would much rather have gotten that report with us not have rallying up 10%, obviously, yesterday, but the rally did happen. So I feel like there could be some fade backs, not just because of the report today, but just because of how far it went yesterday. Like I said, I don't really see anything changing in the macro or any sort of environment here today, right? Like, we still have issues with oil. We still have inflation was worse than expected, right? So let's just call it what it is right now. The market is rallying. I believe people caught offside, technical levels, things like that. I've already talked about it. I don't see banks getting any better after yesterday's number. And quite frankly, I don't think that we're in the clear at all here for a rally. So we could continue, and I'd rather be long than short just because of the move that happened yesterday. But for this name, I really think that, we'll watch that 109. I was debating going long in front of it, but I almost think waiting for this 108.50 to break might be a little better. I'd hate for it, because it's going to have to go down. For that 108.50 to break, it's going to have to go down 1.5%. So it's going to have to turn red. Yesterday's close was 109, so you get that break. That turns the stock red, and then we go from there down to 108.50. So I think that's a level I'm going to look at. I think I am going to short that level, 108.50, if it comes through. So that's something that I'm looking at. Quickly, though, the imbalance locator, because, hey, banks should be on. Banks should be on here, right? Let's see. Not on here at all. I don't even see, do I not see a bank on here? I see BAC, but, okay.
BAC's there?
Yeah, but, they didn't even report.
I know, exactly.
So, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not... I'm not excited.
But there's nothing there in general, so.
Yeah, I know, which is kind of strange, though.
Yeah.
I thought, we'll wait for the NASDAQ to come out. It's only 9/11 right now. But BINGO, bingo was his name-o. What's up, Joker Gaming here? Trying to figure out if bingo was the name of the dog or the farmer. BINGO.
It's a dog.
Bingo was his name-o. Yeah.
It's a dog.
Yeah. He had exactly. And bingo was
Farmer
his name.
had a dog and bingo was his name.
He had a dog and bingo was his name. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I would say Joker Gaming, there we go. We solved the riddle for you for only $10.
Exactly.
We all believe here that bingo was, in fact, the dog's
You got a couple of dads here. We're going to get things like that. Don't worry about that.
I don't know if my kids know that song, though.
No?
I know. Does yours? I feel like
Yeah.
I guess in kindergarten or something. I don't know. It's not...
We may or may not sing silly songs when we went camping, we did for sure, and then around the table sometimes.
Yeah, Old MacDonald is the farmer. Had it. All right, Brendo, what's up?
Beyond is not up, but we can talk about it. Here's why. They slashed their full-year revenue forecast as well. Plug's still falling, by the way. PLUG with a big move. Revenue forecast downside, rising inflation, 200 job cuts. There was rumors yesterday. They come through and confirm said rumors. So what do we do with BYND here?
So the frustrating thing about Beyond Meat will be, and we talked about this when you have a plan of action and the market moves on you. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place for it to go. This is twice now. If you look at the daily, this has gotten beneath $15. You think usually 15, 10, and then you're a hat size. I love that term. I'm going to start using it a lot. Hat size just means under 10, right? But we had this wick bottom through 1340. That was a recent low. And then again this morning, you then retest below it, bounce off 13. And my whole entire theory was if it holds 13 at the open, I want to look for a long there and it can squeeze up. That's now gone. So the other side of the equation we'll wait for it to test 15. And then that's the level I would want to be shorting. If it holds that level, then you sort of allow it to press through and then short on the back end. That's what we did with DWAC. Not really getting along in the morning, but then at least able to fade the move a little bit later. And that's going to be my general approach on Beyond Meat. At this point, if it comes back to retest the low, it's just dropped 10%. That's like just, that's not the same thing. So yes, it's going up, not necessarily on volume enough to call it a squeeze, but it's so far away from the support level that it doesn't make any sense to be long up here. So I might just have to step away from that, but I'm going to have to add, as you said, Brendan, going to have to add, and I hit enter way too fast, so type quickly, market extension, is NASDAQ, of course, unplug. You're going to have to add this one to the list. It just bounced off of some lows yesterday, and if you pull up the daily chart, it actually has room. I mean, if you get through 1775, like yesterday's bottoms, and chew through it, you got a lot of room to the downside for plug power. So I do feel like I want to be on the south side of this, looking for short opportunities. The first thing I would say is, you know, that breakout that we saw on the S&P 500 and the overall market, Plug's channel was 1850. When you just dumped down now, the first initial bounce off 18 got to 1850. So that's the price area that I'm going to look to maybe fade this on Plug Power. You see a note like this, the volumes now come into it, have to be trading Plug. Whether you plan for it or not, it just made a huge move and has to be on the radar for a day trader.
All right, a couple of notes, minor notes, for Tesla today. Downside right now, but still holding above where we were yesterday after an impressive rally back from the lows. Elon under federal investigation when it comes to the Twitter deal. Not a lot of details on what this actually means, but it was a court filing that came across aftermarket yesterday, so heads up on that. And then Wells Fargo flagging demand concerns going forward for Tesla guys with a price target cut. Not a huge one, but again, a couple of negative notes here for the most part, but here's Tesla still up 1.15 this morning.
Yeah, and so 225, if you look at what the high is, it's 224.90, so right to that 90-cent mark. On the 15-minute, we just had Michael Law sort of talk about these sort of engulfing candles, and you can call it wick bottoms. There's so many patterns you can maybe attribute to this, but you break the low on huge volume, you break back out, and then you go right back to the same resistance, and now you're above it and trying to take out the next channel up, which would be a 225 break. I don't like a breakout of the top on this stock at the open, not even like a little bit. So I'm kind of watching back for this afternoon support level of 219. The day before, that's where we were shorting the afternoon the day before, right? It was at 219 area. So I think it gets down to 219. That's a good area to maybe test to like those longs. It breaks this, and you have a little bit of a gap to the downside. So it just feels a little bit better than, okay, go 225 long. I love it. I might like that 225 long after the opening range gets set. When we're in that haywire first 5 minutes of the market, I'd much rather be trying to get a good price than anything else. So, you know, if that's going to be the case, maybe I missed the 225 break. If it happens right away at 9:30 or before 9:30, I won't be in it. I'd look for it a little bit later on in the session, as that tends to be a better point where you get maybe some better follow through. I'm not completely convinced in this long just yet. I need to see that open before I like it on Tesla. So I'll look at that 1920 area for initial dip.
Yeah, I still liked. I just went and refilled my tea, and it's a melon.
That's all melon
kind of day. Well, I put some. There's some hidden.
Oh, there's
some hidden blueberries up in there.
Grapes.
I just feel like, you know, maybe get the voice back there, get some fruit up in me. All right, so Amazon right there. I just came back and we did get that tick. We were waiting at 50, so we got that 50. I don't know what I get, 56, 58, something like that, 59 right there. So it does come in, fill me there for the dollar. So more than $1 on that one for Amazon. Obviously, we're actually still red on the name. I mean, I'm just here to be honest with you guys because we did take too many shares there going, not too many, it was the right amount. But, you know, it broke in the pre-market, and whenever that happens, it's pretty nasty there for Amazon. So, I mean, same talk as Neil on Tesla. I've already did it. It just, oh, wow. Okay, well, I didn't realize we'd be here right now already. You're already at that level of 225 right now. So, yeah, it's breakout central again on Tesla. Watch out for 227. Like I said, I don't think it's a wise decision to sit in front of these trains right now. It's just, it's a one-way ticket to North City right now. So just be careful with all of these names, man. I think you got to wait for some dip buys in some of these names, and I know Neil just went over some levels, so I'll leave it at that. But right now, Tesla, for me, at these levels, it's a short here, but I just don't want to take it. I want the market to level off here and then figure out the short, because The way we just rallied there, like no problem, from 11,100 up to 11,250. It just went up 150 points. It didn't even think twice about it. So, yeah, this market could definitely blow to the upside. I like Amazon short for reasons. I talked about that. Against that 115, against the Prime Day possibly not being as good as everyone thinks. And then I like the, don't even tell me, I have an order pending on Netflix. Okay, this is getting to be close too. My order on Netflix, I was looking at this name, and we may or may not get to this on the board. It's next. Okay, so why don't we go to Brendan, and then we'll look at some Netflix.
Crude oil day lows here, guys. There was some comments coming across from the Russia-Ukraine situation, seemingly positive. So that has sent oil back to, it was almost 2% at one point. Just be aware of that. Yeah, Netflix, another monster from yesterday, trying to get back to highs. If you missed it, November 3rd, you can now pay $6.99 in the U.S. I also saw there's 12 countries total, including the U.S., that will get this ad-supported tier coming up in November.
Are we one of them?
We get November 1st, I thought.
I'm not doing it anyways, but maybe maybe November 1st.
I thought I could be wrong about that.
It makes sense why we wouldn't. I mean, I'm sure we'll get it.
Yeah, we'll get it eventually. Canada doesn't get anything first. That's not how it works. But I'll be looking at this stock for two things. I wanted a lot higher for a short. I'll get to it in a second. But if we close above the 50 period, it's usually a pretty good sign. It's been hanging out below and hasn't had a close above since it retested to the downside. So anything above 233 on the close is actually probably a decent sign for it. Although after yesterday's range, that's not that far away. I was looking at 240 to 242. Like those were the tops last week that I thought were, okay, we get back there, you got a big double top at 45. Remember what 50 looked like back then. So I think you put in some lower highs off of this. So it probably has to run a little bit higher for me to like Netflix to the upside. Whether I defend as a day trader that 50 period on the daily, I don't know if I'd want to do that. I think 230 would make a little bit more sense to that downside. But at the end of the day, I also if we close above 233, I will be trying to favor longs next week on Netflix to be sure, but I want to see it close above that 50 before I'm just like, okay, only looking for longs next week. Doesn't mean they're going to work and doesn't mean you have to take them, but I'm looking that direction if it closes above 233 for next week. Doubt we see 40 to 42, but if we get there, that's where I like to short.
Yeah, that's I've already put it in there into the ether with the sticky note. Make sure you watch or follow me and grab that. Yeah, I'm looking into here, man. 244 is what I wrote down for the short. You do have a high of 247 and 248. I mean, we could get there today. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if we do that. So I'm going to wait to see what happens at that 244 level to see if we do break it. We had Netflix long yesterday off that report, so we had a 225 long. Our best out, unfortunately, was only 230, but still a $5 winner. Hopefully it's not too early for those alarms. We had a $5 winner yesterday. We got $1 in the money now on Amazon. We're going to look to see if that wants to go any more upside today. So that 225, pretty awesome. If you dip down into that level, then I think it's a buy. I'm not expecting any dips like that. And if there are, then I'm probably going to be short other names, not Netflix. So, let's wait to see if we do get a dip buy opportunity at 225, not a short. But other than that, I do want to start shorting it around that. I mean, I have an order in right now at 242 and change. So we'll see if it gets up there. It's a nice move, right? But I feel like someone's going to come out right now, and it wouldn't even be surprising if it happens today, or maybe Monday, I guess, because today's already sort of happening. But you're going to get some people that are going to downgrade the stock because they're not going to like that offering, right? So I think it's great. I think that you can bring some more revenues into the business here. So I think that's fantastic. But I really feel like there is going to be some sort of a drag down on the stock eventually when it gets up here. So wouldn't be surprised if today we end around here, 240, 242, and then just because you have support up or resistance up here, that makes let's just say JP Morgan or somebody is going to come out and downgrade the stock on Monday. So we'll wait to see if that happens right there for Netflix. I just feel like it's at that resistance level. We will wait. Yeah, AMD actually haven't really looked at too much today. Don't even tell me. If someone's saying, Sean, look at JPM. If this is below 108.50, then I don't even, okay, good. It's upside. Okay, good. Yeah, I want to go. I was like, oh my God, if this goes to 108.50 and I miss it, that 108.50 might not be good anymore, man. I mean, this stock is taking off now to the upside and continuing to go. So you know, that 109 that we wrote down on the sticky note, it was a good level to go long. I was thinking that the market would fade this name out, so maybe it's the 109 long, 108.50 long. I don't have any orders in right now. If we do take 108.50, that's where I want to go short. I hope I don't miss it. I just don't know if I want to take it right off the open. There's that 112.50. That looks like a great break long, to be honest with you. Did something happen in the imbalances right now?
Nah.
No. I mean, there's not even, like, what is this, ping? What is this, golf clubs? Like, I don't, maybe it is. But like, what, like Neo's on there, TSM, Taiwan Semis, that they had a big move, obviously, yesterday. We talked about that a little bit, but I prefer to trade JP Morgan. Uber's right there as well. So, yeah, man, I mean, I don't know. I'm not really seeing too many things here of why JP Morgan is sort of going to the upside right now. We do know, you know, calls are on and things like that. So, yeah, it looks like it wants to take 112.50. Wow, good for JP Morgan. It's the only U.S. bank that I own, so I'm happy with it, but not happy with the performance of the stock in the last 6 months. But nice little rally off the bottom there for JP Morgan.
I want to make sure we get to Meta here, but here's the list. We are actually going to be the first to get this ad-supported tier, along with Mexico, November 1st, and then the U.S., Brazil, UK, France, Italy, Germany, Australia, Korea, and Japan, November 3rd, and then Spain, the last on November 10th for the ad-supported tier for Netflix. More exits coming to Meta. One of their top product designers, Vice President Margaret Stewart, announcing she will be leaving late yesterday, I think it was, on Facebook.
Yeah, another departure, but it's above 131. It's right in the channel I was looking for, where it's like, this is the decision zone, 131 to 132 on the stock. You can kind of see above, below that the last couple of weeks. If we hold above this, I think there's so much potential for a break back in at least to 135. So if we get an up day, you know, I actually almost don't care which direction the market is. I want to be above 132 longs if it's an up day in Meta, and if we get that trend to the upside, then I want to be only working that long if we're above 32. And if we break below it, then I want to be using 31 as that line in the sand. We're right in the middle of that chop zone, so I want the stock to open up. If you break this 131 and we head lower, then you've essentially put a false break through that high, and as good as you have a wick bottom, then on the lower time frame, you've got a wick top, and you could be heading much, much lower there. Just to recap a couple of things here, because we only have 3 minutes to go. I know you'll probably want to talk about Meta, but just to go back to Plug Power briefly for a second. Plug is now heading right back into 18. I'm going to leave my orders in. I still like the short pop, but they might have missed an opportunity to grab this short and Plug, and I don't want to ignore that you could still have a breakdown through yesterday's low, 1775. Now, this could just be a break down at that 1775 level. I'd much prefer to be shorting the pop if this continues to fade lower after those cuts that Brendan mentioned.
All right, I'm going to put a bid here for Amazon down to 113. See if we can take two buy or $1.70 on it, a little bit there. Yeah, so Meta, I just put some bids in. I actually wasn't really looking at it. It is breaking 131 right now. It just did break it. This 129.50 area, like something to look at here for tomorrow, for today. So we'll see about that 129, 129.50 right there. Looking to see about a hold through that level. So I am bidding right now 120. I mean, it could come in about a buck lower than this, 129.75 or so, right into this level. That's actually 129.50. And then down into there, 129. I guess it's just a take of 129. If you break, I mean, I just don't even really want it to look at 129. I think it'll just, you know, flip-flop there. So I feel like a break of 129.50 and you can get out of the way there. So 129, 129.50, just making sure that the orders are set up right for that. Yeah, look, so that's good. I like it. We'll see if it can hold some of these levels, but let's take a risk here on Meta around 129.50 long. That's it.
Yeah, we're through it. We didn't really talk any chips too much there on our. Usually it's one of the topics, but I did want to get to the one I'm watching, Intel. Like everything else, it broke out. You can see 2650. It could not break it late in the afternoon. It just broke down below that price. That's sort of like my key zone. If it's above there, I think you have all kinds of opportunity for like a potential break that gets you another $1 higher. I don't know that it's going to put an 8% move bottom to top. I don't think that's going to happen again. I like support down at 26. After that wick convincing bottom, I'm just liking longs above 25.60 here. So if we break 26 even, I don't know that I want to short over there in Intel. I guess there'll be other names. If we get down there, like Sean sort of said there, you break a level like that, I like other names to the short side. I'll probably be in like a Meta if that's the case, hopefully a Morgan Stanley. And I put this in the chat. As much as I said I like shorting Morgan Stanley in front of 8, their conference calls are 80, their conference calls at 10 o'clock. So if you're in position at that time, I generally like to be out of position. Regardless, whether you're in the money or out of the money, I don't like that risk. You can put like a trailing stop or something like that if you're in. Unless you're listening to the call, it can be a little bit tricky because like one word here or there and you don't know what's going on. Next thing you know, you get a huge volume spike. The algos will pull bids and things like that. It's just, it can be very precarious for a day trader to be in position while the conference call is going on, especially with those banks. And I've been caught doing it before.
All right, only 30 seconds ago. I do like an AMD break of 60. We tested that yesterday. It got as high as about 60.15 or so right there. We'll see if it breaks 60. I just want to go long. I'm going to give it a little bit of love above 60, but AMD is another name that we're looking long. Just to give you guys an update, we're looking long Apple 141. We're looking short Amazon 115. We're looking Beyond Meat long 13. We're looking Meta long 129.50 and Netflix short up there. All right, with only 10 seconds to go, I don't even know what to look at first. Maybe some Beyond Meat coming through. That's at 14.40, so that's gone.
It's gone too
yeah,
high.
Forget about that one. I didn't even realize that was that high. With only 3, 2, it's
and
Tony.
one. Bring it, Tony.
1. All right, let's ring it early, baby. There we go. The
He's
market.
not waiting.
Yeah, he ain't waiting. Come on, man. Tony don't wait for the market, man. The market waits for Tony. And there it is, man.
It's
a nice
true.
little ring-a-ding-ding. We are now open. Let's watch out for AMD here, dancing around, not doing much. Quote's a little stuck right now. Flip them over if you have it. Beyond Meat up to $15 right now. And there goes Amazon. Amazon is making that move to 113.50 right now. If it does continue to fade, we are $1 in the money on Amazon right now. So maybe a little bit of a push down and we get that 113 bottom that we're hoping for here on AMZN.
Yeah, and almost immediately I got into Plug, and then Plug spiked through that 1850. So one quick in and out. Amazon's holding steady, but guess what broke 225? I mean, Tesla goes right through that 225 level. If you like that break, I said I wasn't going to take it right at the open, so I'm not in it. I wasn't necessarily a believer in that open. I wanted to settle down a little bit. Morgan Stanley here, trying to make a bit of a move. Come on, load up there. Trying to make a move to the downside. I want to be shorting any pop that I can get. That 8 level's juicy. I did reject 78, but the call's at 10 o'clock. Want to make some moves before then to be short. Beyond Meat's already gone too far. But, come on.
Wow, Apple's at 144.
But it is at that 15 level. So that's 15. That's where I want to see a rejection. You're testing it right now. If we fail at 15, I want to roll into a short.
Wow, Apple is really, really ripping upside here. And Amazon, we should have probably taken some more out there on Amazon. We did not. Wow, look at, I mean, there goes Amazon. Everything's ripping right now. Pretty good. So Apple especially up to 1. I mean, not especially. It's up same as the market. But nice move. I was really surprised. We almost look at 144, 145 right there on Apple. Some good levels there. I'm still trying to look over at my mark here to see what we're trying to do. Okay, so Amazon, we got that short, but that has to come in at 115. Netflix, a quick look to see what that stock did off the open. 236, so actually a pop and then a drop. So yeah, just like I said, man, Netflix, okay, this, I mean, I thought this would happen. Netflix would drop, but I thought it would happen Monday, maybe not right immediately here off the open today. So yeah, wow, okay. Netflix is, I don't know if, is the rest of the market, yeah, the rest of the market's falling, okay. So that's why Netflix is making that move down. There it is. Yes, sir, we'll take a little bit out right there. Yes, hit it again. There is the short on Amazon, just paid out again. We just took that fill at 40, so that's a nice little out for us on Amazon. AMD fails off that level. I need to find some shorts, man. We need to get something going on here right now. NVIDIA, maybe AMD, but the market is still above the 50 period, so maybe something's pulled back to support.
So Alphabet pulled back into support. Alphabet just tagged 100 and bounced off of it. So it looks like it wants to be northbound. If it's going to be northbound of it, I'm going to be looking for the longs in Alphabet. That's obviously a key psychological level. It's a big one. It wicked to 99.50, so you probably have to give the longs to there. I'm now sitting on the bid of this one, and I want to get it. I'm not ignoring you, XPeng, but you're not quite there just yet. I want that 9 level. It's holding for now. Look, if 9 holds, this open, it could be a jailbreak long on XPeng, but I want to give it a chance to test that bottom. I'm looking for that reload in Amazon until it breaks 115. Then I want to be still sitting in that short. It did tap there once. It has not broken a second time. Now Tesla's attempting to actually hold above 225. And my pick sort of that I want to be trading on the chip space is going to be Intel. Wow. It is back below that 96 or 26.50, so looking a little bit weak. Plug Power, by the way, is at 19 now. Oh, how many swings am I going to take at it? Probably at least 3. But after 1850, it'll be 19, and then looking at only the top. So I'm going to take a second shot at this. I feel we should be down on the day on this stock.
Yeah, you know what? We are starting. Oh, shoot. I was just like, oh, man, what is AMD doing? Let's take a short here because the market is breaking lower. But I thought it was breaking lower anyways. Yeah, here's the market starting to go. So again, we can go short. And again, this is just, I'll put some bids out here at 52 if we can get them. But we are going to go short here against 60 now, right? So if the market fades out like, yes, sir, like it wants to do today, let's see. Come on. There's another one, man. We are got another one on for you right now. Another nice win for us on AMD. Short 65, 30 cents in the money. We're running this again today. What's up, Brendo?
A big mover yesterday, guys. Nutanix, NTNX up huge after market and before the open here, trying to hold 25 on some takeover rumors, guys, for NTNX.
Gotta make sure.
Oh, you can call it Nut X, man. You could do it. Why not? So falling back down is plug. I don't know. It writes itself. 1895 in front of that 19. It got to 1898, I think it was. Trading back around. I'll go to my 3-minute. It looks a little bit better for you to be able to see it. Just got some out at 1870. I did take a first swing at this to the short side off 1850 and lost, so we're just trying to get it back there. If it comes back to 18, I'll try to retest that. Tesla's now crumbling here through that 225. So you got a wick top on Tesla and starting to fail. I feel like you can short that 225 level. Meta is now solidly below that 131. That was sort of that litmus test for me. Now I'm looking for shorts in Meta off of these levels, 131 to 132. It's picking below, so I now want in on the Meta shorts.
All right, so we're out of half already. We are lucky, man. We're not lucky. I don't know if it's lucky or not, but we got some 58.20s down there on AMD. So that was a really good trade. And then Amazon actually went down to 113.18 there. We're waiting at 113 to get a piece out again of Amazon. So we're going to watch out to see about that. 113 flat. We're waiting, well, not flat, but we're waiting down there for Amazon to see if that can come through. All right, let's take another piece out here of AMD. I think just around the 50 mark, if we can get that, we'll take another piece of, there it is. Yes, sir. Again, yeah, let's go, man. Flush down AMD. Let's see how low it can go here. We don't have any more bids on this name, so let's put another one near that 58 flat mark. And then do that. I still am looking for Meta long. I said I'd talk less today. Maybe I should start to do that. 130 right there, looking for that long. It just dipped down in. I'm looking for a long back in here, 129 or so. But again, trying to be very, very specific and careful with what this NASDAQ is trying to do, right? So we're going to continue to watch that. If it stays below the 50 period, then my, sort of spidey senses go off and only want to go short. So if that stays under there, then we'll probably look in shorts. But for right now, Meta is dipping. We'd like to see it dip a little bit more.
As would I.
Yeah. So you're not long yet, or are you?
No,
short?
I'm
You're
short.
Short. Okay. Yeah. So I think that's, like I was saying, I think that's the right play for now. We're under the 50 period. I do like that short. Yep.
So for now being key, that and plug are working. Google did not hold that 100, so I'm not in that long anymore. Tight stops at these kind of opening range levels. But guess what's at $9? XPeng just bounced off $9. That stock, it just, when it goes down, it just gets crushed. So if it does a breakdown, I do like the break trade. I will have it, but I don't want to get trapped at the bottom. Tight stops on any break. I'll be trying to short pops in this as well. It's just, XPeng was that stock that just always seems to want to flush and do so without me. But it's at that $9 as we speak.
Man, I just tried to. I'm going to take another piece out of AMD. I think it's going to take the top out here. I'm trying to get long into Google as well after you just mentioned that. I don't mind some of those levels down there at 99.50 for Google L is the one that I trade. So if you just does a little bit more volume, I put some bids there near.
Way more volume.
One is 60, one is 55, and then we'll wait to see. Maybe 68 is a little bit too low, too high for that one. Let's see if it comes back into the 50s here for Mr. Google here on the downside. So we'll wait to see if that comes back in. And then we'll just trade it. We have these tops here for Google yesterday that we're right into right now. So maybe there is going to be some kind of support there. AMD, remember what the play is, man. If it takes out 60, we're going long. We only have 40% left of this trade. So I don't think, even if it goes up to 60, I don't think we can be red on this name. But we'll wait to see there. If that, no, I don't know, it can't be. So if that goes upside, we'll wait to see what happens on that. We are bidding again, though, like I said, at 50. So if that comes in, good for us. On that trade. Anything else going? JP Morgan, maybe.
There was just a retest to the top there. Well, not the top, but that 131 on Meta. It got to about, 70s. It got essentially to my price. I was looking closer to that 31 to test any kind of a reload, but it bounced off 130 even. So I did take some out. I want to make sure I'm scalping it. And then I'm looking at Intel as well. It's right at that 2650. So that's that head and shoulders I was sort of talking about. And this is the shoulder, clearly. If we fail this here, I mean, I want to be bullish on the stock. I want it holding above that price. But you fail that, and it's, to me, almost going to be an obvious red stock. And then Plug, which was just churning and looking solid to the downside. Like I was getting 75s, got another bid in there. Now it's retesting 19. So even Plug Power, this one's catching a bit. 12% short interest on Plug Power. That I should have said, to be sure. But I got to get out the second half of it, so we take half in, and that'll be okay on the second short. But then it ends up getting stopped out. Beyond Meat is starting to squeeze through that 15 area. It still hasn't failed 15, so it's still in the pocket. Yesterday's high in 15 even. No rollover happening just yet. It looks like Beyond Meat holding on to its strength despite the bad news.
All right, wow, what a day for banks again, man. Up 5% right now for JP Morgan. Wow. WFC up 6%, Bank of America up 3%. I don't know, Morgan was the weak one. We'll just double check on that one quickly. It's probably rallied, yeah, almost back to flat for Morgan. So that's a good one, but here we come right back in right now for the banks. I think we like a 112.50 or so long now. If we can come back into that level, you can look at that. But here we go. You know, the tech names starting to make the rally now as the banks fade a little bit. So, all right, we are now into our short here for Amazon. So watch out now, taking it through 115. It's at that level right now. So this is sort of where we were talking about for Amazon. We'll take some out as it drops off of that level back into the, holy shit. I mean, holy good. There's a nice little move there on Amazon to the downside again right there. So yeah, nice little chicken dinner winner. Let's go, man. Chicken or lobster, it's up to you. However many shares you took right there. Bang right there for a nice little short on Amazon. You look, guys, wait and get paid off right there. So nice little move to the downside after taking that, planting some flowers there off that 115, man. Great trade there for Amazon. Really be patient on that and waited for it. I'm sure you got that too. I
did get it, but look, I don't like it as much as the first time. It's double tapping that level. I just feel like I'm already out of it because it held 113. This is the afternoon high, 113 on Amazon. That was the best fill able to get out. Holds that channel and retests the high. I'm fearful of a break whenever that happens, so I am out of the trade for now. Look, Intel is making some moves here, but I did not want to ignore Lay's. And not the chip, man, not the chip. It's that LASE stock. It's now back above $5, making a churn at the high of the day. This breaks the top. It could get very, very spicy. But I'm buying dips off this support, 490. Got to get back on the bid. I got wicked out of it yesterday, and then it ran. Meta's starting to work back into the downside, so I just shorted the pop there into that 131 to 132 channel. Now I'm going to try to get paid off on it. Okay, pick and choose. I scalped Amazon to hold Meta. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but that was the decision made, Brendo.
KHC spiked up here, guys. Apparently a large activist fund has disclosed stake in this one, Kraft Heinz, on a big volume spike there.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, look at that. There it is right now. The big short happens in Amazon. It's on our sticky note. There it is, 115, man. Short 115, full default, all the way to the downside right now. Just cashing some out, 113.80. I mean, we've cashed out of more than this. We're only in 40% right now, as this name is $1.08 now in the money. As the NASDAQ's not doing too much, but there's the Amazon trade that we talked about early and often. We got hit early shorting it in the pre-market, but then got it back and got it back again. Nice little downside move there for Amazon. We are starting to cash them out now, $1 plus in the money.
Yeah, and look, I don't even want to look at Tesla right now. Tesla is just diddling in a $3 range, and I feel like that's going to be a trap. But as the market heads down, some of the shorts start to work. I have bids on Apple, which I put in really early. I was like, I don't want to forget about this. On any down move, I'm all over 140. It doesn't matter what it looks like when it gets down there. I want to be on that 140 for sure. I know there's some other names you guys are talking about, but the KHC does deserve to be on our radars. I briefly and very quickly got to that Lay's. I just want to make it a little bit slower and more calm down here for a second. I will be buying dips in front of the 480 support. That's down below where my stop's going to be, probably like around 75. And then there is a chance that it breaks the high, and I just look for a clean breakout trade, up 25%. Second day rally. It's been rallying for a couple of days now, but it couldn't make the break yesterday when I wanted it to. Today it is making that breakout through $5. So I'm going to be on the bid, and I'm going to be taking the break through the top. Meta now about 80 pennies in the money. I'm looking for a buck for the next leg out. Has to break 130 for this to really follow through.
I mean, I'm just going to put I mean, you guys already saw this trade here on Amazon. Now $1.50 in the money there off that short. Yeah, if the market, no more bids now. I mean, we've just gotten out of it all. Not all of it, but we only have 25% left of Amazon. But that's better. Normally, when you're hearing me talk like this, we only have 10% left. So, doing better on this. So we'll try to hold that for a little bit lower here, 112.50 or so for Amazon. So again, guys, thanks for watching again here today. And if you have some of these bangers, it's funny that I'm ignoring AMD as well. That's only 50 cents in the money, and we just took some major wins on this name as well. So please hit the like button. Please hit the what's up, Soheeb? Hit the thank you for becoming a member right there as well. Hit the likes, hit the subscribe, hit the likes, hit everything. As AMD right now 65 cents now in the money. So good short on Meta, good short with all the shorts right now. If you're short anything, I think you're printing, unless you're on the banks, which have been good, but yeah, have they? Okay, now back down to 112.
I just got triggered on Morgan. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
You said I'm not making this up, man. Sean just said banks, and 78 broke downside. So wick top 79, retook 78 to the downside, and I just got into Morgan Stanley at 78. It's a coincidence. It is what it is. It happens sometimes. I'm still looking at Intel. Intel cannot hold above 26.50. So I guess if we want to be below that price, there's only one direction I can play it. So as Morgan Stanley starts to work, Meta just bounced off of 130. Again, am I going to be that guy? Yeah, there's a bit of size there, and it keeps bouncing off this level. I'll take another leg out off that 130, and if it doesn't break, then I can maybe reload off that 131, and then the next out's going to be in front of 129. But it's now $1.50 in the money. Of course, the second I make the decision after the bounce to get some out, it then inevitably breaks the level. So I now only have half the position left on, but I'm waiting 139s here. Morgan's going downside heavily, but remember, 15 minutes a conference call is on, so I'm not looking any gift horses in the mouth. I made a horse's ass out of myself about 1.5 years ago on Wells Fargo by I was in the money and the call happened, and then I lost money on it, so it was pretty stupid at the time. Brendo, what's up?
A little pharmaceutical name making a big move this morning, guys. RETA up on a positive FDA ruling. This was out aftermarket yesterday, but follow through in a big way. You can see nice spike aftermarket yesterday, up 22% here for RETA this morning.
Yeah, no, big guys. I mean, look, lots of news happening all over the place. But for right now, let's go. We just took another piece out on Amazon there. Amazon's only $2 in the money right now, so that's a good trade for us. Oh, and by the way, AMD, $1 in the money right now. Good trade there. I canceled my Meta. Why? Because Google came in and just ran me over like I didn't even exist. That was 99. I mean, we got in and out. Honestly, this was a 15-cent hit, and I'm so damn happy to take it. We were long there at 99.55. We got out at 99.42. So a 13-cent hit on Google almost doesn't even affect us. Look, I mean, everything else is absolutely motoring to the downside right now. I have officially canceled. Actually, I did not cancel. I'm canceling all my bids. Scratch that. We had that Netflix short. That didn't print out high enough for us to take it, so we're not into that one. But wow, man, AMD downside. We just got some out, maybe too early. Like, talk about getting out too early, but hey, I don't know what's going on with that. But there's 57.25, a good little trade there. And then Amazon just continues to push lower. And then we did cancel that Meta trade, although Meta's at a level here where we talked about this. This is a level where it could bounce, but I'm not here to play bounces anymore. I'm not fighting the trend. We should be short. I know Neil's short. We should be short 130 on that. I should be anyways. It primed out. I know Neil's got a better price. Yeah, because we were looking at different names there, but that was a good one, man. That Meta short. Now, whatever happens now, I don't know if you're still in it or not, but that's a nice bounce to 129 right there.
But
I have some more tea.
I'm going to be a man of my word here. I'm out of Morgan Stanley because it got to the bottom of the range. It gave 78. It bounced to 76. 10 minutes the call is going to be on. I only wanted to look for the short, and I waited for it to reject beneath that 80 level. It ended up being 79, and then it was just a clean break at 78. Out some in front of 77. Out in front of 76. End of story. Bingo, bango, bongo. I'm not going to be involved again until Bingo was his name.
Yeah,
but I'm not getting back in until after the conference call. And I'm saying that over and over again for a reason, because I'm reminding myself of it. XPeng, somehow in that market flush, or I guess pullback, I should call it, XPeng, which is still a New York stock, every single time I type it in, it hasn't broken 9 yet. So this is still going to be in play for me, this 9 break. I'm surprised it hasn't happened. I have my order in. It's at 9:07, so it's only pennies away from making that break. That could be the next thing to pop in for me, as 129 did happen on Meta, so I got another leg out on this. It has been a good one. I just feel like if it breaks 129, I mean, the afternoon support was 128 even, so I think it could at least go another dollar here on Meta as the market reclaims 3,700 on the ES and we're headed downside. Intel, like I said, it picked beneath 26.50. I tried to grab shorts there, 26.40. I haven't gotten it, but I will short pops into 26.5 on Intel. Strong yesterday, but head and shoulders, and it's chosen below.
All right, I'm debating a Meta break long, to be honest with you, through 130 just to try it. But I mean, the market's not going long, is it? No, the market's going down. Yeah, let's forget about the logs for right now. All right, so I don't know. Like I'm trying, like you keep hearing me say, like just kind of debating which way we want to play this name, this market right now. We are net short, obviously. We only have 2 positions on. And honestly, man, if you guys have watched me from day one here, man, I'm a changed man right now. Like I'm waiting. I'm being as patient as I can. I'm trying to wait for the right trades, the names that I like at the right levels right now. So that's why I look at Meta and I'm like, if we take this 130 to the long side, kind of reminds me of yesterday, but I don't really have any reasons to go long. Yesterday we were bouncing off that 10.5. Right now the market has just been down all morning. I mean, we opened up. You can see where we opened right here. We opened up downside move, released the pressure again, right back to the top where we were, and then the fade. So I can't convince myself. I'm probably going to look back and really talk about this Meta long at 130 because I probably won't have it, but I feel like there is a chance there for that to break long side. So yeah, we'll wait for it, but that's a trade that I don't mind. We did get out of some some Amazon rate here for $2.25 in the money. And then let's just check out Tesla. You did mention that before. Okay, it faded right off the levels that again we should have been short, but that crystal ball sometimes fails, and I, didn't realize this was that move that's coming back in right now.
Apple wick bottom.
Apple wick bottom. Okay, yeah, here we go. I'm gonna try that Meta 130 long, guys.
Yeah, look, I almost don't want to wait for Apple. I love wick bottoms. This is a pre-market low here, 142, puts a wick into 141.40, reclaims 142 as we speak. I don't want to be adding to this unless you get if you get a consolidation and a break higher, then I think it's worth even add, or a retest of the low and then a breakout from there. Like if it retests the bottom, holds the low, and then I can add to it sort of at the same price or on a bit of a break. But Apple, if I got to pick something for a dip buy, I feel like Apple does make a lot of sense. Tesla, it's grinding toward that 220, but then I remind myself the afternoon bottom was actually 219, not 220. So it's about $1 away from that. I'm going to dig into Apple. At least that's the first one. XPeng's about to break 9 even, so I should get that short. It might be SSR, probably is. But that 9 break happening right now on XPeng. Brendo?
A big rollover here for Plug Power once again. There's actually a nice move upside right at the open, but rejected 1920 where we ended yesterday. Down again here for Plug.
You Plug.
Oh, why? Did you have a
no,
story
Plug's
about Plug
that
Power?
Plug's the day that I got stung on.
I shorted a bad experience.
No, I shorted it twice this morning.
Oh,
and the second one was working, and then I got stopped out in the second half of it. So not good for me this morning on Plug Power. I'll probably go back to it a little bit later on in the session. I do think it can be a good one. I don't want to ignore Lays. But Lays is starting to come back in here. I am on the bid. I'm trying to get long in front of that 485, 480-ish area. There we go. I actually just got some of it. It does have like a 475. Now it's getting violent. So I'm not adding. When you get a candle like this, not adding to this unless it bounces, unless it slows down. I think it's worthy of an add if it makes a consolidation, but it's done this a few times, so don't want to be panicking either. 475 is that stop. 535 is your high of the day, so there's room to run. And then I still favor a breakout as long as it holds its support.
All right. We actually went short Apple, so we'll go like this because it's a new position for us. We're now 30 cents in the money on the short for Apple. I'm bidding 59s right now. I don't know why. If I was bidding 60s, I'd be out. So let's just see if it breaks back down below. Like, why do I even do that? I was looking at 141.50, and then I was like, I'll just go up, and I stopped at 59. Maybe a mistake right there. We can put on our scalping hat. I mean, we have such a huge winner right now in Amazon that, we're kind of just trying to take a little bit of money here. And if we could just add on to our day, we're $2.50 in the money on Amazon, $1.50 in the money on AMD. And right now, I just spit in the face of 30 cents for Apple. That's not the right thing to do there. So let's put a bid out right now and take that 30 cents. Yes, sir. Bang! This has just been, the kind of movements that we're on right now and the heater that we're on right now is pretty good, man. We continue it from yesterday. Nice shorts coming in. There's Amazon 250, like we said. There's Apple. I like the Apple short until we break 142.50. So I'm going to try to reload that short if we can. We're only out of half right now, but downside movements happening in Apple. Amazon right now may or may not be bouncing.
Oh, he brought them.
Oh, you got the chips there. Yeah. I thought those were those Dorito Kentucky Fried Ruffle Kentucky Fried Chicken chips. Those were tasty from the Wu-Tang concert. All right, Amazon debating getting a little piece out of this one as well. We could bounce back. We only have 20% of Amazon left, so definitely an opportunity to get out. Ooh, it just bounced off that 112.30. That was a good level there for Amazon, right down in there, 112. So let's put another bid somewhere here, 112.40, something like that.
It is where players dwell. XPeng just ticked that 9 level. It actually gave a perfect opportunity. I mean, it didn't really flush much, so able to get 99s. Not a lot of slippage there. Got to give it some room, but it is a breakdown. I'm shorting the low of the day here. I don't want to get trapped at that bottom. I also want to make sure that I'm able to scalp a little bit of out. So once it gets down into that low 90 range, I will start taking a few shares off and then try to work it at least back into this 880. And if it breaks 880, I think the floodgates could really open up on XPeng. I haven't really looked at Alibaba. That's another one worth watching. That's the one Brennan brought to our attention. It's still showing signs of strength, so I will keep an eye on this. Don't want to be completely against the grain with what the Chinese stocks are doing, and this is still in positive territory despite the fact that it seems like it's falling down. But that chart on the daily, I mean, XPeng's as ugly as it gets, so I wanted to favor the short side until it proves me wrong.
All right, yeah, I agree, man. I think we got to favor the short side for sure. The one name that's not really going down with me right now is going to be Apple. But did we get that? No, we did not get that fill on Amazon. I'm wondering if we're kind of switching up a bit here on what we want to do. Hopefully, are you still short?
No, I just keystroked out of...
No, you're still short Meta, though. That was the key thing.
I just keystroked out of all of XPeng. That's so annoying.
Okay, well, that's, I mean, at least you didn't make that keystroke yesterday, thank God. All right, XPeng, good trade anyways. All right, let's go, Brendan.
Big volume spike here in Unity, guys. A few people circulating a note suggesting TikTok parent ByteDance could have a stake in Unity.
All right, that would kind of make sense. Just because, why not? TikTok, a Chinese name, obviously there. ByteDance, Chinese. There goes Unity. Again, the Unity engine. Let's see. Big spike in Unity. Yeah, okay. From not a huge spike there. So, yeah, well, let's wait to see. If that, I mean, Brendan's got the story probably early. So if he does have that, I mean, maybe Unity does go for a run. I will come back to that. We just got into Apple, more Apple short. So I don't know. Like, maybe we're not right on this one. Maybe we do take that out upside right now as Apple is screaming long. So I'm just making sure we do have our outs for Apple in case it does take that 142.50. So yeah, we do. So I don't know, man. I don't know what to think about this. We'll average in a little bit more. There we go. It just came back in. I was going to say, let's take a little bit more against that 50. But yeah, right now, this is going to be a little bit of a slippery slope here for Apple trying to take down these levels. So I don't know, man. We could be wrong on this one. Apple definitely making a move to the upside right now. So be careful shorting this name. I don't know. I don't like it as much as I used to here, as it's getting a little more aggressive. But there it is. Nice little tank down. It's just holding a channel. Yeah, it's just holding a channel. Thank God for that. We just got to move down, but I did not get out of enough. So we'll have to do that again if it comes back down. So good trade there. The best out we got was 08 right there. Let's see if we get a little lower.
So, I mean, I did get one leg at the top of the range out on Apple. I never added to it. It didn't quite retest that bottom to give me confidence to add at 42s. I'd probably look for the higher low now on Apple. XPeng, what I was sort of getting at there, and it happens sometimes, like you're trading too many things at once, and instead of just bidding out of some, I bid out of all of XPeng. I just simply punch back in. It ends up costing me, like instead of, like I got out at 96, and then I got back in at 95.5. So it does cost me a little bit plus fees, but you got to do it. Like the trade was still valid. It was a 9 break, so I still have a break beneath $9, and it's starting to pay off. So we'll do a bit of a Gronk spike there, but if you get into a trade you don't mean to, you get out of it. If you get out of a trade, you don't mean to, then you can get in at the same price. And if you can, you should just go ahead and do it. So that's what I did next paying, just to be clear. Meta is showing some signs of bouncing. So it's gotten off this 129 a couple of times. Hasn't really broken the 130, but I've already scalped out of 3/4 of this position. Like there's no point. I'm not just going to get out of it for the sake of getting out of it. The trend is still to the downside. It either breaks this 130 or retests that high. I've now got the last of this position on, so I want to give it a chance to try to hold some of these levels. And I don't know if I'm going to even get into Intel at this point. It just bounced off 26 even. Maybe I work off this 26.25. I've been waiting for 26.50 or at least that area to get the short. Apple's the only thing I got long. Maybe there's something else that's strong. If there is, I can't find it. Tesla just broke 219. Ooh, in a big way.
I mean, you might have heard me hit that bear thing there. I mean, this is just when you do stink face to the market. Like, you know, we shorted this Apple. Bang, right there. Another 50 cents on Apple. I mean, I was nervous about it, so we got out. I'm not holding as many as we should be. We're only into 25% still on the Apple short. But let's just see if it wants to continue that move to the downside. Like I said, let's just be patient and wait for these things, man. It's been an absolutely crazy run the last couple days. It's only 9:59 right now, and we're already doing damage here. So it's been a big day for me. Hopefully it has been for you guys as well. Amazon just touched the bottom again, and we got some more out on that one. They might not be letting Russ cook either in Denver or in Seattle, but for some reason they're letting Geno Smith cook. There goes Apple.
So he's playing better.
He is. He's playing amazing right now.
It is what it is. Russell Wilson is not playing better than Geno Smith. I don't care what his past is.
Oh, well, no, he's not playing better. I think he's the number 20. No, I think QB ranking, I think he's 29 out of all the quarterbacks right now and making the most money out of them all, besides that guy that's sitting on the bench right now, Mr. Watson. All right, let's go now. Keep on going to the downside as Apple. I don't know. So I'm fixing up my stop order. I'll still take the short, but it's not going to be for as many shares. So I've definitely lightened this load up, man. So I'm gonna lighten that up. We are waiting in the 40s in case it does come back up for Apple. This is a name that seems to be stronger than the rest right now. What was that? Did something just happen there?
Yes.
Apple just made a monster move downside, Brendo. I have no freaking idea what's happening right now.
I just got triggered out and reversed in one candle on Apple. What the ass just happened? Everything I was short.
Ass is right, Neil.
Oh, is that what I said?
I don't know what that means, but I'm with you on that.
My bad.
What the ass just happened?
The University of Michigan sentiment number just happened, guys. Comes out 56.2 versus 58.3. So a huge miss there. Again, 56.2 versus 58.3 University of Michigan sentiment. There's a lot of ass going on today, guys.
And we're live. What do you want? Okay. My roommate at university used to say that a lot, and it's like maybe I just came back to that for whatever reason. But that bottom, so I had that 140. It's this low on Apple, and this is why you have stop orders and lines in the sand. I'm playing this channel. I was just getting out, so I just take another leg winner on Apple, and then in one shot, I was out reversed and taking a dollar winner. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever, we'll take it. I'm not going to complain about it. Obviously, that means Meta is working more. It means XPeng's working more. Tesla just got down to 216, so everything is now flushing. Already was sort of flushing. I do need to start taking out some more shares, though, because when you get a flash move down like this, and I buy more shares, I mean like XPeng, I got to get some more out in front of that 880. Let's remember XPeng. 880 was the lower high from yesterday's capitulation flush. So it could catch a bit of a bid, which means I want to be getting more shares out here. I wanted that 9 break, and I want to give it room to go lower. But when you get a flash bottom like that, a lot of times it's followed by a snap to the upside. And if you don't take anything out, well, then you might not get a reload. So I want to leave myself open to that notion. I guess I'm not getting Intel because that's now through 26. I can cancel that offer.
Man, that was. We just did some of this. Money. That was a monster money making opportunity right there. $4 in the money right now. We are $4 in the money on Amazon right now. Monster move to the downside. We don't have enough on, but there's that short. AMD short off the open as well. That's cashing. And then the Apple short again right there on the 141 breaking out. So, wow, Michigan sentiment sending this market reeling to the downside. What a monster move there. Wow, this is if you're not having fun, man, then this might be the wrong business. Man, do I love trading, especially when it's working out. That always makes it a little bit better, right, Brendo?
Always, yeah. If you miss it, guys, a couple of things in that number. So 59.8 versus 58.8 expected. That part of that is also an inflation number. So 1 year inflation expectation, 5.1% versus 4.6%. That was the more important side of it. Again, the University of Michigan confidence and sentiment 1 year inflation expectation, 5.1% versus 4.6% expected. Here's the market right now. We did go red on that for the S&P, 0.4 to the downside. The Dow holding on to positive territory. The Russell, all of them, 1, 2, 3,000, all still in positive territory. The NASDAQ, 100 notably weak right now. The composite still holding on to a positive day at this point. We were talking about Netflix a ton this morning in the pre-market. Did reject that 238 at the top. There was a little bit of a move. Yeah, there it is. Tesla. There was a little bit of a move downside on Tesla. They're not liking that rumor of another investigation, guys, for Tesla. Back to you.
Yeah, we're gonna have those chips in a minute. We can open. I mean, they're from.
I actually just forgot
bring them over here,
I
Brad.
forgot
Ooh,
they were
thank
there.
you, Rob.
Something
Very
happened
kind.
at
Thank
10
you so much.
o'clock, and then my mind got away from chips and back to the.
I mean, I already know these chips.
And back to the market. Well, Rob just left.
Where are they?
Rob just left the Rice Krispie square next to me. So,
okay.
Rob, if you know what's good for you and that's yours, then leaving it next to me is probably a hell of a bad idea. Is that for me?
I don't eat those things.
See?
Oh, did Prad bring it for me then?
It'll go right to my
Oh,
ass.
thank you, Prad. If Prad brought it for me, he knows what's up. He knows what I'm
It'll
thinking.
go right to his rear, he said.
But there's one stock that we haven't talked about that I got to bring attention to. It's still up 2.5%, and it just bounced off $70 even. If you guessed Coinbase, then you are absolutely correct. 70 to 74, back into 70. I mean, that's a hell of a move here. I think if it breaks 70 even, you kind of know what's up. But until it breaks, definitely a good level. Tesla got very close to 215. Oh goodness, that was probably it right there. Like that chance to catch a bounce would have been off that 215 level. This is why I said take some shares. You get a flash bottom, you got to make sure that you take some profit out, because right in front of that 880 level on Xpeng, and then it starts shooting back into the upside. So if I get a reload, I got to make sure it's at a solid price here on this. As we taste test the masala chips that Prad just brought us.
Yeah. I mean, I've had these before. I think my wife cooks.
Oh, these are good.
With Indian spices. So I mean, this is, those ruffled chips, pretty good. Thanks, Brad, for that. Do you want to show? Where's the bag? Do you have the bag? Well, we'll show the bag in a minute. Masala chips, pretty good. I like them. Okay. In all of that chaos there, we don't like. I was watching Apple because we got triggered into more shares. So let's go. Let's slow down, settle down.
Oh yeah, I got hidden more apples.
Settle down, right? They're a little bit spicy though.
Well,
are they a little bit spicy? Maybe it's early in the morning. We can handle spicy food, but all right. So let's just review this.
It's a good amount of kick.
Yeah, it's a good amount of kick. Okay. I mean, I haven't hit the water or anything yet, so it's all good. Right there. I just want to bring this into consideration here because, look, off here. We talked about Amazon short 114 on our sticky note today, right? So that's something it's right on here. You can follow me at TraderTV Sean. But again, that's the past. If you're not short now, you're not short, and that's fine. But if you're looking at this 110 level, I mean, will we really continue to make a move past this? I mean, the market's only down 1%. It's not down that much right now. We could go a lot lower than where we are right here, right now. So if that's going to be a negative number, for some reason, some of the people I'm following on Twitter, I just got to follow Brendan. Like my thing's not updating my tweet deck. So
I didn't see it.
Could you remind me, Brendan, there what that number was again? Because how bad was it against expectations? When you have a second, you don't have to let us know in our ear when he has that. No rush right now if you're working on something. I just want to see is the market going to continue this move down? Because like I said, I don't really want to look long. Yo, Pastor, do you have the bag there, bro? I just want to show everybody. I don't want to look. This is what we're having right now. Right there, Magic Masala, right there from Lay's. Thank you there, Brad. There it is. All right, Brendan has this information. What's up?
Yeah, we can do a quick review here, guys. This was down here at the bottom. University of Michigan sentiment, again, 59 was the expected. There was 58.8 I saw as well, but it comes out 59.8 versus, again, 59 or 58.8. But this number down here was higher as well. So 5.1 on the inflation expectation for 1 year. That was versus 4.6. So that inflation number seems to be the sticking point there.
Look, that's the key. And I think the important thing is you cannot be stubborn in trading, right? Like I was long Apple. I had a line in the sand. It was a wick bottom. And I love that setup. If it holds a low, fantastic. If you hold that recent low, you hold that churn, you get some out in front of VWAP, you're headed back toward the high. But the entire time, your stop, when I'm shorting, it's the high of the day. It's just as simple as that low of the day. The number comes out, flip into the shorts to be short, which adds to all the shorts that we have. I don't have anything to the long side. I don't know where I'm going to even like the longs on some of these names. And you guys let me know, because when I'm eating these chips, if it gets too loud, I can like mute my mic, but they're absolutely freaking delicious. So I'm going to be enjoying them throughout the show, to be sure. It is what it is. We have a lot of fun around here. I do want to go back to some of the Chinese names. I'm in Xpeng to the short side, but there was also Alibaba showing relative strength. It's now broken through 75, but holding the bottom. So one of the few names holding some of these lows here. I know Coinbase was also holding a higher low, but I haven't checked back. Man, it's still pressing that 70 level. If it bounces from here, it's got some room to the upside, obviously. But I need to see this market hold off a little bit. If you look at what happened in volatility, this is why I'm not pressing any longs. UVXY just was beneath my support level the entire morning. It just broke back above this. So volatility just came right back in, retested this level. I'll zoom in so you can see it better. Retested that support level that I was long off yesterday. If it rejects it, I think this market's headed a heck of a lot lower. That's kind of like my confirmation zone. If we hold this to the upside, I mean,
yo, Fahad's skulking around here looking for
up.
more chips, eh, Fahad?
Yo, Fahad, man.
Crushing those chips, left, right, and center. Yeah, he's liking them as well. Yeah, hide
what
them.
Am I in prison right now? Like, I got to do this?
Hide your kids, hide your wife. Fahad is on the prowl.
I had to do that around my brother growing up.
Lay's chips.
I don't know what your brother was like, but my brother, like, you had extra food or whatnot at the table. Yeah, you had to hoard that stuff, man.
That's Baxter. Yeah,
he used to hide Pop-Tarts in his room.
It
was like, yeah, he's like, I like this flavor. He'd hide them.
Yeah. Well, you got to, man. When you're with your siblings, man, you gotta protect your neck. All right, 55.80. Just looking here at Square now. So Square again, down 0.43, not down as much as the market. But again, I always I'm looking at some of these levels right now. I mean, why can't we break this? 55.80 to the downside. If the market wants to go down, I mean, Square should be able to do that, right? But for some reason, Square's a little more positive today than I would like in order for me to trade this. So let me go over. Yeah, I was going to go over that was another name, Coinbase, but I'm going to look at PayPal quickly here for sure. All right, come on, PayPal. All right, 82. Yeah, all right. So PayPal's already sort of broken these levels. So PayPal obviously weak. I don't know why Square is so strong. Maybe we've got to go the other way on this one and look at that Square. So Square, PayPal. I don't believe there's going to be independent information or individual information there for Square against PayPal. So maybe this is a short here, breaking through this level of $56. Clean is pretty good. I mean, we've broken it again back and forth here. I'm going to probably. I'm looking at that wick bottom right there, 50. Let's try that. Let's try. I mean, I don't really have a price. Let's just try to go short now against 56, and then give it a little bit of love back up like 20 or 30 cents, okay? So I'm going to go short now, Square, and see if that can start to print.
So 70 just broke on Coinbase. I just got it on the breakdown. You know break trades, right? So it's actually still up on the session. So I do want to respect that, but we also just made another leg down on the futures. So when I see a level like that at 70, a stock trying to hold positive, I'm almost always going to take that break. So it's another short, really looking for something I can like to the long side, but I'm not really finding it just yet. Brendan?
Some low float names starting to pop up here. Shift Pixie, we've looked at before, PIXY. Still 1.06 million on the float for this one. Big move up, halted already, guys. At 15 there, and then made a move to 18. So Pixie on the move.
Guys, I don't even know what to. Oh yeah, that's that dabbing up.
Yo, Meta just
is everybody is the world trailing these plays or what? Look at this Square move. I just said let's go short 56. It's 60 cents in the money right now. Let's go Bears. Let's go. Not the Chicago Bears. That was disastrous.
What are you talking about? That was the most exciting and thrilling football. that anybody could have ever found. Amazon paying $77 million for each of these Thursday night football games is an absolute steal after last week's thriller, this week's thriller. I didn't watch a single snap.
I mean, I don't know what the ratings are, right? I mean, Amazon obviously doesn't control. The thing is, though, your Bills play back-to-back Thursday games coming up, so there you go. All right,
well, then I gotta.
Yeah, so there you go, right? So Amazon not looking too dumb at that point. All right, so yeah, they can't control the games. We're just
I know.
throwing some shade at the NFL there. Yeah,
it's
not. NFL has not been great the last couple of weeks. Even Tom Brady saying, what's up with that? Okay, so there's Square, man. We just talked about that fail in, and unfortunately it just went a little bit. I mean, it went. We put a bid out at 50, but too late. Hopefully we can come back in and get that. Sorry, we're at 40s. I'm going to switch that. I might as well sit at 50 for Square. If we can get it, we'll take it again. We'll take a quick 50 cents on this name. What a good trade that's looked like. Now, if it keeps going, then maybe it will look even better. So hopefully that can keep going. I got filled on something. What else did I do? Oh, my Apple came out. Oh, that's okay. Big trading there for Apple, man. Apple, my number one. Wow, that's a lie. Amazon, my number one stock of the day right now. But there goes Apple. We just got that fill. Bang, bang, bang. There is a short in here breaking through 141. That was kind of an accident trade. And the reason why is that I was going to go long in front of 141. As you guys know, we were short down here for sure. But I did have some bids down. I mean, I canceled them, but I did not cancel this short offer that was in there. So that's like it's a keystroke error, but now it's paying off. But you know, when you make errors like that, that's why I got out right there. And then I was just like, okay, I'll keep an order down here just in case. There it is, man. Like this is just, we are just barbecuing up profits right now, left, right, and center. I mean, there it goes again. Like we just talked about Square. So like I said, if you're late to the party and you're just joining us for some reason at 10 o'clock and you're like, wow, this dude already has all these shorts on. What am I going to short? How about Square? Right there, just broke through 56. We took that, and there it is, a nice 60-cent win, 60 cents now for Square as it's trying to go to the downside. So far, so good on some of these plays here. Let's just try to keep the train rolling. I'm being as patient as I can with some of these levels, and it's paying off.
Yeah, I just got out of Meta at 128 there. That was the target. It just hit it, so you'll see that one come out. Apple's not there yet, so I'm still looking for 140 on Apple. We'll get out of Meta. Overall, pretty solid, but 140, you got to have maybe a double bottom, because that's where the bottom was on that Michigan sentiment number as well. And then I talked about Coinbase at 70 even. It broke to 70. Right down into the pre-market low. That's about as clean as it gets. I couldn't get more shares on that 70 break, so it's just in and out, almost that first buck. But when it was bouncing off 70 the first time, it's like, wait for it, and then it came a second time through. That's when the break happened. I'll hold on to Apple to 140 and XPeng as long as it wants to head down here and hold beneath $9. It's now broken 880. So these other legs and sort of filling in this gap is the next play. 75s, 50s, and then all the way down. You know, if it breaks 850, I mean, I'm not sure where this is headed, but 850 was that capitulation bottom, and it was a heck of one on XPeng. I'll be definitely taking profit out in front of that. I'd be surprised if we broke it, but in this market, anything, absolutely anything is possible. I mean, the shorts have been the jam. I look for something to go long. I talked about Morgan Stanley as one of the shorts that I liked. The call has been on since 10 o'clock. It's not really doing a heck of a lot. But really, if I had held on to it, pretty much exactly where I got out of it anyway. So I can wait for this, you know, maybe into 10:30 or so, or a little bit later on in the session before I start making other trades. I still favor the short side on it, but until I know what exactly is being said or has been said in the call, I don't want to be making any new judgments on Morgan.
All right. Yeah, we're just... Like I said, we're pretty over the moon with trading again here today. Just because, let me just look at JP Morgan again. Okay, well, all right, well, now I'm getting interested again. Bouncing off the 200 period right now, JP Morgan. So this could be something that I was looking short. You guys know that. We talked about that short at 109, 108. That's not happening today, I don't think. Anyways, up that 2%. You never want to, say nothing's not happening for certain, but we'll wait to see what JP Morgan does. I don't know if we got a flush bottom there. I don't think so. It's been a nice little move to the downside here and continuing to move. So, it's just embarrassing that I don't have more shares on for Amazon. We're now $4 in the money on this trade. So, I mean, if this is not boom, 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 boom to the downside right now, then I don't know. We talked about that 110 area coming into play again, so I think we should just take that out. I'm just debating if we go back upside there and take out 111, then maybe we'll just get out. That high right there is 111.20. I haven't gone wrong taking profit on this name, so I don't need to paint the tape anymore. I mean, you guys know, there's some traders out there on Twitter or whatever will do certain things to make their trades look better. You know that I'm here. These are all my trades. I take them all live with you every single day. Like when I was short this Apple trade here, remember I was like, I really like the short, but I was getting nervous because it was rip, rip, rip there, right? And then all of a sudden, boom to the downside. So it's not a fluke that we're in these positions. I mean, this is what we do, man. We're traders. We sit here, we make calls, we look at levels, and we trade off of them. So like I'm pretty proud of all these trades that I've given you guys here today. We're only red on one name, Google, and that was 13 cents. Like 13 cents we took a hit on this one. It's now down $2 from that level. So if anything, I feel like that was a responsible out. We should have watched it at that 200 period though. It broke it and it's still see you later alligator on that one. And then AMD as well. Like, we're short this name here like on purpose. We talked about that. We wanted the 60 long if it broke. It didn't break. We got short way too early. Or way too late actually off that 60, but we got short here at 58.60. Now this is $2 in the money. So it's like you just got to stick with what you're doing, look at the right plays, and sometimes you're going to get hit. So there's no doubt about that, but often you're going to have an opportunity, to have the stock come in, pull in for you, and then when it's red on a day like today and the market gives this up, then you're going to have these big wins. And I feel like we're doing a better job here of holding on to some of these winners and really just letting them ride. And that's what I'm doing. So let's go. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and if you're watching what's going on in treasuries, this would be TLT, which somewhat continued to move to the downside, just slightly here, as you'll see it off the lows. So it actually rejected. This market recovered. The 20-year never got back. They never got back above that CPI top. And volatility, the other thing I'm watching, remember, it's like once we're holding that support level, it's like hang on to your shorts, extend them all the way. You're still breaking out here. Man, I should have actually, the long that we had in the afternoon, I could have just taken that break. And then the other way to continue to short in the market would have just go long volatility when it broke that 12.6 there on UVXY. But I like having these indicators up. It gives you extra confidence to hang on to some of the trades. Brendo, what you got, bud?
Hey, guys. We'll talk about some small caps here. First one that we were discussing a little bit in the pre-market was this LASE, 15.75% still, but very clear level was holding nicely. All pre-market 490 was support once, twice, 3 times, and then it finally broke. Could have added up there on that move back towards day highs, but I was off doing other things, so nice move down to 450 at the bottom there for LASE. IMRA was another big mover up to 390. This thing had room, if you go to a daily chart, this thing had room up to 425, 450 even to the upside. So still, as it's trying to right now get going once again, watch out for that, maybe if it does take out the high. But nice rejection there of that 365. That was the last rejection point and moved down to 330. Those were the two guys from small cap world I was looking at today.
Oh, there we go. I just got hit on Apple. So I don't have my case closed anymore. So I have to keep hitting the ring to register. Oh, no. And I keep meaning to ask, getting some of the ones that I have back on that animation board. But the reason for 140, I know I said it a couple of times on Apple, but if you go to the afternoon support and the CPI high, that's 140. So when it broke, that initial bottom support, that was your wick bottom, that was your consolidation. When it breaks, it's going to break down. But 140 was the level I was looking for. So it'll only be XPeng. That being said, XPeng, the daily chart in XPeng speaks for itself, why I wanted to try to hold on to those shorts for dear life. But Apple through 140 is not going to be good for this market. Looks like they're pulling the rug again. I was just watching UVXY. It just broke 13. It continues to flush. If you break 98 on TLT, market's kind of screwed. So 140 right here on Apple. If I see a lot of size there, I might scalp a trade off of that low. But if it breaks, forget about it.
I don't have much to say. Thank you for all the positive words there on the chat. Yeah, I am just going to keep doing me, man. I mean, now we're $5 in the money on Amazon. We're $2 in the money on AMD. And we just gave you this trade on Square, which is now 70 cents in the money. So, I mean, all is working out for us right now. And I really couldn't be more pleased with that. So the only problem, we did get out of Apple by mistake. It wasn't by mistake, but we had that order there, sitting there, and just where we got out last time. So we could have, that was the only one that we really could have held on to. And then right now I am having thoughts of getting out for, remember yesterday we'd had 3 or 4 $6 winners, and maybe we couldn't do that again? I mean, Amazon right now is $5 in the money. So, I mean, that's going to be a good, and now just broke 110. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, we were short up here. It's too bad that happened in the pre-market, because if that doesn't happen, then this day, I mean, whatever. I'm up more right now than I think I was up at this time yesterday. So it's been a good day for me. But again, like, you're at this level, and I'm now starting to think just to get out. I mean, Amazon is all the way down here, down to 110, still making these moves huge today. So, I mean, we still could go. I mean, we're still not at where we were yesterday, where we sort of clumped up here at 109 and change. So I feel like there is a possibility to get back down in here. I'm actually going to put my bid at 109. Let's just get out right here in front of this. If we could take a $6 winner, and I'm not like the $6 winner. If that clump up, just so you guys know, if I'm looking at that from here, and this is at 110 right here, like if you just move this up here, then I get out at 110. I'm just gonna use this as a level to possibly think where we're gonna go from here. But at the same time, if we break back above, we do gotta get out. So I'm gonna use this like 110.60 area right there at that bottom to get out if it's wrong. So right here, right at the bottom of this, 110.70. Let's get out at 110.70 if Amazon goes back up, and we'll ring the register for about 450, okay? So that's the trade that I'm looking at right now for Amazon. Amazon out at either 109-ish or 110.70, okay? That's my trade. Let's see if it happens.
And look, I see this lag halted again. I mean, it's been multiple times here. By the way, if you're seeing a stock that's in that halt state, just always jump over to like the NASDAQ trade halt page to get an idea. It'll tell you the reason for it. You can see these are all just volatility halts. You get a resumption quote time. It'll be 5 minutes or 10 minutes, which means in 1 minute it should be open back up. But it's always good to know what you're dealing with. When I see it halt multiple times and you can see the kind of moves that it's putting on here, then it's pretty obvious. I'd be a little bit cautious. It's gotten good volume. This hasn't even broken the range. So imagine a stock that's gone 4 to 550 for 3 days in a row, and it's halted 2 or 3 times here inside of the range. So I almost don't care which direction a stock like this breaks out. If it breaks lower, yeah, you could be down at $3. If it breaks higher, then you got to look at the daily chart for some of those capitulation levels. That could be as high as this wick up here at $7. But I don't want to test this thing inside of the range. When it opens up finally and breaks away from this little dollar or whatever range that it's got, that's when it gets exciting. But the volume is definitely solid on iLag. It's just another one of those low float runners, guys. So no particular catalyst there for iLag. 210 on Tesla. I was looking for places that I would at least be thinking about along. 210 does stand out. There was this double top at 212. In the late morning, I should say, about 10:20 or so, and then you had the breakout at 11 o'clock, right after we came off air, and then we head to the midday guys. So that is a bit of a level. At least it was resistance at 212. It could bounce there. I like 210 a little bit better. That's where the move really started. It started a little bit earlier down here. That's the channel for dip buys on Tesla that I'd go for. But the shorts are definitely, and I just got my next leg out on XPeng. Went over the plan for you with this. I think we can be headed to 850, some out in front of 75, some out in the 60s, and if it gets down to 50, that's your wipeout bottom for the morning. I find it's unlikely that the stock gets through that 850 level. When you get a gap fill like this, the notion that it would do it exactly again and then break through feels a little bit much, as weak as that stock has been. Even I doubt it gets through 850 today.
Uber's back down at 25. I see you guys chanting Uber, Uber, Uber. Uber does have a level there. I'm not as excited about it.
It did yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not as excited about the 25 level for Uber. We destroyed Uber on Monday when there was that DOL, Department of Labor talk right there. So there's 25 right there coming on Uber, coming back in again. We'll see if that. So let's see yesterday, like Neil was saying there. So Uber actually yesterday's bottom was 24, so there still is opportunity.
Was it 24?
Yeah, yesterday's bottom.
Oh, I got it wrong.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, 25 was just kind of in the middle. That high was the high of 26. I mean, that's, again, today, like that. Oh man, just like Amazon. Oh, and I want to go short Uber. Oh, that's okay. That's a missed opportunity. We'll keep that in our mind here for Uber. It's not a name that I normally, it is a name that I normally trade, to be honest with you, but didn't really look at it here today. I really like Uber because the spread opens up, and when it goes down, you can get big moves on Uber like out of nowhere. You'll be blinking, it's like 30 cents in the money, then it's 50 cents. So you can get big moves on Uber for sure. But that 26 looks pretty good there. So good, yeah, good call out. I don't really want to go long or short at this 25 level. If anything, to be honest with you, I'd be favoring the long right now. The market's come in a lot, so I feel like there is a very good opportunity for this to pull back even more. So back to the upside, bouncing off 25. So I feel like you could pull back as the market does. Then you want to short it around VWAP. So look, I don't know how I picked Square, to be honest with you. It was on one of the trade idea scanners, so maybe that's what it was. And you guys can do that. We have that. If we have that graphic, there's that landing page that we had there, trade ideas / something. We'll get that for you guys in a minute. If you have that, Lucas or Fahad or anybody there today, we can show that, or Brendo. But right here, like, this is biggest losers from the open. This is the race, and you guys can get that, right? So right here, and it races every 10 minutes. You can fix that to make a race every 2 minutes. There it is right there. Try it for 2 free weeks there, 2 free for $11. The cost of nothing pretty much these days. What costs $11? A liter of gas right there. So you could get that, try it out. And then this is what I have right here. And you can find Michael Noss on Twitter or anything. He'll hook you up. But right now you can see the weak names. Delta right now. So let's just call up Delta quickly just to see. That's going to be a New York name. So right now it is down. Look at this. See, look at the move on Delta, right? So it's down here since this last 10 minutes. It's down 0.49%. So there it goes. Now it's all switching up. But you can see it gives you that little idea. I'm thinking this is where I found Square, but I'm not 100% sure. But that's race condition. And I think, honestly, guys, for $11, we're trying to do our best, it's the only affiliate that we have. And it's because we vetted these guys and used it forever. Neil and I have been using and talking about trade ideas well before Trader TV Live was even around. And then we were really, it was nice to have.
True story.
Yeah, we're nice to have Michael Noss on board as
the
well.
algo group, at least the traders that do that, and traders on the floor have had accounts for, I want to say, half a decade at an absolute minimum. There's never been a point where people haven't used it. That's why it's like we've been using it for a while, and that's just the honest truth about it. We're going to go to Brennan because it is time for the crypto segment, but something's holding up, and it's still up 1.5%, and it's still above support at the open, and it's JP Morgan. So if there's a long, it might be here. Brendo.
I wanted to mention this first, guys. We can throw that back up. This is the actual link. So the last one we showed there didn't have the link. trade-ideas.com/testdrivetv will get you that 2-week trial. Michael Noss actually sent me a message after he was on this morning and said he forgot to mention that if you want layouts, Neil or Sean's layout, the one that I use even, send him a message directly or send a message to support at Trade Ideas, and they will send you our layouts. It's just a cloud link that you can download directly. So great opportunity there for Trade Ideas. Again, hit up their support channel and they'll get that for you with no problem whatsoever. Here's a note on crypto. Back to the downside initially this morning, but we are seeing a nice bounce as we saw in the pre-market there, higher. However, all of these crypto-related equities back a little bit lower this morning along with inflation worries. This is an hourly chart, so this shows you the move that happened off of the CPI number yesterday. We got down below 18,200 at the bottom. Top was 19,950 then, so monster reversal as we saw in equities. We are heading a little bit south right now. For BTC, here's the big board. Still nice green numbers right across the entire board here on the 24-hour period. 1320 right now for ETH, BTC 19,000, almost 500 there. Back to the upside as we said, but nice green numbers across the board, guys. Back to you.
All right, boo-hoo, boo-hoo.
Nice green numbers.
Nice green numbers.
I know, but some things are.
Yeah, okay, that's good. I was just going to say here, boo-hoo, because we are out of our Amazon, and I apologize, guys. We only took $4.20. We just got out right there at $10.72 for a monster there. So, I mean, I saw someone on the chat was like, oh, come on, Sean, this is your opportunity to hold it forever or for a longer period. I think I did pretty good, man. Holding for $4, I think is pretty good. That's pretty good for me. If it's not, you know, if you guys want to hold it for longer, you can do that. But again, it's about staying true to what you've done. And I think that Neil and I have talked enough about like practice and about, you know, looking at that, practice like Allen Iverson, you know, is that when certain levels are hit, and certain things are met, and it works for your trading style, that's where you have to take it out, right? You have to say, this is it for me, I'm happy with this return, or my technical analysis or whatever you're doing to get in and out of trades has hit, and that's that. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing that, and we're out. And it's kind of a good thing. I'm talking about Amazon right now and looking at AMD. But like, look, if I didn't do that, just for example, sometimes I get out and then it tanks. And then, you know, people are like, oh, well, you know, you shouldn't have got out. No one's saying that, but in my own head, I guess I'm thinking I shouldn't have got out. And then, you know, this time it saves me. It saves me we're out at 71, I think was the fill. Let me just give it to you. 74. My target was 71. I got 3 cents worth of slippage. I can discuss that after, but I think you guys know what that is. So it did save me a little bit of cash, but I got to get back in, right? So if I do like the short again for Amazon, I don't think I like anything short right now at these levels, as we just spit in the face of Square as well. Square went down 80 cents and we didn't do anything about it. So right now we have to watch out for Square coming back up, as we're getting ready to take the 50 period again on the NASDAQ. So I am slightly nervous about this Square position, to be honest with you, but I'm going to reload it. So we'll see if it comes back up to 56. We are going to reload Square a little bit here at 56 if it does come up. It just went to, you know what, we'll put an order at 88 or 89 right there for Square. My voice seems to be getting a little bit better. Where did my...
It's the spice that helps, man.
Where did my tea go?
I just say, I know I interrupted. We were supposed to go to the crypto segment. I know we were talking about trade ideas, but it was important when I saw JP Morgan holding up. I was like, it's still above that 110 level. It just made a fresh low. The market hit a bottom. Apple bounced off 140. There's a lot of things working. That 13 on UVXY kind of put in a bit of a wick top. So it's like, yeah, need that long in there off of that low. Higher low, strong stock. It immediately made a dollar move to the upside. Now, it could pull back in and break this channel, but I want to give it a chance to get to VWAP, right? Like we've seen, the thing about the moves in this market is if it makes a bottom, then you know how much it can actually run. And it's still a relatively strong stock. Now, we did have all those conference calls. JP already had theirs. And then it was, I think it was Morgan was at 10 o'clock. I think there was one other one that might have been later on. Or WFC might have already happened as well. So Morgan was the last one as far as I'm concerned. I have no idea about Citigroup, to be quite frank. We didn't even talk about Citi. Those were the three that I was watching. But I want to give this a chance to get to VWAP. It goes to VWAP fair, or I just get out at 110.70. It was
8:30. You can go. You see these?
Oh, you got it.
It's 8:30 JP Morgan. 10, this is from Brendan. 10 o'clock was Morgan, so that's the one that's probably still going on. And then WFC was 9:30. So those, I mean, we can find out if they're still going on or not.
Like, I just won't trade Morgan Stanley until I know, A, I know it's over, and B, I have some idea what got said in it. And it's not anything crazy. It's just that we heard everything out of Jamie Dimon before we came on air. So it's a little bit more confident because these guys will move the stock. You know how it goes. Just going back over to Apple, because I briefly mentioned and quickly said 140 did hold. I got out of it at 140. It looks like it bounced right off 140 even, and then did not actually reverse into the long. It was a scalp for $1. It looks like it's trying to hold this level. This is the time of day where I really don't mind taking these scalp longs off support because you're past that opening hour. Things are starting to settle down. It's where you can get these little bounce plays over and over again. Not as strong, obviously not as strong a stock as JP because it's down 1.7%. So you got to be careful going into this, but I will take some longs off 140 once it breaks them out.
All right. Oh, man, I said I was, okay, I'm going to get reloaded, and I did not on Square. Square goes all, I mean, I would have got reloaded. I was waiting at 56. Wish we were waiting at that exact same price of 90. There goes Square right back to the basement. I'm going to take this out, guys, on Square. It's just right back into here. I'm pretty happy with this kind of a movement on this name. So I'm just, there we go. I just marketed it. You might have just saw a whole bunch of 25s print there. I just got out at 25. I just punched out. I mean, whether or not this continues, I don't know why it's falling right now, to be honest with you. That's a relatively big move there for me on Square. It just happened. So in 3, there we go. Okay, maybe punching out maybe caused this a little bit. I'm gonna cancel everything now on this. The market seems to be moving back up. We're out of Square. I'm canceling all of my offers now on that name, and I'm done with it. So that's be a big winner for me right there again as we hit that money bag on Square. They're not big. We were waiting for more shares, but big winner as far as the way the movement went. Did not have a full position by any stretch of the imagination on Square. And now we go like this. If you guys are waiting for this, right? It's a trading show. There it is, new position alert. Google. So the only stock we've lost on, we go back in. Okay, let's wait to see. We are trying to break that 98 again. I'm trying to see what it wants to do. It's a small position to start with. I'm going to give it up to here. Again, Google down today, market down today, still below the 50 period. We're now 10 cents in the money on Google. Well, sorry, we're short 85. Sorry, I thought it was 95. We're short 85 there, so we're flat on the stock. I want to give this up to 98.20. So my next offer, I'm going to put it in right now, is going to be at, wow.
Chai time.
I'm getting a lot of service today. This is
chai
great.
time.
We got the masala chips going on here. We've got the chai time going. Thank you to Sharif for
Apparently
that.
By the way,
Rob bought a coffee as well for me.
The only
what does that say on
downside
the other
is-
side? Oh, how kind. Help others.
But where's the normal Yeti coffee that you have, like the
Right
flavored
here.
one? Oh, you do have it. Oh, I didn't see it. I was like,
I drink this on the way to work, and
I'm
it's
like, where's
still
the
more than
flavor?
half full. Yeah, it's flavored. I think it's hazelnut today. I'm not sure. Google now a dime in the money.
I love hazelnut.
That is so good. I'm going to save that.
It smells very good. I'll be honest with you guys.
Nothing. That's the problem. Like, people are asking, like, this coffee is still full, by the way, from Rob. This is just a monster cup. Like, you have no idea how big this is. I've taken like 2 or 3 sips.
You can't drink all
and then the other, actually today I have no caffeine pretty much because I had that. I mean, I assume the lemon tea has some caffeine in it, but I had I had 1.5 of those. This is still half full. I haven't touched the chai tea. And I'm not.
Sorry, guys.
I know we're turning that around, but I'm not.
We were all but we're supposed to do sentiment, right?
Yes.
It's hard to go all short and celebrate short wins all morning long, and
That's
not
true.
be willing to change. I do have a long in JPM.
We're punching out of Google.
So it is what it is. But I mean, JPM is one of the only things I can find that's still up. I don't know what else is actually up on the day.
I wanted to go long bank stocks today, but they started to break out a little bit too early on that one. All right, you might have just heard the register, or sorry, whatever that thing is, the alarm there. Oh, congratulations to the okay, Google, come to the party. Let's go. Bang City one more time. Am I allowed to say that? Bang City is in the building right now. Nice move to the downside here for Google. Again, like, hey, I'm late to the show. What can we trade? Well, you wait for this. And then we got a new position alert on Google. We just talked about it. We wanted to get more shares. Didn't give them to us. That's fine. Nice little downside move there for Google. Back down to 97.50 right now. We're out of, actually, I got double out there at 50. Still a good trade, man. We'll take 30 cents, but we only have 40% of this trade left on right now for that one. So, all right. Wow. What a morning, man. If like yesterday morning was a lot of fun. There was a lot of chaos in the mind. Today, it seems like it's just a short day coming through. So I'm glad we turned that over to a bear. It's definitely a bearish start here. And let's go over to Brendan and see Sector Watch.
Yes.
And a bit of a mixed board to show you so far this morning, guys. We are dealing with red market, obviously, overall, but there are some green areas to be aware of. Let's start in travel land, because Delta having a nice day to the upside, 3.5%. On this note, Cowen & Company with an outperform rating and upgrade on DAL this morning. So all of the airlines catching a bit of a bid off of that note this morning. Some of the cruise lines back to the upside today as well, 2.5% for Norwegian, RCL, CCL, even the hotels and casinos, MGM specifically, back in positive territory. So a good look in travel land. Again, outside of that, a few notable names here. FRC as an earnings name, WFC, JPM, Citigroup, all higher still. But again, some iffy reports to say the least. Tech is leading as far as selling is concerned. Specifically, the semiconductor group up here, all in negative territory. Hardware equipment makers, all in negative territory. There are a few in the software group that are positive on the day. Notably weak over here, some of the material sector as well. MOS, Mosaic, the fertilizer name, downside in a big way. I was watching some of the communication stocks earlier. They have faded off, but Meta down there 1.8%. We had that on the watch list this morning as well, guys. Bit of a mixed board, but there are certain areas showing some positivity. Back over to you.
So while that was happening, definitely we'll do the spike because I'm excited. I actually forgot that the Bills were going to be on Thursday night. They should be all the primetime games. Just be Bills, 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 Bills because we're the best. But 140, bounced off 140 the first time. It got up to 140.50, scalped that. The second time through it broke, so I shorted it, got short actually at 140. Thank you, Routing Key. Thank you, EdgeX, RUC. That broke 140 and then scalped some out again. When you break lows at 1040, to me, it's like whatever it gives you at the first leg, just take it. Because every time I get cute about this and try to hold the bulk of the position, you don't want to be caught in a false bottom. It's like you've already made a $4 move here down on Apple, of which I only really got about half or just less than half of it. So that's short off of the absolute low. Pay out what it gives you for the scalp trade and then see if it can flush any further. I do have to monitor JPM because as much as I said, it's relatively strong. Let's wait for VWAP. It got like 25 pennies away from target and now is rolling back over again. So, I'm not going to I'm not reloading this if we're making fresh lows on the market. If the market bounces off the bottoms, I'm talking about the NASDAQ, the ES is getting right there. It's like 10 points away. The NASDAQ's pretty close. If it bounces off lows and we're holding support, then I don't mind reloading JP Morgan. But if we're making fresh lows, then I'll just stop this one out. I gave it a go for the long side. Scalped someone wanted to hold for the bigger winner. It just might not give it to me. XPeng I'm not going to be getting out of. The last of these shares either breaks back above 9 or gets me down all the way toward that 850 level. That's what I'm working with. And at one point, I was looking for Alibaba's strength. That never came into play. It's kind of falling with everything else. But it actually made a wick bottom off of its breakout price. So the morning resistance to support was like this 1750 area. It's got a wick bottom off that level. Bounces one more time off here, 1750. There might be one of those scalp trades potentially on Alibaba as well. But once again, the market makes another leg lower. It looked like JPM was going to give that second leg to the upside. But on a short day, it looks like we're back to just sort of back to short an Apple, back to holding on to some of the shorts, and just looking for small bounces on any longs that you can catch.
Oh, man. So I was just talking about, kind of how smart I was getting out of Amazon. Yeah, about that trade. I mean, we got out at 110.70 for $4.20 winner. So, I mean, it's fine. Oh, yeah, 420? No, it can't be 420. I think it was 418. Okay. Yes, you can't hit it. But there it is right there. 110 now breaking. Oh, you know what? Wow, I still have my bid at 109.15. There. That's where I was like, let's see if it goes down there. Darn it. We'll cancel that one as it looks like it wants to go to the downside. But you know what? Meanwhile, we just banked out probably a little bit more. Our internet is really slow right now, just to let you guys know. We did have a move downside. So I don't know if the stream is going fine. It must be. So
my stream's okay.
Okay, good. If you guys do get cut off, I'm just to say this now because it's been happening the last couple of days. Just wait a couple seconds and refresh, okay? Because we'll just continue the show. We'll understand if you guys are down, put it in the stream for sure. But there's the win right there, man, on this name, Google, some sort of name called Google. Downside, we just shorted 98, man. It's at 97.20. So there's another 70 cents right here in the money for me on this name. This has just been a fantastic day. I want to thank everybody for watching. I was never not coming in. I woke up. I got up at 4 o'clock and had one of those, not a Halls, but one of those medicine lozenges there. I forget, what are they called? Cepacol. Yeah. So I had one of those at 4 o'clock in the morning, woke up again and had another one in the shower. The funny thing is I put one, and I went back to bed and I was like, what if I choke on this thing? So I had to make sure I was done that before.
Yeah, you don't want to sleep.
Yeah. I was lying there. I was like, okay, this is going to go right down.
That's not a good idea, actually.
So then, I figured that one out. So pat on my back for that. And then another one here today and a couple teas to go. But I'm so glad that we're able to come in today for you. We're not going to do anything to miss a day unless we're forced to take vacation, which we are. So we will be missing that out there. But so far so good, man. AMD, $2 in the money. Apple, really, I know you've been shorting this, but it's been really a great short all morning, and I should still be in this. And it's crazy that I'm not, but I'm not. And then Google right now, another 70-cent winner. So today we have no red stocks on the board. So I have Apple, AMD, Amazon, Google, and Square, and they are all money. So that's not bad as we get ready to end our show. But that doesn't mean the fun stops, man. We go over to Trader Brad and Sharif to give you the goodness here coming through. I have it ready here too, man. I have the movie up.
We're waiting for this.
Let's go.
We said this yesterday, and we've been trying to hit this one up.
Okay, do we want to show it, or do you want to talk about something?
No, look.
If you have a position quickly.
No. JP's testing the bottom. If it breaks that channel, I'm going to get out of it. You guys, I already said, if the market holds the lows, I'll try to reload this, but otherwise hold on to it. It doesn't matter if Lucas has approved this. Okay,
it does matter, because apparently Lucas gets dummied pretty bad.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure we said yesterday we wanted to show the one-on-one game between Lucas and Fahad.
Right, okay.
And Lucas didn't say no.
Okay, so get ready.
He didn't say no.
I've seen these highlights. And
we've seen the highlights already. We just want to make sure you guys.
They're not really highlights. It's
well,
more.
I mean, they're highlights for somebody.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. So this is Lucas. So come over here. So this is poor Lucas, and this is Fahad, who cannot show his face. So we're going to go. We still don't really know why, but that's kind of funny that we're doing that. All right, exactly. How long is this thing? A minute? Okay, you guys have a minute here. All right, let's go. Let's just play it here. The more we wait. Okay, so here's Fahad. Like Lucas, not the greatest defense there. The fadeaway.
Good.
There it is. That's when he turns to the mic and says, Kobe. Here comes Fahad again. Look at it. Look at that defense. Stellar defense. He goes right by. Where is the defense on these plays here? Back to Fahad again. Oh, there's the jumper. Boom.
Good.
The only jumper he hits all game. And then there we go again. Yo, what's up? Greg is over here watching. There's Lucas. Uh-oh. Lucas spinning around. Goes to, blocked right there. And one maybe on that. Oh, Lucas. Oh, that was nasty. That one was
down goes Lucas.
No, that's a charge. That's a charge.
Down goes Lucas.
I'm giving that's a charge right there. Oh, and takes the ball away from him. Look at this. Is this an offensive foul right there? Lucas, man, body him. Fahad gets into the middle there. Now Fahad with the fadeaway, and yes, sir, on 1 foot there with that little move. Oh, Lucas gets by Fahad. Lucas, what in the... First of all, what is this guy, first of all? Okay. Wow. All right. That was a lot of fun. I hope that was good there. I will work on my commentating, but that was hilarious. I didn't even know that was going to happen. That was the first time seeing all of those highlights. But come back to my screen, first of all. This guy is doing something with the net.
I don't know what this...
Who is this guy? This guy is pulling the net, standing on a basketball right now.
First of all, that's a faux pas. That Randall
there. Hold on a second. I got to see this again.
You don't do that, man. Let them play their game.
Watch this layup by Lucas. Here we go, guys.
Layup?
What? Hold on a second.
Layup?
Go back 10 seconds. Here we go. Let's see. Okay, so that's we know that. Here comes this layup right here. Here comes Lucas. Right, here's the guy right there fixing the. Oh, he's pushing the net back. There it is, right there. I don't know. That's hilarious. All right, enough of that. See, the net was wobbly. I think it was coming down. I don't know what that guy was doing.
Look, man. When you're playing at the gym, like you don't step in there. The guy's hanging around underneath the rim when these guys are playing. Come on, man. Step off a little bit. I don't know what he's doing. Like, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah, Fahad mentioned there that guy might just be hanging out, so we're not going to pick on that guy a little bit there.
I just did.
Yeah. Well, we weren't questioning what he was doing.
There's etiquette to the...
I feel like he was fixing the net. It felt like it was wobbly there, so I feel like he was probably helping out the boys there. But that was fun. I hope you guys like that, and if you do, then...
I told y'all he had game. I told you he had game.
Honestly...
Told y'all he had game.
My 10-year-old doesn't have much game, but I'm pretty sure it might be like 11-4 for my 10-year-old.
Where is Lucas?
There, right?
He's not even.
Lucas left. Lucas, I think, quit. I think Lucas is now officially unemployed.
Lucas is not here right now.
I mean, I think he's. I don't know if he's handing in his resignation. Let me check my email, see if I get a resignation letter here. We're just playing around. That was a lot of fun. Thank you, Fahad, for that video and for the editing there. That was hilarious. All right, guys, and you know, if you can't tell we have a lot of fun here, then again, you might be missing something. Lots of fun happening here, and thank you for joining us one more time. If I look at that like button, like we're coming in not feeling well, we're showing you the highlights, we're talking about everything. If I'm going to throw it to Brendan, I'm hoping that we're at 2K likes by now, because if we're not, then that's going to be a problem for me. Let's go over to Brendan. I'm going to take a peek at the likes.
Quick update, guys, for the currency market so far today. A decent day so far for the U.S. dollar, back to the upside after what happened yesterday. This is a daily chart once again. So we had the big move down off of CPI yesterday, but a nice bounce back so far today. So sending most of these back to the downside, including a big move once again for the British pound, 111.8 again for the pound, down 1.25%. Canadian dollar, better part of a full percent at one point, back to 72 cents basically for our Canadian dollar. Another 34-year low I read this morning for the Japanese yen versus the U.S. dollar. Big move for the Swiss franc as well to the downside. It was more than 0.5%. Full percent here for Australia and New Zealand, about the same as well. BTC, ETH, and XRP all positive. But dollar strength coming back into play so far today, guys.
All right, so you guys just hit 400 likes for us. Thank you so much, 2.2K. Someone asked, like, I don't know. I don't want to. Anyways, Lucas just came in the building. So, Lucas, I will not accept your resignation anyways, because great job there. That was a lot of fun. And thanks, guys, for showing that video. I think that was really great. A lot of fun.
The other thing, too, is Fahad is pretty badly banged up. Like, he's got multiple injuries. So his game is,
I was going to say, because if that's a healthy Fahad, then he ain't.
No, this guy can ball, man.
People want to know if we were in slow motion there.
Nah, and the guys on the floor, like a lot of like lunchtime, aftermarket, like the guys play a lot. Like I'm kind of getting jealous. I got to go home to the family every single day. One of these days, I kind of get the itch to go out with the boys and try to play a little bit, just to come back to trading, because I did sort of miss out on that. The market did hold the bottom there, and so I did try to get back into JP Morgan because it held that low. This is the one thing it's holding up. It's still up 2%. It's managing to bounce off of this level. It's about 110.70 or so. So I'd like to only try to get like 111 even for relatively good risk to reward. If we see VWAP again, I'll just take it. This trend is to the downside, man. I mean, if I see 112 again, I should just take it because, as I said, the trend is to that downside. Apple's back at 140. So it's retesting that entry price, the re-entry price. If it gets enough above it, I might just have to give it up. This is a short off of those lows. And XPeng, I'm just going to hang on to it. Tesla, I wanted 210. It ends up bouncing off 212, but that's not a random price either. Again, the double resistance levels that almost every stock had the same pattern. Double resistance and then a huge breakout. Tesla just held that like a dime, so 212 looks pretty good on Tesla if we can get it again. But that last of the Apple, gonna have to take that one out on the breakdown at 140.
Yeah, this is a nice little rally back right now for sure. Maybe we just hit a bottom. We are looking, as this market was doing this, I'm like, okay, let's just slow down, let's regroup a little bit. We only have 20% of our Google trade outs left, so we already took that out right there when it came in. We were waiting for a 97 break NEPA on that one. I'm actually gonna start to cancel all of my orders right now. And then just regroup on this. So we don't want to do anything anymore. We're holding on to these shorts. And then I just want to talk about AMD quickly. AMD right here, 57.20. It's now taking out this 50 period. So again, it's probably a short though, bouncing off the 50 period. Last time we did that, it was 57.30. We went down to 56.60. We did have an opportunity to short it off there. Maybe this is a good opportunity to get more short right now. So it doesn't matter. The time, I was going to say only 5 minutes left, but the market's still a long time open right now. So I was just going to get out of the last piece if we took 57.15 on this name right here for AMD. So we do have a piece left. If we do take this 57.15 out, then let's get out. I want to let this breathe a little bit. I don't think shorting at these levels as we try to take the 50 period really means anything. So we're going to wait on that right now. So we have AMD and Google short. Those are the only two names that I'm in right now. If there's anything else that's sort of at resistance, then I don't mind that. Or maybe going long on anything that's near support, right? So let's just check in again on these scanners. I want to see what is the biggest winner from the open here. So right now they're indicating KHC has a chance to go. So let's go to KHC right now. That's a NASDAQ name, I believe. Yes, wow, good guess. So this is from, again, Trade Ideas. Yeah, see, so KHC starting to go. Obviously, that's strong there. So is Citigroup right now. Some of the banking names starting to get going, right? So this is why, some of these scanners are pretty good. We have that Trade Ideas, so you can hit that up, get it for $11.11 for 2 weeks. Try it out. If you don't like it, it's costing you $11. And then after that, they're going to send you probably a promo. So get ready for that one for trade ideas. But there it is, man. Citigroup and KHC, yeah, definitely making some moves to the upside. Remember, Kraft Heinz had some sort of there was it earning. There it is, right there. Tradeideas.com/test drive TV. Test drive TV for $11. That's, you want to do that, man. Trust me. Even if, like, we don't sell anything, and you know, we are affiliated with these guys, but the thing is like, it's about improving. And just like right now, I'm kind of stuck for what to do. So it's just try it out. Like, if you don't like it, that's why that's there. I mean, honestly, they have to pay. So the reason why it's not completely free is there are entitlements and things like that to get live data, right?
Data charges, but if anyone that's
they're by the hundreds.
For anybody that's unfamiliar, if you've been trading long enough, if you're on a prop floor, right, like you pay data charges. It comes out of your commissions. But if you've been trading in the last 10 years, data charges are very expensive to get live data in full level 2 and all of that access. So you're actually getting a fantastic deal. Trust me, data charges have been insane.
Ridiculous.
The last 5 to 10 years. It's been a huge it's a huge cost. That's just all I want to say about it. But Kraft Heinz, I believe there was some buyout chatter. It brings me to something I wanted to mention, because I know Albertsons, usually you see a big gap up to the upside and a strong move up when a deal gets announced, and it's a massive deal. Kroger's, and they confirmed they're buying Albertsons for 30. I think it was 30. I want to say 34.20. $34.10 or $34.20. The reason why $34.10. The reason why you're seeing it not only trading $5 below, but trending to the downside, is because there's a $6.85 special dividend. So essentially, take that off of the deal price. Anybody holding the stock as of November 7th, from what I read, they're entitled to the special dividend. So if you wanted to buy it now, you'd get that $34.20, but you have to be on record as holding it November 7th. That's like 3 full weeks, and there's all kinds of regulatory concerns with this deal, antitrust, whether they'll be able to get it past the regulators. So you have that month worth of risk when it comes to the regulators, and then you can get that dividend. So I feel like closer to that November 7th time, you might see some interesting spikes here as people want to try to lock themselves in, and this has settled itself out. So I traded on the news a couple of longs, lost on one and made on the other, and then was like, wait a minute, why is it tanking so hard? Maybe I should read up a little bit more on it before I'm trading this in the pre-market, and that's why I wanted to come with that. JP Morgan is getting pretty close to let's take this bounce out, because I don't want to stare gift horses in the mouth, and B, I'm not sure we're done with this. I wanted VWAP on this play. I'll reload it now for sure off those bottoms. It's been a timber kind of morning, but there's been a couple of long plays you've been able to have out there. Still up 2.5%. It's the strong bank. On any pop, and now that we're getting one, I always hit NASDAQ first. And now that we're getting one, I look back to Morgan Stanley. Nowhere near any entries I like to the short side. So, still relatively weak here on Morgan. I thought there'd be a pop that I could fade in Morgan Stanley. That'd have to be closer to this lower high here at about 77. But JP Morgan longs working out. Hopefully I can get some Morgan Stanley shorts again, but holding XPeng hopefully the rest of the day.
All right. So new position alert here. Might not be for too long, as Google, the French version, has just came right back up to the upside again, right into that level. So we're going to reshort that name right here against 97.80. So our out will be a little bit higher than that. Like I said, if the market wants to go for a jaunt, we'll do that. We got hit right there for 13 cents on Google, made everything back right there, and now we'll re-engage it. Obviously made it back, re-engage it right there on the short side to see if this wants to continue to fall down. We just ticked down to 50. I don't think we went down there to 50s, or we did not, because I have a bid there. We are stopping every time at 65, so maybe this doesn't want to go to the downside. And honestly, there we go, we're out. I was just going to say I'm not. So there we go, we lost another 13 cents. I don't know if that's my magical number there or not, but I just don't want to hold this, kind of unlucky 13, right? Yeah. I don't want to hold this too much past, but maybe we should have waited for 98 there. But again, I wasn't positioned properly to wait for a 98. It was too early. I was short there 77 out. Short 74, out 88. So it was actually 14 cents there. There it is. So there's the out. So good thing we got out a little bit there. You know what? Maybe Amazon's bottoming. We're past 11 o'clock. Yeah, there's Amazon. Amazon now, Oh, darn it. Remember Amazon? See, this is what I mean, man. We're too busy watching these stupid, no, that was fun, those videos. But right there, Amazon, right into these levels again, stopping at that 110. We were waiting for an ultimate bottom of 109, so maybe I didn't miss the boat on that one. But wow, what a great day, man. Thank you so much again for watching. Let me just take a quick look at the likes. We were at 1.8 when I was talking about that. Now we're at 2.2, so thank you so much for all the like buttons. I'm flat.
It's past 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
I didn't realize
I was going to say we're both flat, but those aren't our
No,
faces
it's actually
there.
not us because it is past 11 o'clock. We'll be back at 2 o'clock because you know how we do. But Trader Prad, I know you're locked and loaded, and Sharif ready to go. Get some of those small caps. I know there's some moving out there, but this market is hot fire. Go get them, boys.
Yes, sir. Oh, who? All right, well, the camera got moved somehow. I didn't do anything. I think it was Rob by mistake. But yeah, we are back in the game over here. It's Friday, October 14th, and we're going to keep on looking for opportunities in the market. Look, I told you, Prastradamus has never went wrong in this market. I've been screaming market turns red since last night. And market did start off green, but look where we are today on the S&P 500 on the NASDAQ. Your boy is here telling you exactly where to put your money, baby. And to the shorts is where we are today. I'm in a little couple positions. I'm in a Rivian short, but I'm in a Wells Fargo long. The banks did come out with earnings reports, and some of them were good, some of them were bad, a little bit of a mixed basket. Here's Wells Fargo, which was up on the day, pulled back a little bit to the 100-period EMA, 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. I took the long around the 50-period EMA over here, and now we're getting a nice little pop to the north side. Let's take the first tier of our profits out on Wells Fargo and see if we can get that pop towards VWAP. And also, now that I realize some of these trades over here, you'll see our blotter start to update. Rivian and Wells Fargo, my only two trades on the board today. Honestly, guys, I'm keeping my trading a little light. I feel like yesterday was Friday for me. In my head, I'm already in the weekend mode. I don't want to come into the day when I'm thinking about the weekend and behaving like the weekend in my mind, come in and you know, give back money that I made yesterday. That being said, we're still going to look for opportunities, but keep in mind, most of my trades are going to be light on the size today because I don't really want to trade today. Yeah, to be honest with you, I've got nothing on. I took a few trades this morning. I had an interesting trade on, what's it called again? IMRA, yeah. Tried to take that guy short. Someone had size there on the book. It seemed to either be a spoof or it got eaten up. We're not really sure at the moment, but yeah, a couple of trades that I got burned on IMRA. Tried to take it north through the long side, thinking it was going to hold the VWAP, and then it broke through. So I'm in the hole today, to be honest. So not a good trading day for me, and I haven't really been feeling these small caps. I had a couple of good trades on ATXI, but those were overshadowed by the losses on IMRA. Let's look at them. Let's look at these charts here. So ATXI below VWAP now, so definitely not interested. But look at for the majority of the morning, it held VWAP quite nicely. In fact, it held the 50 period even better. And so we had a couple of longs through these top breaks here and some pullbacks off VWAP and off the 50 period. But then, you know, at that 10-15 time slot, it kind of sold off quite aggressively, and we've been trading under VWAP since, but still holding the 200 period. So let's see what this one does going into the afternoon. It's still in play, just not at the moment. Pixie made a couple of moves. Who remembers Pixie? This was on our radars for quite a while, going back a month or so, maybe even longer. This one kind of like returned from the dead, so to speak, taking that 11 open and taking it all the way up to 1790. That was an interesting move. It halted once to the upside, 5-minute halt. But guys, speaking of halts, let's talk about ILAG. ILAG's halted at the moment, up 77%, showing up as a #1 stock, gapping up in the market on my scanner, halted at that 935. I think we're going to be, we just got halted again because we had a 10-minute halt here. Let's have a look. Yeah, this 10-minute halt just opened up and then it shot right up from that 775, closing at 935. So this one's halted. Let's see how many times today. Just for you know what and giggles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And now we're number 10. So this one can't stay open long enough to be traded. So obviously it goes without saying, be careful. GEHI also was a bit of a halter this morning, halted about 4 or 5 times. This one's open now, but trading below VWAP, Brad, and not interesting to me. Yeah, so remember how I said I got to troll you on the show? I want an authentic reaction. Your trash BKR software said that Kroger and Albertsons are the best companies out there for groceries.
No. Sorry. I got to pause you right there. You went and Googled that on your
screen. And
Okay, no. But your Trash BKR software said that
Yeah.
first, and then I had to Google a little bit, but I only looked through one article, right?
Yeah.
That's not the proper way to research anything. But here, clearly
I
says.
like how you acknowledge that, though.
Yeah, you can't be just using one article and then I'm right because I use one article, right?
Obviously.
But if Albertson and Thing actually combine, they will be second to Walmart and Costco.
Maybe this is more updated.
Yeah.
Like the other one was older. Did we look at the date?
What we didn't do is look at the market cap for both of these companies, right?
Oh, they're not
Kroger's
gonna be
market
touching
cap
Walmart.
nowhere
They're
close to
not gonna touch
Walmart and
Walmart,
Costco's market cap. So obviously we were
No, but we weren't saying that.
Nah,
We were talking
Walmart
about
the best, bro. That's what I want to. I want you to say it. I want you to say it. Walmart is the best.
Okay, just slow your roll for a little
Watch
bit.
it from your mouth.
Slow your roll a little bit. We're talking about Walmart as like a general store. It's a department store, man. We're talking about supermarkets here, and that was what we were trying to pitch yesterday. IBKR wasn't wrong about telling us that it's a merger. We had a little bit of a misunderstanding on the floor earlier. We weren't sure if, because we have a proprietary trade that we do buyouts here. This one was categorized as a merger, and so we weren't really sure if this was to be played the same way. It had a buyout price, it had a price per share, all the telltale things that we look for when trading these buyouts. But anyway, it's been trending down today. It looks like the news was from yesterday. I think it's facing some regulatory headwinds. The Biden administration has been prone to step in when these mergers happen between two big players. They're actually talking about closing some of Albertson's stores in certain locations where Kroger already has stores so that they're not too present in one area, therefore giving rise to monopolistic concerns. So that's been in their playbook, so to speak, but who knows how the Biden administration is going to deal with this. This is always one of those things that's up in the air, Brad.
I still didn't hear you say Walmart is the best.
I like Walmart. I held it. I told you I made money on it.
I'm trolling you. But here we go. We're gonna catch some money over here pouring in. Oh, let me catch in the right direction. There we go. We're gonna catch some money over here as we're 61 cents in the money on Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo having an earnings report today. Most banks had earnings report, and if you're not signed up to our watch list, you're making a big mistake right here. You'll see that the reported decline in profit for the third quarter, aside more money in the preparations from a hit. You can read this little tidbit over here about it, but watch list, to sign up to watch list, do exclamation mark watch list in the chat, or Bears vs. Bull can put it in there for you. A nice little long after the market did its normal nonsense that it does off the open, waited for the stock to settle down a bit, punched my long at the low of this range, and now we're quickly 51 cents in the money on Wells Fargo and Rivian, pulling back to the south side after going up a little to the north side. We went up to 31.08, 31.09. I wasn't ready to stop myself out, only 10 cents away from where I was gonna maybe stop myself out. And here comes Rivian to the south side as the market's pulling back yet again. S&P 500 continuing to show that Prasadamus is right once again, baby. 11,000 on the NASDAQ. I thought the 11,000 on the NASDAQ would hold on the first move to the downside, or at least it did in pre-market right here. So I thought it would bounce off the double bottom, creating action over here. Well, I mean. Now, futures don't have pre-market, but you get what I'm saying, chat. So I thought the market would bounce off of 11K and prove me wrong about turning red on the market. But boy, am I glad that I got that move correctly. Sadly, sadly, call-outs don't make you money. Executions do, and I had no execution to actually profit off of this. But we'll be looking for opportunities for the rest of the day, as yesterday was a banger day on the floor. A lot of traders smoked the short side off the 830 number, and then we were just partying for the rest of the day. So we're looking for some opportunities today to do the same on.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at a couple of things right now. AGFY is basically the only one in the small cap world that has an uptrend that I can kind of try to weasel my way into. But the thing is, it's $1.30. I hate trading these stocks. I like them 3 and above, maybe even 5 and above. But it's holding the 20 period quite nicely, and it's getting like these spurts of volume coming in at random times. Best thing to try to do here is to pick an exponential moving average and try to buy a dip off it. If you're more aggressively minded, you're going to look at the 50. If you're kind of in between, you're looking at the 20, and then if you're really out there, you're looking at the 7. I'm probably going to come somewhere in between. I'll take a dip trade off that $1.30 level, which happens to be the 20 period moving average. Now note, guys, obviously as as the chart continues to move, the EMA's price is going to change. So you're going to constantly have to take make adjustments to your buy price. So keep moving it up there. The level's only good for whatever period of time, minute, 3 minute, whatever you're trading off. So let's go ahead and put 131, and I'm going to put full size on this one because this one's got a good trend to the upside, and it is also a dollar stock, so we're not looking at too much volatility. IMRA, I mean, I'm like hurting here. Like I'm like feeding to get hurt again, so to speak, because this one kind of messed me up all morning. I'm looking for this one to reclaim VWAP, hold it from the top, and then break this peak right here at 363. And then maybe we'll take a long after it reclaims that level because I don't want to see any lower highs, right? If I continue to see lower highs, but then it's, bouncing off and breaking down through VWAP, well, then we've really got no trend. We've got a consolidation area in and around that indicator. So let's see if we can break that 363 top all the while holding VWAP. So that will be my entry into IMRA. Otherwise, I'll stay on the sidelines for that one. AGFY continue to move up, Bradley. Not really much in my world today, man. What have you been looking at all day?
Like I said, man, yesterday was too banger of a day on the short side for at least at the 830 number. So right now, I'm just looking for the continuation move. I expect the market to go to 3,600 at some point today. Test that 3,600 area to see if there's any buyers there. There's actually some conspiracy theory floating around. Guys, let me just ring the cash register here real quick. For Rivian Shorts, which is now 22 cents in the money. We just keep on making money every day of this week. It's unstoppable, baby. Thank you for the market opportunities today. UVXY pushing to 3.18. But the conspiracy theory that I'm talking about right now, let's put our tin hats on. Pull out your aluminum foil. Wrap your head around with tin foil, baby.
Where
Get ready for it. What?
That tin hat thing.
I have no clue.
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Yeah, I know, but what's the origin
what's the origin of strapping a tin hat? Oh, okay. They're trying, but they're getting influenced. Yeah, I get it. They're trying to block radiation coming in from the 5G bands and the LTE bands. But apparently, I don't know who this is. This is who's this guy again? I've seen him on TV multiple times.
Yeah, he's on Fox Business.
The Fox Business guy.
Yeah.
These guys are saying that the Fed came in at that 3,500 area and they started buying up everything they could to protect the market from going for a full-blown downside.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So there's a conspiracy theory floating around, and I wouldn't be surprised about that conspiracy theory. The Fed trying to do anything and everything to stop the market and the economy.
Build on that point. MBS, Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, came out yesterday, and we don't talk politics, but this is directly related to what Pratt is talking about. He came in and said Biden wanted him to postpone his OPEC cuts to after the midterm elections, right? So that you could kind of kick the can down the road and prices would stay low till then. So this, if you're into conspiracy theories, that kind of slides right in there with that. Anyway, nice little interesting tidbit there. People mentioning ILAG on the chat. Yeah, I mean, I obviously mentioned ILAG right from the get-go, but this can't seem to stay open long enough to be traded here, guys. I mean, I've been looking for entries into it, and ILAG's not a new candidate. We've seen ILAG going back, I think, maybe a month or so. Let's have a look at the daily chart to see if we're going to reach any resistance levels here any time along the way. You'll recall we had that monster day back in July, on July 13th. I think that was the actual day we got the CPI print too. Not that this has anything to do with it, but we started off here at $5. I think it was an IPO that day. I don't know what the IPO price, but the open price was that the open price on this guy was 2203. Ooh, it just opened up again and looks like it's going to halt again to the upside. Wow, ILAG cannot stay open, guys. Let's flip back to the minute quickly on this one. Let me just bring this over. Where is it? Flip it here. Yeah, we'll switch it from lace. ILAG. There we go. Yeah. Oh, so now we've halted to the downside. We made an upside move, a new move, all the way 11 to 62. No, it actually hasn't halted. Sorry, because I don't have it on my. I don't have the level 2. I'm looking at the just the chart strictly, but this thing is moving. Let me flip it on here. Let me just get it in instead of ATXI ILAG. Oops, of course I typed it wrong. Just when I need it the most. See what this guy is doing here. If it can load anytime. There we go. So next up there we go. We halted to the downside, closing in at that $9.50 area, Prad. This one's out of control.
I'm looking at Wells Fargo right now, 70 cents in the money. So hit that. Oh my God. We're rolling in profits right now on the bank stocks over here on the financial sector. Let's go take out XLF today. What is XLF doing? Is it probably to the upside? No, XLF is down on the day and is rejecting the 100-period EMA. XLF being your financial ETF basket, the S&P 500, I believe, financial basket, should be to the positive side because I think JP Morgan's also in the green side today, right? Let's go check out what JP Morgan's doing real quick. Yeah, JP Morgan up 3.2%, Wells Fargo up another good 3%. How come XLF is getting dragged down? So I'm going to have to do a quick live research for you guys. So we're going to go to ETF.com.
Morgan Stanley, Charles Schwab are both decidedly down. That's maybe why too. And Goldman Sachs as well is down. What's this one? What's CM?
Well, I was trying to do something, Sharif.
Sorry,
Let me do this. We got a couple banks over here. So yeah, JP Morgan 8% up on the day. Well, sorry, 8% of the basket, and Wells Fargo 4% of the basket. These both being up, but obviously, as you heard Sharif say, Morgan Stanley, Charles Schwab, Goldman Sachs, which are each 3% each of total. That's going to be 9% of the basket over there, probably bleeding across the board for the XLF. Even if the big boys such as JP Morgan and Wells Fargo, which are weighted more than the individual other stocks in the basket, being up is not helping XLF. So XLF being red on the day. So a couple stocks that these guys mentioned were Goldman Sachs over here, which is absolutely bleeding to the downside, down 1.4%. And another one was Morgan Stanley, which I believe is MS on New York. Let's go check out that one. Another stock that's down 3.7%. So you have two stocks that are up almost 3 to 4% and two stocks down 1 to 3%, absolutely getting destroyed. That's why you see the XLF is around a median point of only down 0.5% on the day. So it makes sense why the XLF is down right now. Obviously, that was a quick way to show you guys how to find out what stocks are in an ETF and then how to find the stocks that are relatively weak in that same basket of stocks. So Morgan Stanley weak in that basket, JP Morgan strong in that basket, and you can look for levels to play around. For example, look at this constant rejection of VWAP ever since opening drive is nonsense. Ignore the opening drive. After the opening drive, once the stock settles down, what are we rejecting off? We're rejecting off of VWAP. That means there's big money forcing the stock down every time we touch VWAP. Once again, if you guys remember what I said a couple of weeks ago, why is the VWAP so important? Because hedge funds grade their interns. How far away from VWAP do they take their fills? So every time we push the VWAP, you can guess that some hedge fund intern is actually pushing the stock down and selling the part of their portfolio to the downside. Hence, we're seeing constant rejection off that level and a kind of a difference on Wells Fargo, which was under VWAP for a little bit, pushed down to the 50-period EMA. God, I can't type today. Was under the VWAP for a little bit, touched the 50-period EMA, dipped under the 50-period EMA a little bit also. I leaned off of that 43 level, which was going to be the 100-period EMA, and now we're in a banger of a winner, 74 cents to the upside, Bradley. And Rivian 35 cents to the downside, where I'm taking more profits.
That's big boy money. AGFY is going without us. We tried to get that dip trade off that 131 or whatever level. This one just kind of It had legs and it's going. It's up at 148 here. Looks like the high of day, approaching that 150 level. So we'll see how it acts around then. But I don't really want to punch in here because it's just a bit of too much gamble for me. There we go. Completely flushes all the way down past 136. Now, how low are we going to go? I see an interesting area of support at that 133, 134. It looks like we got down to 135 here. Let's take a baby long at this level. There we go. We're going to punch in at 138. I think we got a fill at 138. We can allow this one to go against us here, number one, because I don't know what the average true range on this one, but I can glean a little bit of its range from the intraday chart, and it's tight. I mean, it's not bad, but it's tight. So we can take it here, and we can average down. I'm going to average down again, probably at that $1.30 level, which happens to be the 50 period. You guys know I love the 50 period for these small cappers. So we're long, AGFY, quarter position. Let's see what this one does, up 46%. But I think the bigger story here is going to be how the market acts around that 36.24 bottom that we made. We're inching in around there. Looks like we popped up to a bit over 50, and now we're moving back into 36.31. So we're not that far away from it, 6 or 7 points or so. Let's see if we test that bottom again, and if we break through. Are we going to balance maybe and retrace? Who knows? Let's keep an eye on that, and especially if you're trading big caps, you'll definitely want to keep your eye that bad boy. AGFY looks like we're a penny or so in the money. This one's going to be a bit of a slow mover, but I like the fact that I got it off the retracement. I don't want to take this long, especially through that $half level. That tends to be a bit tricky, and there hasn't been that much continuation in these small cappers. We've seen, you know, periods where they make new highs and flush, or there's no legs to it, and that's just been the story of these ones for a while. So you got to get in and get out quickly. At least that's how I trade it, and that's how I've been successful doing it lately. Let's see, ILAG. No, halted again, guys. ILAG can't stay open. This time it's halted to the downside. Earlier I said it was halted to the downside, but it made an insane move back up. Let's put the chart here so you can have a look. Before it, look at this move. So this was what I was talking about here, all the way down from 1172 all the way down to that 950 area. I thought it was going to halt here, but buying all of a sudden came in and bought everything up from that 950 right back up to that 1130 level, and then it halted to the upside. Now it's halted to the downside after making a high of day at 12. Currently, I think we're 1064. I don't know what the tap is. Let me have a look here. I have to.
Air Fahad, okay.
Air Fahad, yeah. Well, he played well, bro. I'm not gonna tell you. Lucas looked funny in that tape. Shout out to Lucas for that, Bradley.
KHC, Kraft Heinz Corporation, popping up on the scanners as we pull back towards the 100-period EMA. This market keeps on bouncing from a level that your boy Ian, who will be jumping on today at 12:30, mentioned. He said 36.30 should be a level that the market keeps on bouncing from, and we're actually doing that pretty well on the S&P 500. NASDAQ looking to be bouncing off of a 10,850, let's say. I'm just throwing out the number 10,850. It's a little bit higher than 10,850, but we're pretty close to 10,850 on the NASDAQ market that we're bouncing off of. Kraft Heinz, if you guys remember, not too long ago, actually had a very good catalyst from a bank. They upgraded them. They said that this market inflation environment doesn't really bleed into Kraft Heinz as much as you think it would, because people will still go out there, buy those mayos, buy those ketchups, whatever it is. And what is it? Every time you go to Tim Hortons or McDonald's, they just throw like 50 packets at you like it's nothing, right? So where does that money come from? They're paying for those Kraft packets and so on. So Kraft Heinz over here trying to move back to the north side right now. There we go, baby. Keep on moving. But you know what's actually moving? I like to move it. It's going to be my baby Wells Fargo. $1 in the money, baby. Bang! $1 in the money on Wells Fargo. That long was not scary at all. I was leaning off the 43 level. We're launching to the north side. I said I didn't want to trade, and here I am throwing banger free throws, baby. 93% free throws. The 30 cents for hitting that bang here. Let's make another 30 cents for hitting that bang. Let's give you 60 cents for Sean over there. We're pouring money into Sean's account today too, baby.
There you go. Sean's making money from the market and from us. He's collecting those royalties. AGFY, I'm in the money now. I love this one. We're printing 43s. I'm in at 38. So I'm not going to add a high a day here, guys. If I'm going to add, it's going to be at like 44 or 45. I can take advantage of that now. It's going to be another quarter position, though. I'm not going to add heavily into this one. So we're going to wait for that 44 to print, and then it's not really an area of confirmation by any means, but you just got to choose an area to add. I'm in a quarter position. Otherwise, it's not really worth the trade. I guess maybe showing us that it can reach 44 would be an interesting feat. Let's put that in, $1.44, and then that's what will be our buy area, Bradley. So we're not going to give this one much room. If it blows through 44, we probably won't get filled because I didn't give anything between the spread. Someone in the chat by the name of Dominic. Oh, Dominic from Malawi says, why is trading suspended now on TGA? Thank you for the $5 super chat, Dominic. I just pulled that up on my platform. I see that it's not trading. The last piece of news that I have has nothing to do with it. Oh, there we go. It says Valco Energy closes TransGlobe merger to buy back up to 30 million in shares. Maybe that's why. I have no idea. I'm not really 100% sure here. Oh, so the merger is closed. Hold on. So if something says
yeah, what's up?
If it says here that the merger closed between these two companies, one of them will stop trading, right? Yeah. So I think that's what it is, Dominic. I can't really confirm that at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that the Valco Energy now has subsumed what's it called, TransGlobe within its ranks for that buyout. So I'm not sure. Have a look through that. I hope you weren't trading that or something. Anyway, you'll get your money back, obviously, as the shareholders always do at the buyout price. So AGFY moving back through now our buy area. We're currently, we're break even, a penny out of the money. Let's see if this one can make its way back down into that 50-period moving average. I have another area that I want to average into on that, and that is off that 132, that 50-period moving average. Just go ahead and put that price in now. We'll go $1.32, and we'll go for a quarter size as well. Recall, we have another quarter size position to break through the 144 level, but that's not showing up on the chart because it is a stop limit order, Brad.
Yeah, I was just talking to a trader behind us. If he's seen a recent movie on Netflix, the Indian movie Lal Singh Chadda, and it's actually a pretty good rendition of Forrest Gump, played by my boy Tom Hanks. And me and Tom Hanks go way back, man. It's actually a pretty decent movie. It's not bad. It's a pretty decent rendition. But Forrest Gump will always be Tom Hanks for me. Nothing can beat Tom Hanks. But I brought up that conversation piece to segue into Netflix because that's where I saw it. Netflix recently announced that they're going to be on November 1st launching their $7 tier, ad-supported tier, and apparently you're gonna get played 4 to 5 minutes of ads before every hour of watching of Netflix on that ad-supported tier. So if you don't want to get bogged down by advertisements, and if you're one of my type of people who hate advertisements being blasted in their face, then you just go for the higher tier and you don't worry about it, right? But Netflix basically doing this to grab the viewers that they lost to, or the subscriptions that they lost to Disney and Prime Video and so on, trying to bring them back into their ecosystem over here for NFLX. What's up?
I gotta tell you the truth. If you're talking 4 to 5 minutes per hour, compare that to regular TV. So when you watch an hour show on regular TV, you have about 18 to 20 minutes, right, of commercials. So that's not too bad at all.
18 to 20 minutes?
Yeah.
What are you smoking?
No, so like an hour show will be like 43 or 45 minutes, right? Like when you watch...
On a 30-minute show, there's 6 minutes of ads.
So on
So just do it on an hour.
So
there's like
12
minutes on ads.
Right,
yeah, 30 minutes of ads. Like,
I
what?
didn't say 30.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't say 30.
No,
I said
12 minutes of ads on an hour makes sense.
There's 43 or so minutes. Like when I used to like when you had shows were on TV and then you'd get them on your computer, there would be no ads.
Yeah.
And the video length would be like 43, 45 minutes.
Yeah,
or so,
52 minutes sometimes,
so it's not too
53
bad.
minutes.
Yeah. 53, okay.
Like all those yeah. No. Nah.
Okay. Neil says there's 8 to 12 minutes of commercials on a 12-minute show. I mean, you can...
like HBO has like 53-minute shows. Like, and why are they 53 minutes on an hour time slot? Because they pay us 7 minutes of ads on it. Fair.
Anyway, it's all good. I mean, it's less. Netflix is less, whatever way we're looking at it, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, Dominic from Malero, I see iLeg is moving.
I was trying to talk about Netflix.
Go ahead, yeah.
But Netflix over here trying to push up to the north side today, up 1 full percent on the day with the market staying red. NASDAQ down 1%, S&P 500 down 1%. We're actually bouncing off the 100-period EMA over here. 230 coming in as a rescue bottom for Netflix today. Did not break 230 at all. Beautiful holding of the 230 level. I wish I had actually seen that so I could have gone long on it, but Netflix was not on my radar today. I kind of even forgot that the catalyst existed for Netflix last night. For those of you who are interested in getting that Netflix subscription, I think it releases in 10 different countries, including Canada and the USA and Japan and a bunch of other countries on November 1st.
Awesome. Yeah. Guys, I'm long iLeg through that 144 break that we talked about. So my initial long, you'll recall, is 138. Let's start taking a piece out here. Let's take a little baby out at that level. Let's see if we get filled. How come we're not getting filled even though we're printing? We're above that level. That's bizarre. Okay, there we go. Now we get filled at that level. So now we're long half position, a little bit more than half position. We'll start scalping a little bit out here at that 48 level. Let's see if it makes its way up there. No, I think that they're going to be high of day. I'm going to take it about 1 penny below that. There we go, at that 47. I think that should be a bit better. There we go. We get that out. Are we going to test 50? Looks like we're about to test 50 here. So I'm going to take out another piece. Let's see if we can get that red. There we go. So now we're still heavy on this one. We're not too light. And that kind of makes me a little bit nervous going through that $1/2 break, especially on the book. I see quite a bit of size. There we go. We'll take out another piece at that level. So now we are, no, we're not. We didn't take out another piece. We're waiting for that 50. There we go. Now we took it out. So you see that triangle on the screen. There's a whole lot of size here at the $1/2 level. I'm seeing big boy size, but it's getting eaten up. And there we go. We break through again. Come on. How come I have to hit this button more than once? It drives me crazy. All right, there we go. Let's go up to 53. We'll get a piece out if it makes its way up to 53. It's currently printing 52s here on the book. Well in the money on this one. I like the fact that I was able to take this one, wait for it to retrace, have a plan for what I was going to do if it retraced, but also have a plan to see where I could add because I was not sized in that heavily. So like this trade on AGFY, Bradley, it's on its way up.
Beautiful. Yeah, coming back to Netflix, I wonder, though, if ad blocker will work on it. If you have ad blocker, maybe you don't see those 4 to 5 minutes ads. You just see a black screen. That's something I will be testing for sure, just to be a QA analyst on Netflix. You know, maybe Netflix can pay me to be a QA analyst over there. But here's the game from yesterday. Amazon will deliver everything to you but a good game on a Thursday night.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Amazon will deliver anything and everything but a good Thursday night football game. Absolute trash game. I can't believe I even tuned into it. And you know what, though? I actually am happy because if they keep giving me games like this, that's free sports betting money for me. Free money. All I have to do is bet it on the under. So I did that. I bet on the under 26.5 for the Bears and the Commanders game. Free money. Absolutely rolling in profits over here.
Attaboy.
I'm going to buy a Lambo with my $11 that I made off that game yesterday. And every Thursday, they keep giving me those opportunities. I'm just going to keep on rinsing and repeating that. So thank you, Amazon. But I want to come to a couple of the tweets that I sent out. You know, I thought the market was going to go down, and we went back up, and then we started going back up in pre-market, and thankfully, market pulling back down, giving us opportunities such as Rivian shorts and so on. Rivian currently moving back to the north side a little bit. Wells Fargo, baby, still in the money, but pulled back from the dollar in the money that we were at. So we were in the dollar in the money. We took 40% off our size out. We're holding 60% still and looking for an opportunity to maybe reload closer to 43. I would love that opportunity, but you know, I think 50 period EMA coming into rescue one more time for Wells Fargo. We just have to be a little patient and see what's happening. UVXY, which is your volatility ETF, something that I would urge traders to always keep a track on. If you're not watching the 3 market variables such as the S&P 500 futures, the NASDAQ futures, and the UVXY ETF, you're going to be making a little bit of a mistake because you can't keep a full grasp on what the market's doing as an overall trend, right? So right now, UVXY looking to keep continuously bouncing from 1290 up 2.9% on the day. Usually when UVXY is up, the markets are on the other side. I also want to quickly go take a look at what the VIX is. Is the VIX back to 33? No, we're at 32, 31 at the moment. We were at 33 not too long ago. And oh, wow, we were actually at 34 not too long ago. When was this? October 13th. I don't even know we were at 34 on October 13th. But I did know that we were around the 33 ranges for the VIX. The VIX came off yesterday when the market started rallying. So very happy to see the VIX is going back up because more volatility means more opportunities for us. But you have to be a little careful because that also means you could lose a ton of money.
Yeah, I just looked at the score. I fell asleep early last night, so I didn't get a chance to watch the game. But I looked at the score, and that looks like it's one brutal game. I'll be watching that. I'll be watching the highlights tonight. But you must have been pumped about that, the Bears losing yesterday, especially after.
I didn't even watch it, but yeah.
Yeah, well, obviously. Yeah, the Bears, I'm not a big fan of that quarterback that they have, to be honest with you. Anyway, yeah, a couple of ugly teams right there. And I hate the Commanders. Obviously, as a Cowboys fan, they're like just, you know, I don't want to use that word, but you know what it is. Anyway, AGFY, I got out of it. The reason I got out of this one, despite the fact that I had an order up at that 154, 153 level, was because the fact that it broke down below the hold out, the $1/2 level, and it wasn't able to reclaim it in the way that it looked like it was heading up. Anyway, it looks like it has at the moment, so that shook me out. It's continuing to make newer highs on the day. I think it just printed 153, so this one's got legs. Anyway, profitable trade for me. Got in and scalped out. I like how I initially sized in, then when I was in the money, I added more. Sadly, the areas that we added were, you know, kind of close to the areas where we got out, so we weren't able to, you know, maximize profit in that sense. So, all good and well on that. Let's see what's going on with ILAG, because ILAG now is retracing all the way back down to where it was. Excuse the superimposed wicks here on the wick. Yeah, this one's completely distorting the chart. I'll have to adjust these when I send it back to Prad. It takes me a minute. There's only 2 wicks here to fix, but basically the idea is that we've halted to the downside now on ILAG, but we're stair-stepping down. There's no longer that, aggressive vigor with which you come down with. No, now we've got decent 1-minute candles making newer lows on this one. So if you're interested and you can acquire shorts for this one, this may be a nice short, at least into VWAP here. So I think we close at 850, VWAP's at 750. So you have a bit of a dollar there that you can aim for if you're able to locate shorts on ILAG, but not at the moment for me. Let's see what else is moving in small cap world. We had Pixie on the radar, but Pixie is not doing anything over here. So, geez, a bit of a dud of a day so far for these small cappers. Let me just bring back my scanner here so you guys can follow along.
What?
Yeah, why does it keep resizing on me? Very frustrating. Okay, there we go. So here's the scanner, guys. Pixie, below Pixie, we have a RBT. That's not doing anything. SHPH, who remembers SHPH from like a few weeks ago? We had a lot of successful trades off SHPH. Now it's kind of making a bit of a day, 19% and holding VWAP. Maybe we'll have a look at SHPH. I had it on my radar early, but the volume was a little sparse. At the moment, it's done, where is it? Done 2.61 million shares of volume on an average day. It does usually about 4 million. The last 5 minutes, about 345,000. So we'll continue to watch, but not much in small cap world, Prad.
What even is Ulta Beauty? Is this the ultimate hedge for inflation? Because like this stock apparently does not come to the downside ever. Sorry? Yeah, makeup. Like, no matter what the price is, they get sold, dude. Like, look at the chart on this. I was like, $400. Let me pull up the all-time chart, and it never pulls back down. Obviously, Ulta Beauty, makeup company, and Sephora, and so on. If you know, you know. They just bleed money over there into those companies. So Ulta Beauty, what an absolute monster of a stock. Just never really pulls back. In COVID, it did pull back a little bit, but look at the strength of the stock, the market, not falling. From 400 level over here, just keeping it at the Ulta, keeping Ulta at the highs. Today we did try to go under 400 a little bit. We touched 399 and right back to the north side, up almost 1% over here. We were up 1% just now, but with the market pulling back, Ulta most likely to pull back with it. It was on the scanners for just a little bit, and Netflix took over that scanner, and Netflix, look at that, man, too strong on the day. I just can't find a level for myself to trade on Netflix just yet. The volume on Netflix looks a little dead too. Let's go find out if that's true. Nah, the relative volume is actually 1.68 on Netflix, so which is good. For anyone wondering what relative volume is, that's the calculation for how much volume the stock is doing right now compared to the last 14 days or so. And if it's above 1, that means the stock might be in play because it's doing 1:1 ratio. If it's above 2, that means it's doing 2:1 ratio and it's really in play. And if it's below 1, then the stock really doesn't have the volume compared to how much it usually did in the past, and it's really not in play today. So Netflix in play a little bit, but I'm just not able to find any levels to play off of. If it does pull back to 230, like I said, I will gladly take a fill for the long side and try to work with it. Wells Fargo, our position is pulling back a little bit more than I expected it to. I wanted it to bounce off of VWAP. It's not doing that, so maybe it does pull back to the 150 period EMA, on the 5-minute chart, which is around 43.50s, and then maybe we get a chance to get a bounce on Wells Fargo to the north side to take advantage on it, maybe add to that position. Let's quickly go over to Coinbase and cryptocurrencies. Cryptos today in the green side for Bitcoin, but barely. Ethereum up 2%, Solana up 1.6%. Let's quickly do this, actually. I like this website a lot more these days. I'm going to go to this website. Here we go. Bitcoin Wisdom. Bitcoin Wisdom. So today's change, yeah, there you go. A little bit up, absolutely flat. Ethereum up. Tether, okay, USDC. So we got a couple of a mixed basket over here, but most of them are to the green side. How does that bleed into Coinbase? Coinbase on the opposite side today, all the way below $70. Looks like we had a monster move up in pre-market, bleeding into the opening drive, touching $73.80, rejecting $74, and then pulling all the way back to $67 for Coinbase. The market is actually at the 63.60 areas again. So I want to try a quick little long on Coinbase over here, not taking too much size, and the risk is the low a day, which is around 66.70. So if 66.70 breaks on Coinbase, I exit stage left and I run away from it. But as soon as I punch in, you see the stock started to go up a little bit. So that's what I want to see. Let's get some of this long action coming in on CB, baby, Coinbase.
Yes, sir. Just got into Lace, but before I get into that one, look at this market bottom that we made. That 36.24 is holding up now for the better part of, I want to say an hour, maybe and a half. So yeah, keep an eye on that level. I've definitely got an eye. Maybe if we break through it, we have some sort of trend change that we can all use. I'm up on Lace here, big boy. We're gonna start scalping out. I added initially here at that 518. Ooh, and just as I say that, it pulls back quite aggressively. I got in a little bit late on Lace. I want to take it through the break of VWAP. I was alerted to it by somebody in the chat. And I took it really at the highs here, and then I averaged down at that 510, coming back against me now after making that move back to over break even actually. But I've got a dip trade, another quarter position that I want to add here at that 504 level. Reason I have it at 504 is I'm just going to keep it a couple of pennies above that whole dollar level, even though VWAP's at 498. I want to take it in front of the whole dollar. I want to take it in front of the whole dollar as opposed to VWAP. To me, that's the better level. I'm going to wait for this one possibly to make new highs, maybe into that 520 area. If it can move its way up there, I'll definitely scalp some out, and then maybe we'll actually see if we add in back if there is enough strength on this one. But I want to shout out somebody in the chat who just sent a $2 super chat by the name of Benjamin Ham. He says, what do you think about RETA up 15%? I haven't had an opportunity to look at that. Let's pop that in now. We got a chart here, RETA. I'm going to have to maybe just jump back and forth between this one and Lace because I'm going to have to take profits on Lace. Looks like RETA made a bit of an aggressive move right off the bell, but ever since then, it's been consolidating sideways, holding and breaking VWAP at times, but definitely in and around that VWAP area. This is a good candidate for what I call the VWAP hold high of daybreak trade that I take at like 2:30 or 3. And that basically is where it holds VWAP. It looks like it's ready, to go, bouncing off it, and then it makes a new high, and then we usually create new highs. So this one is a candidate for that. Let's have a look at the daily level to see if we can see any important levels. Looks like right off the bat, this day here, which was September 8th, stands out. High of day was 30.50, but we've broken that today because our high of day now is 30.60. So this day, yeah, that's the one. Okay, so then we have to go back all the way to August 8th where we had a high of day of 31.51. So definitely about $1 or $2, actually $2 from where we are, $1 from our current high of day on Retta. So if you're looking to play that one into the afternoon, it's possible, and I would be on the lookout for that 31.50 level, Bradley. But yeah, still holding here on Lace, and I'm going to dip trade into that 504 should it make its way down.
Right on. I'm looking. I don't know if this is an actual tweet that Jim Cramer sent out yesterday, but horrendous CPI report. I am now max short in my charity trust at 945. And you know what happened at 945? The inverse Cramer ETF, the best strategy out there on Wall Street. So I think that's why the market turned around completely.
What did you hear about the reasons for the turnaround? I heard like everything under the sun. Everybody had an opinion on this one. And I'm talking about like reading articles, watching interviews, etc. I had to shut it off because there were so many ideas at one point. What have you heard?
I just follow conspiracy theories, man. That's what I like to do.
That first one that you introduced in the beginning?
Yeah, the first one. It's like, I really can't. I do believe the market found some way to find, or the Feds found some way to jump in on the market and capitalize and block the market from going too far to the downside. S&P 500 looks like it made a new low, or is exactly at the low of the day at 36.25 right now. And NASDAQ trying to break the lows too. So let's see if the market wants to push a little bit lower. What is UVXY doing? UVXY is also trying to push back to the high day. I'll be honest, I think the market is exhausted for the down move today. Like, it would be nice to be exhausted around here, but a 3600 test would also be good. So let's see if we drop another 26 points on the S&P 500 to the downside, at which point my Rivian short should be paying me more money. But Wells Fargo, man, not really working out like we wanted to. It's pulling back more than we would like it to, but the idea is if it holds 43, we continue to keep on holding this trade. So let's see what happens with it. I had to punch out a Coinbase because the lower day did break. I gave it a little bit. I gave it about 10 seconds or so after the lower day breaking. That's going to be my out on it. We're taking a quick little loss on Coinbase. Let's see if Coinbase wants to keep on losing on the day over here, which is already down 4% on the day, marching towards that $66 area. If we were to go look at where Coinbase ended yesterday before actually ripping to the north side, that would be around $61, and we're at 66 right here. Yeah, maybe 65, or even this range high over here at 64, 63 comes into rescue for Coinbase. So pushing down to those levels, maybe flip short would be something to think about. But I'm going to wait before I flip into the short side for Coinbase because I want to see what the market's actually doing. But also keep in mind, a lot of the times Coinbase doesn't really do what the market's doing because they're related to Bitcoin and so on. And if Bitcoin doesn't want to go to the downside, then Coinbase shouldn't either. So let's pull up the Bitcoin heat map over here. I don't really see any big size on the upside or the downside for Bitcoin that's stopping it from going to the lower levels. So it could easily break that level, go well below where we are, and Bitcoin did turn red again on the day. Let me just show you there. Now it's green again. Awesome. Thank you, Bitcoin. There we go. Red again, green again, red again, green again. It's just playing games with us.
Looks like we just broke that low of day that we made earlier. Now 36.1850 is the low of day on the MES December contract. So yeah, I think we're going to have lower lows. Let's see if this is not a spoof. I mean, I've already been spoofed in today on IMRA. I told you guys about that earlier in the show. Now, with respect to Lace, I got filled on that dip trade at that 504. Now we're clawing our way back through that 510, 513 area. This looks like it's setting up for a bull flag, but that could just be wishful thinking on my part or selective sight. Let's see. I mean, it's giving me all the right signs, holding VWAP, you know, and when it dips into that $5 level or near that $5 whole dollar level, it's able to reclaim, you know, 10 pennies immediately, which shows you that there are buyers stepping in. So I like it. I'm also, let me just tell you, I'm not going to get out at VWAP here. VWAP's currently $4.98. I'm actually going to use a price action instead. I feel it's respected more on this particular stock. The price action here to me tells me that if it breaks $4.95, you're wrong. There's a clear level of previous resistance, hopefully current support at that $4.95 level. So that's where I'm going to be getting out. That's where my stop goes. Let's go ahead and put that in now, $4.90. I'm going to put it 1 penny below it, and then we'll get out of all our shares at that level, and we'll give it a bit of room. We'll give it to about 89 in case it gets crazy and it flushes. So we'll be wrong on that one if it makes its way down. Now, I may be averaging in here since my last average in was at 504. I may want to average in at 498. I'm going to see how it acts around VWAP, whether, you know, stops at VWAP, then punches back up. We'll have to wait and see. I don't want to make a decision on it now. I've already got a position. So Lace making moves. Someone in the chat tells me, says, check out AGFY, please. Yes, we were already looking at that, and I had a big boy trade on it. Now it's kind of pulling back into that 50 period. If you bought the dip off the 50 period here, you're in the money. I've been telling you about this one, respecting more the 50 period than much else. So keep your eye on AGFY, but for me, it's not a setup yet. It has to continue to make higher highs. Looks like I just got a piece out at 513 on LASE. So scalping out a little bit on that one. I'm positive on it, thankfully. Let's see if it can continue to make higher highs. A bit of a V-shape forming now on this pennant, flag, whatever you want to call it. I just worry that it's going to flush. This one's super volatile, Bradley. Keep fingers crossed.
Yeah, look at Coinbase now actually breaking well to the downside after the market breaking that low. So that was a good stop that I had. And as I was debating to flip into a short side, wasn't quick enough. We're watching the 66 area right now to see if it's going to break. My scanners look almost dead to the long side, and only short scanners are popping off right now. Zscaler popping up on that scanner too. Let's go check out what Zscaler is doing today. Already down 5% on the day and trying to break that 137 bottom. The spread is about 20 to 30 cents. Sorry, 15 to 20. Or yeah, 15, 20 cents over here. Expecting the 137 level to break and maybe push a little bit lower. Let's pull up our Trade Ideas scanner real quick. Where's Trade Ideas? I didn't really know about the whole 1111 thing, Sean. What's the code for that again? A graphic. Whenever you guys can play the graphic, play it for me, please. But Zscaler over here, guys, if you want to sign up for Trade Ideas for a quick 2-week test, you can you're only spending $11 You don't have the graphic? You're only using $11.11 to try it up for 2 weeks. So here's the graphic that Neil posted for the chat. Bang, bang, bang. Let me just open that one up for you. See, for $11.11, you're getting 2 weeks of access for all the premium AI tools, including the AI, Holly AI or whatever they call it in the thing over here that gives you trade ideas and so on. But on that, pulling up Zscaler, let me go to the 1-day chart. I think this one is the 1-day chart. Daily, yeah, look at that. Does it have any support around that 137 area? Looks like we actually broke 137 and now we're what? Is this delayed?
Wild.
It just showed us like it was running to 140, but no, we're at 137.58 right now. We're looking at that level right there, 137, 136.37. Looks like to be the bottom from yesterday. Let's zoom in on this chart over here also on the daily chart. And what is that level right there? 137 exactly was yesterday's bottom apparently. I'm just gonna scroll back on the 5-minute chart, see if that is true. And that is true. We broke 137 very slightly to 136.96. So there's a good chance that this stock bounces from 137 because yesterday with the CPI numbers, if we didn't break 136, it's going to be hard for me to believe that we do it today when the markets are down, but not too far to the downside. So around 137, maybe we can look for a quick little long idea. Sadly, the stock is down 5%. We're going against the trend with that idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are printing on lace or lass or whatever. Here's the average in, and here's the first out, second out here at that 517 level that we got printed. We're looking for 522s. Maybe I should adjust that to 521 because I'm feeling whimsical. Down a little bit. We'll see. I see a bit of a double top, albeit separated by a penny. On this stock, the 1-minute candle shows 1137 top and then 1150 top. So let's see if we can break decisively through that $25.20 level and continue to make newer highs. But I like the reclaim of VWAP. I like the holding of the 7 EMA. I like the fact that when it dipped down to that whole dollar level, it was immediately bought up. I got to be part of that in my dip trade. So I'm liking the way this one's moving, but I'm always on the lookout for a flush, especially in the current environment with these small caps. It's happening more often and there's less continuation. That's very obvious. So printing well on lace, but never off guard, always on guard with this one. As we continue to make lower lows on the futures. Now, is this just like a momentary breach, or are we going to have a certified downtrend here? We're already down 1.72% on the day, technically down 63 points, but I was telling Pradley before we came live on the air that 37.34 was the high of day, and now we're at 36.18, so we already have almost 120 points in range on the ES. What a day. How much did we have yesterday? We had over 200 points yesterday of range, right, on the ES?
The Dow was 1,500.
No, the Dow was insane. I'm talking about the ES. I think we had 200 points or so. Yeah, like it was just a madhouse yesterday here, and like everybody, you're either laughing or you're crying, depending on whether you made money or not. Why are you smiling? Someone said
I'm not allowed to smile now? Come on.
That's what my dad says when I say to him. He's like, what? I can't smile?
Yeah, I can't smile
like,
now?
No, I'd like to know the reason.
No, I'm just I'm trolling my friends, you know. I'm just trolling my buddies over here. Trolling Ian about the 3630 level with the what movie is this again? I know the movie. Hold up. Pulp Fiction.
Sick
So you know the where meme. So I just hit the Ian with that where meme with the 3630 level. Like, yo, where's that 3630 level, buddy?
The super troll.
Because we are going to 3600 like I predicted. Look, Prastradamus has yet to fail, ladies and gentlemen.
Is a super troll.
We are pushing to that level. Let's see if the market 3620 is also a level that I've traded previously. I've shorted 3620, so let's see if 3620 bounces from here and pushes to the upside one more time. But we did create a new low on the markets, and we created a new high on the volatility index, or the volatility ETF, sorry. I want to pull back to Wells Fargo real quick, but look at that. Prastradamus, let me hear it. Spell it out for me. Bouncing off the 50-period EMA, moving back to VWAP. I guess I should have added, like I said, I would like to, but I didn't add. We're still holding 60% off our size on this bad boy. I'm going to take some size out right before 44 comes into play right here. Come on, there we go. We took out some more size. Now we're holding 50% off our basket over here to see if we can get another pop up to 44, 44, or even 45. Do I think 45 breaks today? I don't know. Do I think 43 breaks today? I I don't know, but I have a trade set up and a scenario planned out to trade within that variables. If 45 breaks, I take some more profits and I hold some for the dream. If 43 breaks, I get out for a loser and I capitalize on whatever money I've already made on that stock. That's what we need to do, guys. We need to Prattleton. Whoa, no Prattleton. That sounds like Peloton. Yeah, no Prattleton, never. Never put me in the same basket as that company.
Walk around with an iPad on your head.
Walk around with an iPad around my head. Yeah, that's not happening. But, you know, markets are wonderful every single day, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of people who would rather make excuses saying this market's garbage, this market sucks, there's nothing to trade. There's a lot to trade every single day. It's our job to be a sniper and look for those trades and hunt them. And you cannot hunt them if you're just watching the markets and the charts. You need scanners. You need articles that or catalysts behind stocks. So sign up for watch lists like our watch list, and you gotta get all those incorporated into your system to help you create a trading strategy around it.
Yeah, no question about that. Lace pulling in a bit, kind of forming a bit of a double top. I want to see how this one acts when it tries to, or if it does bounce off VWAP. VWAP's currently at that 498 level. You know, a recurring theme for this stock is when it approaches that whole dollar level, it's getting bought up for the most part, popping back into that 510, 511 level. I put a dip trade here at that 498 again, VWAP. I want to see what it does if it makes its way down there and it breaks the $5 level into VWAP and then gets bought back up. Excuse me. Otherwise, I'm not going to be adding into these levels here, into the teens or even the 20s. I've got an out at 22. I'm sized in well enough at the moment for the current price action, so I won't be adding on the way up. I'll only be adding on the way down on this bad boy, especially because I've already scalped. I'm in the money. I'm profitable on this, so I'm going to take less risk, to be honest. So AGFY, I just want to mention that because I was trading it earlier, and anybody who was following me now, look at this. We've broken the 50-period moving average, and we're straddling it from the downside, though. That's not what you want to see with this one. So this one's got to set up perhaps a new 5-minute setup. It's got to move back. It doesn't have to, but ideally it would move back into that 130 level where we have an area of support off this peak, or either VWAP, which is at $1.24. We'll see which one, actually, I missed this peak as well. This peak here is at $1.33. So we have a bit of a buying range possibly between that 133 or 4 level and then back down into that 125 to 128 level. That's an interesting buying zone if you're looking to get long this stock. There we go. It makes its way down into that zone. Are we gonna see 25s? Let's see. So I'll come back to that one in a bit. Lace continuing to get bought up off the dips. There we go. Now we're in the mid-teens on this guy. Let's see if we can break 20s. I definitely want to see a break of 20 and then touch my 22, and then we'll see what we'll do on the way up. I've got a little bit less than a half position left after that 2 scalps that we took on the way up, Brad.
Oh, baby. Someone in the chat, LK, Pratt, did you see FLT, drone delivery on the news recently, delivering urgent health products to hospitals in Ontario?
That's pretty cool.
Let's go, baby. My money finally coming back. Now I'm only down 99.9% on this portfolio instead of a full 100%. So I got to love it, you know.
Where'd you buy it?
$2. We're at 35 cents.
Yeah, it's tough for speculative companies at the moment, bro. I mean, I feel you, bro. I mean, you probably had the right call on that. It's just tough for speculative companies that aren't profitable.
Dude, the stock was like a penny, moves up to $1. I was like, no, I'll buy it if it goes to 2. It goes to 2, then I'm like, okay, now it's a buy because Kathy Wood's talking about drones and everything. Kathy rugged me one more time over here. Straight to the downside goes my portfolio on FLT, down 99.9% now only instead of a full 100. But hey, you know what it is. At least some of my money's coming back. This is probably a 15-year play, to be honest, though. So we'll just have to wait and see. I'm okay with going 0 on this account at this point. On this stock, I'm ready to go to 0. I'm over it. In my mind, that money's already gone, right?
No, it's coming back.
No, like I want to say that to the chat in a specific way.
Okay.
In my mind, this money's already gone, but I'm okay with it, and that's what you should be doing. I see some people in the chat whose messages are getting deleted and should be so rightfully. Because talking about blowing up accounts and everything is not fun, guys.
No,
but
no.
You should only be investing the money that you're willing to lose. I knew that if this stock goes to zero, I'm not going to cry about the money that I put into it. It doesn't mean anything to me because I have some money saved up and blah, 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 blah. And that money doesn't mean anything to me. But if I needed that money to pay my bus ticket home or my food for the next day, then I would not be trading with it. I would not put it into this stock.
Well,
and I wouldn't even be trading to begin with, right? Because I can't afford it. So only put in money into the market that you're willing to lose. And that way, your fear of losing money is gone.
Yeah.
Absolutely disappeared. A buddy in the chat who, Aladdin, he was asking me, Prad, how do I lose the fear of losing money?
Okay.
You just have to lose money, man. You can't help it,
Yeah,
sadly.
there
you
is a
just
process.
have to do it.
Well, I've heard a lot of people have to.
You can't win 100%.
No, you have to be okay with losing, but you have to have a definable edge that shows you that you're consistent over a period of trades. Whether you want to have that as 100, 200, 300 trade sample size, you have to, number one, have an edge. And then once you know that you have an edge under circumstances where there are no pressure, i.e. a simulator, then you translate or you move over to the paid account. And then you start with small size. And you can continually move up, and adjust with the share size so that the fear kind of adjusts as you're going up, okay? Because if you have fear, you cannot read the right information and you cannot discern what you're seeing is threatening or non-threatening. Your rods and cones get all screwed up. So you need to be able to adjust to that first, but have a definable edge and then work on the psychology first. And that's what Mark Douglas talks about in the book, Trading in the Zone. I'm almost done that book. I'm almost on chapter 12 now. So it's a hell of a book, I gotta tell you. It's really helped me. Obviously, he gives, like, in the later chapters, he gives step-by-step instructions as to how to implement the stuff that he writes in the book. In the beginning chapters are kind of more theoretical and, kind of obscure and, tougher to digest, especially if you're not really into the subject matter yet. So give the book an opportunity. I guarantee you it gets more interesting in the later chapters where he starts talking about the more practical side to the book. But now let's tell you that we're going to spin this money, baby. You want to know why? Do you want to know why? Because we got printed at that 19 level on LASC. Sadly, we still haven't printed on that 22 level, but we are almost, we've got about 30% of the size that we initially went into on this one. So we are going to be profitable on this bad boy. I'm pumped about that. So now 2 for 2, AGFY, Lace, both of my good books today. And I'll be looking for these bad boys Monday as continuation plays. Let's quickly flip to AGFY to see if it stopped in that buying zone that we talked about. Yes, we talked about that 133 to that 126-ish area because of these two similar peaks here, that this would be an interesting buying zone. Looks like we paused for the moment the selling in this area. Let's see if we hold that 130 area. We're going to continue to make newer lows possibly into VWAP. So a bit of a tricky one. June wants me to look at ATXI. I will. I traded that earlier today for a profit back at my desk. I will look at that shortly once I send it back to Pradley. But Lace making me sweat. Yeah, but you know what? I'm not going to sweat as much as I was earlier because I'm lighter. I'm a lot lighter than where I was. And now if I get stopped out, it'll only be for 30% of the size.
Look at this regret of a trade, man. I mean, it's not a trade because I'm not in it, but I had an order to get short Tesla 215 after the whole move happened and we started trading under 215. So I just threw an order out at 215. That's going to be a mistake on my part. I should have been willing to not only sit at 215, but also sit a little bit lower under 215 with different lot sizes. I always talk to the trainees behind us and I tell them, guys, you got to learn how to scale into a trade and also out of a trade. But here I am sitting with my full size at one level and not even being able to get into that trade. If I had different lot sizes all the way up to my stop, I would have been able to scale into this trade and maybe even caught that move on Tesla to the downside, which is now at $209 on the day, baby, down 5%. The question now, I think everyone's head is Tesla break 200 at one point? And wow. I say yes, right? I say yes, Tesla breaks 200 at some point. I'm not sure what the price targets are currently for Tesla after the split and so on. And 206 something, right? What was it, 206.80? 206.80 was the post-split bottom. So we've yet to break that post-split bottom first. So we'll wait for that number to come in, and then we'll look for the 200 level. Amazon has yet to break the $100 area after getting scammed for $11 billion from the NFL. So, like, in my mind, it has to break 100. They have to break 100 after getting scammed.
Once you get on something, you don't let up.
Nah, I don't let
you
go.
don't let up,
I'm
man.
like a dog with the bone. That's my bone.
Yeah, Bradley was not impressed with the broadcast yesterday, and
No,
I didn't see it, but I looked at that scoreline, and that was a horrible scoreline. Yeah, man, I feel bad. Was what's his name playing? Carson Wentz playing yesterday? He was. Carson Wentz playing after becoming like the poster boy for the NFC East, and everyone's saying he's better than Dak, and maybe he is, but you know what? Like, he hasn't been living up to expectations lately after he led his team. He didn't lead them to the Super Bowl. Obviously, Nick Folk did, but he had a big part to play, obviously, in that season. He was excellent, but I haven't been able to see him duplicate that performance since then, sadly, for Carson. And that Fields guy is not an interest of mine, although he's a hell of a scrambler, I'll tell you that. All right, guys, back to work here. Lace now making aggressive move back down through that 505 area, but it's stopping a lot of these times, you know, and it's playing within that super tight range. It looks like a bull flag. I mean, who knows what it'll end up being. I have a feeling we may retrace down into that $5 level a couple more times before we break the top. So I'm trying to exercise patience for that 522 out that I so desire, up 23% on the day. So this one, a bit of a goodie. June in the chat wanted me to look at ATXI. You'll recall I had a trade on this guy earlier, but look at this, guys. Ever since that 10-15 time slot, we have been below VWAP, and we've consistently held below VWAP. And look at this, we're creating lower highs consistently and lower lows. So this one, not of interest to me for a long. If you're looking short, great. If you can get them, even better. But for a long, this one's got a reclaimed VWAP currently at that 350-ish, 56-ish level, and then hold aggressively and hold from bounces. And then, you know, I want to see the signs that it's respecting that level. Otherwise, not of interest to me at the moment, Prad. So market, look at this. Holding at that level. Yeah, broke it, technically breached it by like a few points, but, you know, flirting with it, right? Coming above and below. So market looking like it's consolidating a little bit at the low of day. Let's continue to see what it does, Prad.
What is this stock? TOP, Top Financial Group Limited. It is, what flag even is this? Is that a Hong Kong flag? It is a Hong Kong flag, okay. Hong Kong company. Top Financial Group Limited with 22.16 relative volume. So lots and lots of relative volume coming in. 4 million shares traded on the day. Trying to take out the high day for the second time over here, or the third time, sorry. This was the previous high day around 24.50. We took that one out with somewhat of a volume spike. Not too much of a volume spike, but at least that candle's bigger than the last few candles that they were around it. And then $25 break. Probably looked clean. We can go find out if that break was clean or not right here. No, it was not clean. You would have been wicked in, and then you would have had to watch it go 50 cents against you, then rip in your favor afterwards. So that $25 break was not clean for sure. And now it's trying to go test with the 27 area. With the amount of volume that the stock is bringing in for itself relatively, we could possibly see the 27 level break too. And on the daily chart though, why does my control zoom not work anymore? Huh?
There you go.
But if we do this right here, look at the IPO. We're pushing straight to the IPO level, which is 27. Nah, I need to do this over here a little bit. Top. That's a daily chart. Hold that there, and then throw that there. That's 27.50 is the IPO day high. So maybe we have a little bit of resistance around 27 up to 27.50 on TOP, which will bring it maybe back to VWAP slightly as UVIXI takes out the high a day again, and the market takes out the low a day again.
Yeah, top looking good here, Bradley. You know, the volume's a little bit on it. Done 135,000 shares in the past 5 minutes. That's not that bad. I'm not going to complain about that. But it is a bit of a dangerous one. Look at the range on TOP. Let's bring it in. Yeah, I like this one, Brad. Good call.
Don't say top G in the chat, guys. Don't say top G in the chat.
Troll him, guys. Say it. He loves entertaining.
300-second banning everybody who says top G in the chat.
Yeah, I like this this top. I'm not gonna do it to him. I was gonna say top G chart, but nah. Okay, I'm good. Anyway, it looks good, but let's see what it's like on the book because I can't see the spreads on this guy. Something tells me the spreads are wide. Let's flip here. Let's go top. Is it NASDAQ?
Which one?
Top. Yeah, there we go. It is NASDAQ. Okay. So let's have a look at the book. Guys, we're looking at 20-cent spread at times, even more. This one's super dangerous, guys. Look, if you're looking to scalp in on this one and you're looking for something safe, this isn't it, all right? So you either scale down in size so that you can take the hit or you don't get into this one at all, all right? This one is a dangerous one. It reminds me of like the HKDs, obviously not as violent and not as crazy, or the DWACs where the spreads are like 50 cents at times. Right now they're 24 cents, you know, and it was just a little wider. So careful. I'm not going to keep saying that. I want to keep mentioning it again, but top G. Sorry, top. I didn't mean to say top G. Be careful with this stock. AGFY. I want to talk about this one. This one holding the buy zone that we talked about in between these two levels. Okay, so it's holding it. Now it's pumping back through that 50-period moving average. Can it reclaim the 50-period from the bottom and hold it from the top? Let's see what this one does. But yeah, you had a cross here between the 20 and the 50. That's usually not a good sign, but you're seeing the 20 now start to curl and point upward. So let's see if this one is going to continue its march up. There we go, lace flushed. So we are totally out of lace on this bad boy here. We're still profitable on it, but yeah, let me actually just get out. I had like a baby long there. There we go, totally profitable on lace. Pumped about that. Thankfully, we only had 30%. The 30% is going to be for a loser, so that does eat into our P&L. Hey, that's the way it goes. I had to be patient with this one. I gave it time. I wanted to see if it could break through that 520 level. It looks like it rejected off that level evenly twice, and then below that you had a 519 top, and then it kept making lower tops at 517. So lace out of that one at the moment, but profitable nonetheless. Now the market is starting to continue its downward move. We had a bit of an aggressive 3 or 4 candles there off the top of this peak. What I see here are lower highs and lower lows. So this one is trending in a direction, and you know there's really no buts about that. Let's draw this trend line here. Look how many peaks that touches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 peaks. That makes a pretty legit trend line from the upside. So if you're playing ranges, good for you. If you have the ability to get off these tops here, off the top of the trend line, all the power to you, and then ride it down. So it's a way of trading, not my style though. Now I'm looking for a reclaim of the 50-period moving average on AGFY. I'm looking for that to kind of sustain itself for a little bit of time to show me, yes, I am above the 50-period, and I'm going to stay above here, and then that could initiate a new long. But I only have about 15 minutes left on the show, so we'll see. This one's really got to show me something for me to punch into it. LASE making an epic move down. Look at that, guys. The breach of 5 here and the breach of VWAP, the breach of the 200 period. It just tanked. But that's what these things do, baby. That's what these small cappers is 2022, and get used to it.
Market going to that 3,600, baby. Let's see if we bounce off that 3,600 or we actually go back all the way to 3,500. Ladies and gentlemen, the markets are in free fall mode today. It is Friday. I coined the term. I told you free fall Friday incoming. You're very welcome if you position yourself for that free fall. If not, the opportunity is still showing up for you to take advantage of it. For example, right now, XOM down 2% on the day. XLE already down on the day. So I'm looking at the $100 level as a short possibility. If the 100 level fails, I'll take my stop on the break of 100 and I'll wait for the pullback towards VWAP, which has been constantly rejecting all day. So $100.50 is where I'll be getting back in if I do get stopped out on this $100 break for XOM. So let's see if we can capitalize on this. Tom Petty Friday. What? I don't understand that one. Sorry? Oh, free falling the song. Okay, look, you can't be bringing up like songs from when I wasn't born and expect me to know it, right? But Free Fall Friday, indeed, Tom Petty Friday. Call for You got to talk about Lil Wayne or something if you're talking about music with me. I don't know Tom Petty like that. But yeah, Free Fall Friday, Free Fall and Tom Petty Friday, whatever you want to call it, baby. As long as you're in it to take advantage of these moves. For example, Rivian right now pulling down to $30. Rivian, we know what's going on with that stock, right? They almost recalled every single car that they made because the steering wheel could get loose. Imagine you're driving a Rivian car and the steering wheel gets loose. That's scary. So they had to recall their cars to fix that little bolt in there. And hence, ever since then, Free Fall Friday for Rivian every single day. And here we are down 7%, most likely about to trigger SSR in a little while if the market keeps on going south side. What is SSR? SSR is short sale restriction. Happens when a stock hits 10% to the downside or more. Are there any stocks that I could find that's down 10% real quick so I could show it to you? Yeah, there is. GDXU is apparently down 10%. Let's pull up the GDXU here on Amex, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's on Amex. Do Amex stocks also go on SSR? ETFs don't go on SSR. Okay. So we'll just go back to Rivian over here. I'll just talk about SSR on Rivian. As soon as Rivian goes down 10% on the day, it will trigger SSR, which means you cannot short the stock by smashing the bids. You have to wait on the ask, which is the right side. When the stocks go up, you will get that fill. And look at the size on Rivian at the bids over here. It's almost 700, 800, almost like 1,000 lots more, 1,000.5 lots over there on $30 level for Rivian, which I expect to break and go much further to the downside. 72 cents on Rivian at the moment. Wells Fargo not really pulling back too much. It's actually rejecting VWAP, but at least it's bouncing off the 50-period EMA. This range is not looking good for me, so I'm going to take my profits on Wells Fargo completely over here. We're out of this trade. The last 30 shares that I had, I just punched out right there in front of you. We're out. Exit stage left. Rivian, though, we're still holding 60% off our size on that. KHC, our long on KHC is now going sour. So we broke the 100-period EMA to the downside. KHC going flat. It's turning sour for us. We're going to book the loss on that, but we're still profitable on the day today, and we're going to keep on looking for taking opportunities on it. I hear Sean saying, look at Tesla. Yeah, I mean, I tried to take that 215 fill. I failed at it, but didn't get it. But here we go. Tesla pushing to that 206 area that we were talking about. Does Tesla break the post-split bottom, or does it hold and bounce like it did yesterday?
Cause I'm free falling. I love that song. It's great. It's so.
This man's 40 years old. I'm like 12 and 20, bro.
Bro, why are you just giving out my age on the air like this, bro? Why do you have these rights just to like drop man's personal info on live on TV? Like, what's going on here?
Doxed.
Guys, finally, the market's acting rational again. Yes, absorb the news correctly. Obviously, I'm not looking for anybody to get blown out, but I just feel that yesterday was, I made my intentions and thoughts clear on that, so I'll leave it. But now the market is pulling back, and look, we're starting to test 3,600 again. So maybe we'll get back into more appropriate levels at the time. Now, Lace did a really aggressive move all the way back down here. I'm trying to see if the area it stopped at corresponds to any obvious areas of support. I don't see anything, not on the minute chart or the 5-minute chart anyway. I'll have to look for the daily levels, but to me, it's a bit of a random area, and therefore I can't understand it, and therefore I'm not going to trade it until it becomes understandable. Now, with respect to AGFY, we're seeing lower lows continuously being made on these peaks here and lower highs. So this one looks like it's either setting up for a VWAP pull and then maybe maintains itself at that 125, 126-ish level, or this one's going to start stair-stepping down the rest of the day. We'll see. I see my name being lit up in the chat here. Yeah, thank you for all the comments. Yeah, thank you for all the comments there, guys. I appreciate it. Proudly airing my laundry out on live TV.
Man, we've said this so many times, though. You look nowhere close to your age, man. You take way too well care of yourself, and I can only aspire to be as fit as you and as good looking as you at one point once I do get to that age. I mean, I'm trying though. I'm trying right now. Look, this crew neck was tight for me.
Bro,
this crew neck used to not fit me.
I gotta tell the people, this guy, he's going to the gym every day. He's taking it seriously. He's bringing a gym bag. He's doing his whole thing. good for this guy. I wanted you to maintain it.
This crew neck did not fit me for the longest time, and today I was like, I'm gonna try this on. I put it on. I'm like, oh, this fits, yo. Let's go. We're gonna rock this. It's a pretty old one though. See how washed out the colors are, like for the cheetah print. It's pretty washed out, right? It's an old crew neck. But I'm very happy that I fit back into some of my old clothes. Like, look where the cuffs come, right? Like, that's how small it is now for me. But you know, time to buy some new clothes. Yo, I need a race to buy some new clothes there, Sean. So let's talk about that negotiation deal over there. But look at Tesla, man. That 3,600 bounce really coming into play for the market, and Tesla looking to bounce from 207.50s, 208s.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, let's have a look here because Top just made a bit of an aggressive move. Do we have Top on this side?
Mexican
yeah, we do.
Supplements.
Nice move all the way up to 29.50 there, but the spreads are not making me feel any more comfortable than they were 10 minutes ago when I talked about this. Yes, it made an aggressive move, and yes, if you take it, kudos to you. I'm happy for you, but it's not something that I would take. It's hard to manage risk on this type of trade, and we are in a prop firm where risk management is paramount because we are trading with the firm's money. So 29.50 Top here. Moving back down into a key area of support, that $27 level. You can clearly see we had trouble breaking through it, so that's going to act probably as a level of support at this time. Previous resistance. So let's see if it holds at $27 level. Also happens to be that 20 period, which I don't use often, but nice when it corresponds a little bit. Let's see if this one can reclaim 28 and make new highs, Brad. What's up?
No, someone asked for your Twitter, and then someone else replies, don't ask for his Twitter, ask for his Snapchat. So I don't know if you want to give either one of those out over there to the chat. Feel free for it. Another fun comment that someone actually noticed, Hamster Nation Rules noticed that I was about to say I'm 12. I don't know why I was about to say I'm 12. I'm not 12, but pretty close though, mentally pretty close to 12. But 85 cents in the money on Rivian, baby. Rivian breaking that $30 area. Now the question is, how low do we go? How low do we go? If anyone can do the math for me on the fly, look, you know I'm bad at math. Yesterday you guys saw that live example of how amazing I am with math. 20,000 times 100 is apparently 200,000. But whatever.
All good.
Whatever. You know, we're pushing to the downside over here on Rivian. If someone can calculate what the 10% marker is for Rivian, I would love to get that number because that's where I want to be basically out of the trade completely. Back to 52-week lows for what stock are you saying that for Rivian? Let's go check if that is true real quick. And now, 52 weeks lows on Rivian are much lower than that. We go all the way up to $19.94 for the 52-week low. There's still some room to the downside for that number to come into play. Might not see that number. Ooh, you know what I'm noticing right now? GitLab is actually moving towards $43. This is the area that I want to buy GitLab. I don't know if you know what this company is. Have you heard of GitHub?
Yeah, I have.
So GitHub is a competitor for GitLab, and GitHub was bought out by Microsoft a long time ago.
Okay.
And it's owned by Microsoft, and that's where a lot of people like post their software or code. Sorry, not software, the code. And GitLab competitor, very good company. When this stock IPO'd, I basically said, watch this stock go to 100. In the very few days, GitLab does go to 100. Money? How does it generate money? That's a very good question. I don't have the answer for that.
Okay,
I just know that they're a very good company.
Yeah.
Right?
So it's like open source is a huge thing right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting.
And pulling back to the downside a little bit, earnings report coming up. They have not missed a single earnings report to the green side ever since they existed.
They're all green.
All green. That's why I say this is a good company. And they move drastically on the earnings day because they always come out green. So the next earnings report that comes out, I can't wait for it. I want to buy GitLab for myself. I have two computer guys in front of me. Maybe they could jump on if they want to talk about GitLab later on.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. More than welcome to take my seat and give us all your knowledge. I'm always interested to learn. Tops breaking through that 27, but very, very briefly, kind of reclaimed it immediately. Ideally, if the spread wasn't as it was at the moment, I would be taking a long here based on the fact that once it broke that area of support, it was bought up immediately. Let's see what this one does. I'd like for it to reclaim 28 to the upside. It's moving dollars at a time, though, guys. Very scary stock. Wow. Yeah, maybe I'll rethink what I just said there because it just broke through 27 now, and it looks like it's holding at the downside. So not much happening at the moment in small cap world. to be honest. Everything either consolidating or retracing, and there are no shorts for it. Let's have a look here at the much maligned IBKR scanner. Here we go. So we got GHEI as the top on our list, but obviously volume has dropped off significantly. This is the one that halted like a half a dozen times. Below that, AGFY, you'll recall we had an excellent trade on AGFY, pulling back into VWAP and holding it. So this one is an interesting candidate, definitely, for this afternoon. Below that is RBT, but RBT is a $1.93 stock, and it, had no volume the majority of the day. A huge ton of volume came in, moved it up from that 185 to that 238, and then we've rebroken VWAP to the downside. So this one looks like it's made its move. Not for me. Top, we already talked about. These ones all are in sparse volume, so they are not candidates. SOXS, which is the 3 times inverse ETF for the semiconductor industry, is looking good.
To the downside.
But it's an inverse, right? So it's because everything is red at the moment, so this one's going up. So this one holding the 50 period quite nicely. You had this dip below the 50 period here where the market made a top, but it held VWAP. So if you were playing off these two indicators, you were in the clear. And if you took any dip trades for the last, I want to say, hour and a half off the 50 period, you're in the money. So good for you. And we're retracing back into the 50 period right now. This might be an interesting area to initiate along. I won't do that. I've got 5 minutes left on the show. But if you're looking for a trade, I like this SOX long here off the 50 period, because correspondingly, look at the trend line that we have here on the futures. It is holding. We have not broken through that peak. Let me just move this horizontal indicator out of the way to extend this trend line. There we go. So from the downside, if we move into here, look to short off here, obviously have a stop. The stop for me would be the high of this peak. So you have a long at 36.22 currently if it was to make its way back up, and then you'd have an out of 32. So you'd have a 10-point range there, whether you play it on the futures or the big cap or whatever. Is your call, but I like SOX long here, Pradley, if we can hold this trend line on the futures.
Yeah, I'm looking at Charles Schwab right now, down 6% on the day, lower day around $69.50 or so. Trying to bounce off that a little bit, most likely because the market's bouncing off of the 3,600 area. But people in the chat are saying I'll be excited if the market reverses the whole move from yesterday. That means we have to drop another 100 points on the S&P 500, which is already down 1.8% on the day. I'm not sure if we go do that, but if we do that, trust me, I'll be excited too. I've been screaming Free Fall Friday for so long. XOM moving back to $100 area. I'm not sure if I have to get stopped out on this, or do I have to just wait for the stock to pull up and add more at the 150 area? $100.50, sorry, not 150. I think I will do that. I think I'll just wait for it to pull up to $100.50 and then add to that trade, and then I'll have my stop at the high of that range around another 50 cents to the north side or so. We'll just have to be a little patient, but XOM trying to push back up north off these higher lows that it's creating around 99.60, 99.50. So be a little careful if you're trying to short XOM. Rivian about 70 cents in the money, but getting back above $30 for Rivian, which is not something I want to see. I want to see Rivian go into SSR territories today, short still restriction territories if possible. Looks like iLag opened up from a halt. I'm pretty sure you were looking at it, so I'll leave that for you. We're going back to, I want to talk about Credit Suisse or Debt Suisse. How does Debt Suisse even have the right to cut the price target for Apple? Like, I don't think they should have a right to do that. Like, fix your economy first for yourself and then go cutting out price targets for the #1 company in the world. When you can't even handle your own debt, how can you go out there, point fingers at Apple, who's saving the market? Like, just be quiet, Credit Suisse.
Yeah,
don't be bringing down the price target for my baby Apple. Yeah. Not my baby Apple, but my #1 stock in my portfolio, Apple.
You know what? An expression that I heard the other day that absolutely plays into what you're saying is credibility is so hard to earn and so easy to lose. Right? I mean, if they had an excellent track record of making calls in the past and all of a sudden they come up and their finances aren't in order, people are not going to take them seriously. And that's exactly what you're hearing from Pratt at the moment. Top just made a move down. It looks like we're going to halt here at that 22.95. Yes, we are halted now on top, making an aggressive flush into that 200 period moving average. What a move by Top. Let's see what this one opens up to. I don't have the top, and I've only got a couple of minutes left on the show, so I'm going to leave that for you guys. Lace consolidating now. Ugly chart below the 200, below VWAP. I don't like it. I see it actually, if you're able to secure shorts on this, to take that 4 3/4 break to the downside, possibly ride that into the 4.5. I think we see lower lows for the rest of the day on Lace, but who knows? Maybe we'll reclaim VWAP to the upside. I don't know. But it's been a pleasure, guys. Let's see quickly here if we can glean anything before Ian comes on and graces us with his presence. Everything looks red to me on the charts today. So, saving except for these airlines and some of these banks maybe. Everything else seems to be a little bit red, but wow, Prad. Not a whole lot happening here.
On Lace?
On like to the upside for any of these industries. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I can't wait to see. Oh, that's right. Brando's computers might be getting fixed a little bit. That's why we don't have the segments that we usually have, such as your heat maps and so on. So let me see if I can pull up a heat map for us over here on FinViz. Look, I already told you I'm a little cheap when it comes to these things, right? I don't pay for those icon terminals and stuff, so I always look for free heat maps.
What is that book map that you had there? How is that free? Do you pay for that?
No, it's free. The website is free. BitcoinWisdom.io.
Got it.
It's only for Bitcoin, though.
Oh, it's only for Bitcoin.
No, it's not for all your stocks.
Okay.
It's only for cryptocurrencies or Bitcoins, I think. So you can do Ethereum, you can do Dogecoin, you can do Bitcoin, but cool. This is just for cryptocurrency website.
I know some of the guys, the traders on the floor, they pay for that, right?
Yeah, that's called Bookmap.
Bookmap?
Yeah, that costs money. That costs a lung and a kidney.
Yeah, I heard it's like a bill a month, 2 bills a month,
yeah,
1 bill a month
I think it's 200
for
something.
the data or something like that,
Yeah, that's a little expensive. I try to stay away from that. But heat maps are free on FinViz. If you go to FinViz website, guys, you can click on this little heat map over here to the side, and you can get a quick little look as well. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Apple, big boxes over here for these companies. What is actually green? UNA, JP Morgan, BAC, Wells Fargo, Citigroup is green, USB is green. USB, haha. Isn't that a bank too? Yeah, that's a
Let me say bye.
US Bancorp. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, guys, I'm done for the day. Ian's going to come on. It's been great seeing you guys. I will be on 2 days next week before I leave on Wednesday for my trip for a couple weeks. I'm really pumped about that, but hopefully we'll have 2 fantastic trading days, Monday and Tuesday, guys. And yeah, good seeing you, and I'll see you guys Monday. Later,
Adios,
Bradley.
amigo. Amazing all the time having you on over here Monday to Friday. Lots of stuff that I learned from my boy Sharif over here, so I urge you guys to do the same. Take notes. Take notes on his small cap trades, because he's teaching me a lot on how to trade small caps. Not that I will for another year or so, but you're teaching me things about small caps that I didn't know before, and also a lot about technical analysis. So thank you, Sharif, for joining the show over here every single day that you're here. We love having you on. Coming back to the heat map though, yeah, look at the heat map, guys. If you want to use free heat maps like these, all you have to do is just Google them, right? So FinViz. Apparently, though, people in the chat saying the free FinViz stuff is a little bit delayed. Yeah, it could be. I don't doubt that at all. The free stuff is always, they always try to hold you back a little bit. You have to pay money in order to really get the full capabilities of anything that you want to open up. Dude, what is Top G? Looks like it's a mating call. Yeah, it does. Don't worry about it, Bears versus Bull. It's just this annoying guy who thinks he's a genius, and he calls himself the Top G, so everyone else in the chat trolls me. I like the troll from the chat. I just don't care about that person. Friday Super Chats, though, is where we're going to go to right now. The opening. I thought you were talking to me. Trader Gentry with the $1 super chat. Looks like you might have missed out on the message part over here. If you're still in the chat, Trader Gentry, throw it in the chat and tag Bears versus Bull or myself or both of us, and I'll gladly take a look at that for you. Erica Pinto with the $2 super chat in the morning. Pay rent with built card is hit for Wells Fargo. Yeah, WFC, we had some good trades on that if you're watching today. 840, wow, you're right up and early, so congratulations on that one. Obviously, our show starts at 8:30, so if you're not here at 8:30, you're missing out on a lot of free info that the market is, or Sean, Neil, and Brendo are preparing you for the open. Alan Now I hope I said that right. If I mispronounced your last name, I apologize. $2 super chat. If you had a message in there, once again, throw it in the chat for Bears versus Bull and myself. Tag us and we'll take a look at it. We covered that guy. We got this one over here. Short Tesla, question mark. I love and appreciate your hard work. Thank you for becoming a member and renewing your membership. Short Tesla is clearly the direction today to be a part of. I was trying to get the 215 fill. I was just way too passive to have that fill. Sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them. Today, I'm flat on it because I don't even have a trade. But if you did short Tesla, Pratham, you smoked it today without a doubt, so congratulations on that. Hello, cheers, says not sure what that username is, but hello and welcome to the Trader TV Live family. Dominic Famularo, ILAG halted. Yeah, this was a while ago, 9:40. ILAG did halt. Dominic, we love you, brother. Thank you for the constant donations and the super chats that you fund us with. The man, the myth, the legend with the $5 super chat. Puts on Netflix printed. Woohoo! It ain't over. Really? Not sure what puts you have or how they printed. Oh, now Netflix is actually down on the day. So yeah, now you're printing on the puts for sure. But looks like you printed off this initial dive down to the Netflix had. I think Netflix got back to positive for a little bit, but now going back into the red and getting ready to most likely bounce off of 230. I did mention that I want to try along around 230 on Netflix as we double bottom around there. Looks like the new lower days are on 229.76. So that looks like a failed break of 230. I'll be watching the stock a little bit closer on my second screen. Let me just put it up over here to see if we pull back to 230, and we're not. We're actually going higher than that. That sucks to be me. Spencer Sanders, $2 super chat. We need Suge Knight. Suge Knight is only coming out on CPI days. I'm sorry. He's not coming out on normal days. Suge Pratt, that is. He's not coming out on normal days. What trading platform do you guys use? I'll let my boy Ian answer that because he's logged in and I need a water break. Thank you for the CZK. I'm thinking that's a Czech Republic currency. Thank you for that. And Ian, welcome to the party.
Yeah, well, hi guys. How's it going today? I hope everyone's having a very profitable day. It's been exciting for sure. What an unbelievable move, honestly, from yesterday. Obviously, the big down move in the morning. And then complete rip up off of that 3,500, and look where we are now. We're giving back about half the move, right? So, it's absolutely crazy. Who could predict these kind of market moves? I did see a super chat come through there. AMD check, please, from Abdi. So I'll take a quick look at AMD. I'm actually looking at this 56 area on AMD to get long, but I want to get a little bit closer to that area. We seem to be, kind of bouncing off of this 3,600, after the slow grind lower. So, I'm looking for potentially some bounce plays. If I wasn't short already, it's going to be tough to get short unless, we get a bigger bounce up to let's say 58, 59 here on AMD. The 60 rejection, I think Sean had that one in the morning. The short off of 60, that was a huge move. So, good for anyone who had that short. As well. Tesla I was also looking at, and Tesla, the 52-week low, guys, was made yesterday. I believe it was 206.22. So keeping that on tabs, it briefly broke 208, and there was decent size there on the bid, and I was watching that. It chewed through it like nothing, and I was thinking about potentially getting a bounce off of that. But I was watching the tape, and nothing was really happening, and I didn't feel like really getting chopped up on Tesla midday around 208. So I think now I'm just going to be a little bit more patient with it. And either wait for this 208 to come closer into play so I can get a bounce off of that, maybe with some less share size, or if it drops back down, keeps dropping all the way to 206, then that's going to be interesting as well. But yeah, definitely watching that 56 on AMD and then Tesla for me right now. This morning, I traded a couple buyouts. I took a couple trades on Tesla. I had the 225 break at the open. That was good until it wasn't, but that was a quick scalped up for 80 cents. And then I also had a bounce after that flush at 10 a.m. Off of the Michigan number. That was crazy. That was a crazy flush. But what I've been noticing, and I know the guys on Sean Neal like to do this as well. But after those flush moves, sometimes the bounce you can get off of a key level can be pretty vicious as well. So. It's about waiting for those buyers to really, step up and, start that bounce, and then you kind of hop in with them. So I had one on Tesla at 216. But other than that, not too many trades for me. Yesterday was my best day on the floor. so far. So, a little celebration for that. Obviously today back to work, but trying not to have that much stress today because it's Friday, we're hanging out.
It's Friday then.
Exactly, and trying to make a little bit of money and then call it for the week.
Right on, man. Yeah, I'm in the same boat over here. Not trying to stress myself out too much, but thankfully the money's being poured into our accounts without the stress, and that's the way we like it to be. Ian, you didn't even answer the question that I threw it over to you for.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I got it. So the platform.
I totally forgot about that.
You're good. The platform we use over here is Day Trade the World's software, P Pro 8. It's called P Pro 8. It's from Day Trade the World. We're sponsored by them. If you want to learn more about Day Trade the World, do !DTTW or !software. I think it will show up in the chat. Also, Bears versus Bull might throw in the link for you at any moment. Click on those links. You can open up your own floor or your own office. What you see right here behind us is the Day Trade the World office, and all of these traders are funded by Day Trade the World. You can open up your own floor as long as you're outside of the United States of America, and trade with our funds, the company funds and so on. Get tons of leverage. Get the quickest executions you'll ever experience in your life. Those IBKRs and those Robinhoods are not giving you the fills that we are getting. So the quickest executions, the cheapest prices that I've ever seen for shorts. If you ever if you can't find the shorts for a stock, we've never ran into that issue. And usually when we are paying for shorts, we're paying a lot less than anywhere else that I've seen at least. You provide the training, right? Yeah, we do provide training. I've seen a lot of floor managers actually come onto our floor and train. I think, what was it, last month, the whole floor came to our office and actually came to see how we run the floor over here and so on. So training provided. Day Trade the World takes care of you and makes sure that you end up successful in your business if you plan to open one. So once again, DTTW.com or daytradetheworld.com, available everywhere outside of the US, and you can trade the whole world basically. You can trade futures, you can trade equities, you can even trade cryptocurrencies, but not really right now. We're trying to build on that a little bit, but you can trade the Japanese markets, the Australian markets, the Chinese markets, the Indian markets, basically the whole thing. The name is Day Trade the World, baby.
Yeah, honestly, nothing but great things to say about the floor. All the resources available to us, and obviously, the platform is amazing, and the lightning fast executions, Brad nailed them all. I punched in long to AMD, and I'm trying to switch to the 5-minute chart here, just to kind of gauge what I'm trying to do here on AMD. I was looking at this 56 level. I briefly talked about that before. Let me adjust this here. Let me do this. So I can cut out these empty spaces in the chart so it just looks a little bit better. There we go. So yeah, we hopped off this 55 yesterday, and obviously a huge move yesterday, but it's been holding this 56 basically all week as a kind of channel, right? So 56 to about 59 on the top side, and then 60, obviously, it broke out a little bit today, but then, 60 rejected. So, clearly it's going to continue to trade in this range. So here we are back at the bottom of the range again. So I'm going to try and get, a potential bounce off of the bottom of this range. It's only down 3% today. In comparison to the likes of Tesla, it was down down 5.5%, right? So, obviously AMD weak today. There's no question about it. There's a lot of things that are weak today. Reversing that whole move, which is it's just been phenomenal and incredible, to be honest, to kind of see this move happen. Who would have thought yesterday that the
market's not available?
Who would have thought yesterday that the trade of the day was the long, right? I think we were all kind of looking short after that CPI miss, and then obviously it was the long. Can you trade options on Day Trade the World? So no, we do not trade options. We only trade shares. So anytime you see us in positions, guys, we're only trading shares. So why you guys don't trade options? And this is what I think. It's because, obviously we have buying power available to us, right? So, the reason why a lot of people trade options is because you can leverage smaller amounts of money and, get greater returns, right? So it's obviously a lot different. I feel with options it's a lot harder to control risk. So, that could be part of it as well. And then obviously we're not able to hold overnight positions too, right? So. What is your name, please? So I'm Ian. If you guys haven't seen the show before, seen the midday show, I've been on a handful of times, and I'm glad to be on every single time and share some trades with you guys.
Yeah, someone in the chat said there is no Indian markets, and I had to confirm with Sean. You are right. I am wrong on that side. I know when to accept the loss, and I'm going to accept the loss on that one. There are no Indian markets, but guys, there's tons of markets. You can go once again to that website and learn exactly about everything that Day Trade the World is about. People in the chat want us to take a look at CCL. CCL currently up 2.75% on the day. Caribbean cruise liners launching to the new high day and trying to see if we can play with the pre-market levels of what, 730, 732 or so, only 2 pennies away from it. So let's see if that can actually play out. Yesterday, CCL was monster. Was it yesterday? No, not yesterday. The day before that, CCL was monster. I actually had that long at 660, and I got out at $7. Next thing you know, the stock is at 740, which was very upsetting to see. But what can you do? Sometimes you just don't have the full move, but at least you captured some of the move, and I'm happy with that. If CCL is doing what it's doing, you can also expect other cruise liners such as RCL and NCLH to do the same thing. RCL over here up almost 2% on the day, and NCLH on New York, Pratty. NCLH also possibly up on the day off of the CCL move over there. Yeah, 3.5% up on NCLH too. So the cruise liners are doing good today. What I also like to do when I'm watching the cruise line stocks is to go check on the airliners to see how the airliners are doing today. I usually start off with the Jets ETF, which is the ETF that holds all the airliners in them. Today the Jets ETF is up 3. Oh, sorry, I saw 3 for a second, but the computer was just updating. It's up 0.75% on the day, which means your American Airlines, your JetBlues, and your Saves and so on, most likely in the green territory also.
A couple of people mentioning ILAG in the chat, and I think you guys were mentioning it a little bit earlier. This stock has been absolutely crazy today. You know, no one's trading it on our floor because it's just incredibly risky. Like, look at all these halts. Like, you never know where it's going to open up, and then it reversed the entire move. Like, it was up halting all the way to 12, and then reversed the entire move. And back here we are again, back at the lows. So I don't know what to say about this move. It's obviously been crazy. If you were in any way involved on the long side of this, you know, hopefully you made money and hopefully you didn't get spooked out or whatnot. But yeah, it's been crazy to trade. I'm in Tesla now, so the reason being, I said I want to be a little bit more patient and wait for 208 or 206 to come into play. But this 210 level was really, really interesting yesterday, and I'll show you that just from the morning. It was holding as this resistance, and eventually it broke out, and then obviously we had the huge up move and the squeeze to the upside, right, to test 220 again, right? So that's what I'm kind of going off now when I'm seeing Tesla kind of reclaiming and bouncing off of this 210 area, right? So it has bounced off of 208, but it hasn't really pulled back towards that area as well. So still liking the 210 level as potential, support on this one. So I started a position on this one, probably going to give it around like 209. 40 area, 209.30 area, about 75 cents of risk, right, on this one. So we'll see where this one goes. AMD, I did take some out of that position. It was quickly about 25-30 cents in the money for me there. Just in front of 50 EMA, ahead of this consolidation, might as well take some out. And if it comes back down here, I could start churning some shares and, adding to it and scalping it out that way and, trying to manage the trade a little bit like that. Y'all are trying to hire me to day trade options in the background. Don't even care to be on camera. So we can't actually, like, no one trades options in day trade the world. It's not an option. Play on words there. Not enough energy in Tesla right now. Yeah, you could be right. You could be right. So obviously after the moves, from this morning and yesterday, of course, the market could just be kind of grinding or running out of steam into the rest of the day. But we'll see. If there's going to be a move, I want to be able to capitalize on it. Tesla is pulling back a little bit now on me, so watching that one on my side screen. Tesla's here to stay. Everyone's talking about Tesla right now in the chat. AMC short interest is 19%. Yeah, no shares to short. Why do people make these claims? I quickly brought up AMC because someone also mentioned it in the chat a bit earlier and said it was kind of going off. And it's just kind of reclaiming VWAP. I wouldn't really say that's going off. You can look at the 30-minute chart here. It hasn't really been doing anything. Let's look at the daily. Let's look at the daily and see if AMC has been, giving any level of excitement. It's doing 11 mil volume on the day. That's not going to be enough for us to, even get even think about getting involved. It's bouncing off 550, sure, but it hasn't really, done anything, right? Like that was probably just participating in the market move yesterday, that bounce. But in terms of like volume or actual like price levels here, I'm not seeing anything too interesting. So we haven't traded AMC for a long time now. It used to be back in the day, like it can potentially give you a trade setup every single day, and it was cool to trade. But not so much recently, and it's probably going to stay that way until some sort of catalyst comes out with it.
Do you even care about Formula One anymore?
Formula One, I was actually talking. Right? I was talking to Brendan about it back there, as he was like back on the trading floor for a bit. But yeah, the season's done.
The season's done.
Max obviously won, and it's never fun when the season ends like a few races early.
Yeah.
But we were just saying how like Formula One's been so different this year, and to be honest, I don't know if I've enjoyed it that much. This
season's trash.
Well, obviously compared to last season was phenomenal, and it was like, a historical season and whatnot. But this season has been super just straightforward, super like lackadaisical. I'm guilty of falling asleep during a few races. It's just not the same.
No. We got a question coming in from our viewer. Hello, wanted to ask for some advice. I have a tendency of not letting my winning contracts run, always cutting too early. Bought 6 Tesla puts this morning for 200 each, sold for 300 each, and now they're at 1,300 each. I want to start off by saying congratulations on your win first to begin with. So it's... What I do to improve on that is I actually write down notes every single day. When I go home, I write down, this is the move that I wanted. This is my setup. This is my plan. Did I trade my plan? If I say no, then why did I not trade my plan? Something that I also mentioned recently that Michael Noss tweeted out. It's how people, or why do people stray away from trading their plan and their setup? It's because your size got way too much for you to handle, and now you're scared about the trade. And I was also talking to a couple other traders over here behind me about it. Once you figure out the perfect amount of size that you can get into a trade that will allow you to trade the setup. For example, if you knew you were getting in for the shorts over here, and you're going to take profits over here, and then leave some running for later on, you can only do that if you don't have the fear of losing money on that trade, right? But the fear of losing money on that trade because you are over leveraged, you have way too much size on that trade, is making you take profits way too quick, is making you not hold that trade a little bit longer. So maybe cut down your size a little bit. Cut down your size. Learn to trade the setup first. Once you learn to trade the full setup, then start adding more and more contracts to that setup, and you will see as you go forward into it, it doesn't even matter anymore. Your wins don't matter. Your losses don't matter. All that matters is your setup working? How good did you trade your setup? And if the setup stops working, how do you modify the setup to the current market environment? So what you did over here, hats off to you. Congratulations on getting your win, absolutely. But nothing wrong with it. Don't beat yourself up for taking profits too quick. A lot of us do that on the floor. Not all of us can be Sean and Neil, right? But we can try to get there with practice. Practice? That's right. We're talking about practice. We can try to get there with practice. Make notes of your trades. And maybe next time, instead of taking 6, take 4. And then cover 3. And then hold 2 or hold 3 more for the move, right? So just cut down your size a little bit and trade the setup. And then later on, you'll just get better and better and better. Next thing you know, you're here in NYSE and I'm wondering what happened.
Yeah, exactly. It's always about getting better each day. For me, obviously we smashed the CPI trade yesterday. Definitely could have had better exits too. Like Brad is saying, sometimes you cover a little bit too early and it runs. Scaling out and whatnot. Those are things that I need to improve on in those trades in particular. And I'm marking down in my journal and looking to improve the next time I'm in that sort of scenario, right? So. It's important to keep notes. It's important to, look for things in your trading game that you need to improve individually, right? And, look to expand off that. I did get stopped out of Tesla. That's coming down pretty fast now. It's accelerating towards this 208. A lot of selling just came in there in the markets and in Tesla especially. Tesla's down 6% today, guys, so really weak. Maybe the bounce play is not in for Tesla, but we are coming back to this 208 area. And there seems to be some green on the tape here, right? So I think, I took the L on the first position. That was a small position, so that's okay. but I want to, maybe wait now for this 208 area if I want to attempt to bounce again to see if there's actually buying down there, right? So I added to the AMD position as well. That's a little bit out of the money now, so, good thing I took some of the profits out of that one. But at the same time, it hasn't really broken below this like 56.60 area, which held a support earlier today, right? It's that 56.50 area that held a support earlier today and, held there. So, banking essentially off of that. If that starts to break down, I think I'll probably put my stop there actually. Just in case it does break down and, reassess on that trade. I really only had plans for AMD and Tesla today. So if you guys have any, trade ideas in the chat, feel free to throw them out. I saw JPM in the chat as well. Someone said that they were short, if I remember correctly. So, hopefully, no, that wasn't him. Hopefully, short off of these peaks. It's making basically essentially, lower highs on the chart here. This is a 3-minute chart. Let's look at the 5-minute chart because a little bit more consolidated here. So it is kind of hovering around VWAP, right? So struggling with that. They had earnings today as well. It was up 3% on the day, so relatively stronger on the day. I guess getting the reversion back to this 111 area. This 111 area seems pretty interesting, just because it held as resistance here and then in live market trading after the earnings holds the support. So if you are short, that's probably going to be a good profit target around that 111 area. But for now, if you are short, it's not really doing too much, so not too much stress in that one.
So XOM did pull up to that 150 marker, 100.50. I kept saying 150. Low battery, shut up. Did yours say low battery?
No, I didn't hear anything.
You might have to put it in here for a second, though, so it can charge up a bit. But XOM did pull up to $100.50, and it's rejecting that perfectly like we wanted to. Taking some profits out over here as from the last pot that we got in. Let's see if we can get a bigger move to the south side. Only 11 cents in the money on XOM currently, with XLE or the market trying to push back south side, which would be good for us, obviously. Rivian and XOM are my only 2 trades, but Rivian not really trying to go too far under 30 bucks, man. I want to see the SSR trigger on this position today, but looks like we won't have the opportunity to do that, so just gonna have to wait patiently to see if it will happen later on. With 50% of my size already taken out for profit, I'm gonna try and hold another 50% as XOM is now 16-20 cents in the money. So awesome. XOM trying to push to the south side for us. I don't want to take that profit. It triggered me into it. Actually did take that order. I was gonna pull that order before it triggered, but it already triggered, so can't do much about it. Now we just sit back and let the trade go down even more south side for us, if that is a possibility, as the market I think the market's creating somewhat of a higher high here, though, in the low ranges of 3,600. Like I said, I don't expect 3,500 to really come into play. If we do go back all the way to 3,500, then why did the market even bounce off of 3,500 yesterday? So in my opinion, 3,600 should hold and not really go too much further from there.
Yeah, some games definitely were played yesterday, I think, and it was interesting because I was watching that 3,500. I'm in the short. And, you know, we were talking a lot about this because a lot of us were in the short. It's so hard to kind of switch biases like that, right? So I saw 3,500, you know, kind of, you know, holding up. I trailed my stop, whatever, eventually got stopped out. That was a great stop up because it ran up to 3,700. So, you know, whatever on that one. But it's so difficult to kind of totally flip your thinking because I was thinking short bias the whole way. So I didn't really have a long play, you know, going up off of that bounce. Obviously, the bounce was incredible, and that ended up being the trade of the day. You know, so it is what it is. You know, you learn from that and you try to improve next time. I wanted to address a couple things here in the chat that I see people saying. So Rich here brings up an interesting point. This person says, choose a max risk you're willing to lose, then calculate how many shares you need in conjunction to where your stop loss is. Pick three take profit targets, execute and be robotic, don't trade P&L. So, you know, a couple great points in this one. Essentially, you're describing a shutdown. So you guys know we trade with a shutdown. So we're always calculating our trades based on like a percentage of our shutdown, right? So, you know, Brad mentions it all the time. If you really like a trade and you want to put a lot of risk on that trade, you might risk, let's say, like 50% of your shutdown or 40% of your shutdown or something on that particular trade, and you kind of calculate your share size and how much you want to risk, like cents-wise, to lose that amount if you do end up losing. So, those are good words there, Richie Rich. Don't trade P&L. That's a huge one. Like, obviously, guys, the P&L, and I've said this before, it's only a byproduct of your trading, right? Don't trade your P&L. The market doesn't care how much you made on that last trade or how much you didn't make on that last trade, how much you lost or whatever. The market doesn't care, right? It'll just eat your money just as quick, right? So don't trade your P&L, just trade the trade. Just take each trade separately. A couple other questions here. Ian, is your trading getting better or worse trading live on the show? So here's the thing, like I always practice different things when I'm on the show just because it's a different market at this time of day, right? So, during this time of day, it's more of like a rangy market. You don't get great breakouts usually unless something kind of happens or less volume kind of pops off. So, taking those aren't usually in the question, right? I will take losses on the show. You just saw me. I just took a loss on Tesla, but that being said, I'm trading smaller share size. I'm trading smaller share size because I know that this is not necessarily the time that I excel at when I trade, right? So, I love trading, like, so I won't back down from that. But at the same time, I want to, look at things in my game and try to improve them. So, I am getting better at it, but, it's always a work in progress. For me, I like trading at the open, the most volatile time, trading those breakouts at the open. I think those are the best setups for me. Great knowledge. I unfortunately trade the P&L, which helps when we have it hidden. Yeah, so a lot of traders do this here. We create another blotter. So we have our blotter, obviously, with all our positions, share sizes, whatever, P&L, of course, right? A lot of traders here, they put another blotter over top of that. So you can actually block your P&L. So when you're trading, it will just populate position, share size, price, that's it. It doesn't populate your unrealized or your net or whatever your realized profit. So it helps you kind of just trade that particular trade, right? And, keep it separate from others. That's something that has helped us, helped a few of us on the floor. And, if maybe you give that a try on your own, and maybe it will help you.
I'm a pro at buying the high. Come on, Dave. Don't say that. Dave, because I'm a pro in buying the high. Don't say that. But yeah, I want to reiterate a little bit what buddy Ian was just mentioning. Lower volume periods, right, guys? As day traders, we want volume. We want stuff that's moving around. 9:30 to 11 o'clock is where the volume is, and that's why we have the best traders in the world, Neil, Sean, and Brendo, coming on for you from 8:30 to 11 o'clock, covering that for that part of the day for you, showing you how their mentality works. And then 11 o'clock, volume dies off, and that's where you kind of want to stay away from the market, because the only people you're trading against at that point, you're always trading against somebody, right? And the only person you're trading against at that time of the day are the algorithms, the traders who are tilted, and the traders who are greedy. Nothing wrong with being greedy, but you gotta still employ the right risk management and the right trading setups on there. If you're tilted because you lost money off the open and there were a lot of opportunities, then you're gonna keep on tilting into the day. Those are easy people to take money off of, but it's those algos who are the problem. As soon as you throw an order out there from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock, HFTs, for those of you who don't know what HFT is, high frequency trading computers. These computers, basically, as soon as you throw an order into the market, they grab that order off the latency. Latency meaning how long did that order take from your computer to your broker, from your broker to the main floor, to the NASDAQ or the New York floor, and then back to your computer. They take these HFT machines, take that order, they calculate the latency, and they already know what type of trader you are. They see what type of size you're posting, and they immediately know where your stop might be. It's not rocket science, right? These computers are programmed that way because they've seen years and years of psychology, human psychology being poured into the market. They're coded that way to wipe you out. Every time when someone says, I got stop hunted, you just had to stop at the wrong spot. You didn't get stop hunted. You just had to stop at the wrong spot where the computer was able to push you out of that trade, right? So those variables really will come into play during these times of the day. It's better to really walk away from your computer from 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock and then come back at 3. That's actually what a lot of the traders do on the floor. Low battery again. What's wrong with this thing? But you know, you got to look for opportunities which are there. But if you are taking those trades, then you know, maybe cut down the size a little bit, right? That's what we do over here. I'm not taking the amount of size I take at 9:30 from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Simply not doing that. But opportunities are still there. You got to be careful with those opportunities. Let's quickly go over to our YouTube like count, which I think is a little underappreciated. Once we get to 3K, we know Papa Neil is going to drop some bars over there. You have already in mind what you're dropping today? He said yes. He's nodding his head, and we're only 500 likes away from Neil to drop some bars for you guys. So get that like count up, ladies and gentlemen. We got 4.3K if you're still watching, 2.5K likes. Easy 500 likes to come into play over here. Bump, bump, bump. And for that 32% of you who are not subscribed to our channel, hit that subscribe button. Recently, we broke that 350K barrier. So thank you to everyone who helped us with that. You know, share it with your friends, share it with your families. And we love every single one of you who have done so already. If you see people in the chat with green names, that's because they're a family member of the Trader TV Live group over here. And you can become one too by hitting that join button right beside subscribe button. A neat little pop-up window will show up with Brendo talking to you exactly about what it entails about being a member for Trader TV Live. And then last but not least, we got the merchandise store, which I'm still trying to get access to revamp. You know, I'm a little procrastinating myself. I haven't talked to Justin, so I got to talk to Justin. Stop procrastinating on that, Prad. But look at this merch over here. Ignore my hair. I'm going to hide my hair with this hat right now because my hair is just not working today. I tried so many hairstyles, did not work, so I had to slap on the hat. The Trader TV Live merch, baby. If you do purchase any Trader TV merch, like the hoodies that Ian has shown up on the show before, or even this hat, take a picture, throw it up on Twitter, and we would love to share it with our viewers.
A couple people here in the chat now. Mike Crahan, we the best. Yeah, you are right. You guys are the best. This is the reason why we do the show, right? For the viewers. If not for you guys, you know, watching us every single day, there is no show, right? So that's why we always thank you so much. All we ask for, guys, is smash the like button if you guys haven't already. I was actually unaware that Neil's doing a rap afterwards. You've been getting better and better, I'd say, with these raps, so it's been pretty cool. Well, you know, I'm running out of stuff that I know. True. Okay, so, you know, he's prepared for something today, but you guys got to get the like count there. So we're 400 likes away. Let's get it there, guys, because I think we're all looking forward to that one. Oh, yeah, much love to all of you guys. Yeah, you know, I already said it. Much love to all of you guys as well. Tesla, yeah, a couple people. Okay, so wanting to look at the Tesla chart again. It is just kind of grinding lower. It's not doing anything. It's struggling with this 210 area. And it was coming up to this 210 area. I was like thinking, do I punch in short here to hedge my bets essentially with AMD? I can, like, okay, let me try. I don't usually like to essentially, you know, go back and forth. Let me offer and be patient with this one, just because I don't want to, you know, accept too much risk on it, right? So essentially going to risk another 50 cents up to 210, 50 area. If I get filled on this one, I'm sitting at 90, so it should fill me. The offer there, it clicked to 90 and didn't fill me. This is it's probably going to end up like being like Prad's trade. Yeah, there, it's running away from me now. So 30 cents in the money from where I want to short it. That's okay. You know, clearly the short off at 210 continues to work. That being said, if it comes up there like a fourth and fifth time, I don't know. I'm going to be hesitant to try it. You know, but it is struggling with this 210 area. That, oh wow, it really pulled back off there. So let me just cancel that offer now. But you know, I guess since the share size I posted, maybe it got scared of that and it ran away. But
stop trying to big stack bully the market, Ian.
Yeah, no. I wanted to go down and, you know, I pushed it down, whatever. No, that didn't happen at all. I just ran away from it, you know, so you don't want to chase that one. If I'm chasing that one now, I'm accepting like $1 more risk on that one, so we're just going to leave that one alone. But clearly this 210 level is quite interesting on Tesla. It was interesting yesterday morning, interesting today. I did take out some of that AMD trade as well. As it's bouncing off of this 50 EMA, it seems like AMD is stronger down here at these lower end support areas from earlier in the week, right? So I guess that's why, you know, this is an area of confluence, I guess, for AMD. You know, basically a weekly support now around this 56, 55, 50 area. So kind of going off of that, and you are getting decent bounces. I had a pretty bad ad on my last one here, but I thought it was gonna, you know, really run up. There was a lot of buying came in there. I just had to be a little more patient. The buying came on this pop, so that's exactly what I did. Scalp out some of that. I was like 15 cents in the money. So, just taking small wins here on AMD, but still, holding a core piece in case it does break out 50 EMA and run back up to VWAP. That's going to be a bigger move, obviously. So holding a core piece for that. Seeing if we can get that bounce move. The market is testing these lows again. Tesla pulled back pretty hard off of 210. I really wish I got that short.
Yeah, market's going down and taking my positions with it, so gotta love it because I am short. So XOM now 30 cents in the money and getting ready to take some profits on that. Let's do it right now. What did I just do? What just happened? Let's take some profits on XOM to the downside, 38 cents in the money on that bad boy. And Rivian too, baby. Let's go. Rivian, $1 in the money, pushing well below $30 now. I still have 50% of my size left on Rivian, and I'm itching to take profits. Look, I've mentioned this before. I'm pretty bad with taking profits myself because I don't know where to take profits. I just take profits whenever I feel like it. I need to create a system more, but that's something I can work on later on. I have other things to fix in my trading before fixing how to take money. Currently, though, working for me is Rivian. The volume to the downside is increasing. You can see that volume candle right there on the 5-minute chart, pushing. It's greater than the last few candles that were here for the last an hour or so. So that's a pretty good indication that this market wants to go a little bit lower, or not market. The stock wants to go a little bit lower for my favor. Getting ready to take more profits on that for myself. Let's see where other stocks are moving at the moment. Any other positions that you guys want us to look at in the chat, feel free to throw it out. But I want to go to other EV stocks while I'm taking a look at Rivian, such as Li Auto, NIO, and other Chinese EV stocks, such as even XPEV. Li Auto today down 4.5% and actually bouncing off of $19. Li Auto has done a really good job at holding that $18, $19 area for the past few days, ever since it dropped from the $24 area. So let's see if Rivian bounces from 19 again as this market's pulling back to that 3,600 area. And I think someone in the chat said 3,500 might actually come into play today, Brad. So you might have to watch out for that. I mean, I'll be happy if 3,500 comes into play, but I'm not expecting it, right? I'm not predicting that move. I will participate in that move, which means I'll hold my positions a little bit longer if 3,600 actually breaks, but I'm not expecting it. I'm not predicting it. I will participate in it.
I'm setting up a trade here on the SPY, actually. In case the market does break down, I want to be involved in that breakdown of these lows, and it could probably test 3,600, potentially lower if it accelerates quickly enough, right? So, I like to trade equities. I'm not that big of a futures trader. Obviously, we had the futures trade yesterday on the CPI. And after that, my MPP looking pretty nice in the futures category. But that being said, I'm going to focus more so on equities. So I'm lining up a trade here on the SPY. I'll bring it up here. Just in case so you guys can see it. But essentially, the reason being is that if the market is going to continue to sell off and grind lower, I want to participate on the break of this bottom. It seems like it is making a bottom a bit, but if it continues lower, we could see a deeper move into the abyss, so to speak, and into those ranges from yesterday. So, watching this one, I'll take the trade here on the SPY on the break of 358.50, and kind of hedge my bets that way. I missed the Tesla trade. Look at that Tesla trade, though. Like I told you guys about that 210, and I wanted to get short. And look at this, is now $1.50 in the money. So don't want to cry over spilt milk or whatever, but that was a banger trade. Maybe I should have been a little bit more aggressive on that one. But since I took the loss on it earlier, for being too aggressive on that 210 break, maybe that stopped me from, trying to punch in on the better trade off of that 210, right? Like, so, in the afternoon, I always like to do these front run or bounce plays. That works to the short side as well. Rejections to the short side as well. So maybe I should have focused more on that trade, but, I'll note that for next time. AMD just bouncing around for me. That's not really doing too much. It is struggling with this 50 EMA, but it hasn't really threatened my position at all, right? So it's just kind of hovering around my break even, 6 cents in the money. I'm not going to be excited about that, of course. But you know what? It's not really, giving these sell-offs like you're seeing in your Teslas, of the market that are a little bit relatively weaker, right? So clearly AMD a little bit stronger here. I am trying to offer out in front of 57 in case we get a pop move or something like that. Take a little bit more out of that trade. But, here we are back again testing the high 80s again, right? So, if the market does bounce, I think I got a good one here in AMD.
Yeah, it's 111 right now. Let's see what the like count is. Did it go up to at least 2.7K or so? Let's go check it out real quick. Home, video, and we are at 2.7K exactly. Wow, good guess by me on that. But guys, let's get it up to 3K. If you want to listen to what bars Neil has to drop today, he actually said he's running out of bars over here. So that's not a good thing. We're gonna get more and more bars going on in that brain of yours, Neil, because that segment is probably my favorite segment of Trader TV Live when you wrap at 4 o'clock. No, you can learn new stuff. Maybe you can learn some Indian songs or something. I don't know. Man. That'll be fun. I'll join you on an Indian song. Come on, that'll be sick. But what's that? A challenge accepted, says Neil. But yeah, look, there's if you guys want to listen to what bars Neil has in store for you guys today, we got to get up to those 3K likes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get up there. Trade with Pratt and avoid bankruptcy. I don't know about that one, but I appreciate the comments over there. Thank you for those good comments from Mark Wagner. NAS if I rule the world. Not sure what that means. But coming back to the chat, though, I'm looking for some positions to see what you guys are talking about over there. You have anything while I go through the chat?
Yeah, go for it. A couple of people here mentioned Amazon. Let's take a look at Amazon. Amazon is something I think that a lot of people are waiting. Is that what you wanted to look at?
No. Fahad just had my face on.
Okay. I think a lot of people are waiting for this Amazon closer to 100, 102 area. Pratt and I have talked or discussed this before. This 102 on Amazon was like so money for the support, like the long side. Look at these bounces. This is post-split, guys, just bouncing off of that 102 area like nobody's business every single day. So you could just milk that for essentially 2 weeks straight, a few weeks straight there, and then obviously huge run up, right? So we're right back there again. Well, not quite, but we are grinding back towards that area. So it's going to be interesting to see if the buyers are still present in the low 100s area, right? So it never really truthfully tested 100, a decent 100 test. So if that comes, it's going to be obviously very interesting. We were trading Google 100 a lot as well, so we're familiar with these things. Disney 100 was in play a few weeks ago as well. So whenever you get names around this $100 value, there can be some decent trade ideas off of that one, right? So no trades for me really on Amazon the past couple of weeks or so. I just really haven't hit some of my setups and whatnot, but I am waiting for closer to these support areas, 102, 103. That's probably where I'm going to be looking to get involved. Tesla is testing the low. Thank you for pointing that out. Kind of making me feel worse about that trade that didn't fill me or whatnot. But yeah, we are testing the low. It did break 208 earlier, so I wouldn't really recommend taking this breakdown once again. But 207.61 was the low of day, so if you are in the short, maybe that's going to be a little profit-taking area. If that breaks down lower, then look out. We're probably heading towards that 206. 206.22 from yesterday was the new 52-week low. Prior to that, it was like 206.80 something, right? So Tesla is weak the past 2 days and getting hurt by this market, getting pulled down by it. Obviously, there was a little bit of a short squeeze yesterday, but now I think we can kind of label that move, Brad, as a short squeeze from yesterday. A lot of contracts and a lot of people got stopped out on those up moves, and they were pretty violent to the upside. But now here we are, right back to those prices again, right? So, interestingly enough, it seems like nothing has really happened here with Tesla. If you were to, come watch Tesla at 9:40 in the morning yesterday and then tune in right now, it's at the same prices. So, interesting, but that's how the market works sometimes.
Yeah, XOM still continuing to pull to the downside for me, but market looks like it wants to hold up higher than 3,600. We didn't really make a new low just yet on either of the markets for NASDAQ or for the S&P 500. So I might just try to cover some more profits over here on XOM, because look at that range XOM is holding. 99.50 does not want to break to the downside. But if we're giving a nice little range over here to trade in, I wanna keep on trading that range, get my shorts back over here at 100 250, take some profits at the low of the range, and then hold some for the possible dream move, which is the flush later on. If that comes into play, I want to hold on to that. Now that I've covered some of my size from this fill, and the only size I have left is from the fill over here, look at what my average price is, right? 100.38 instead of the average price that I had before, which puts my position at 60 cents, 70 cents in the money, and Rivian's still a whole $1 in the money. So let's go, baby. Market paying us the money that we're looking for today. I want to quickly go back to look at what the XLF is doing currently, and it looks like XLF is really being dragged down by Goldman Sachs and all the other companies who were on the negative side for the earnings report today. Isn't it wonderful that earnings season is back, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to have a lot of catalysts for stocks to trade again. For example, Monday, can you refresh, please? Papa, come on. We'll wait for the stock to for this website to refresh here in a second. This is Earnings Whisper. This is what I use to track what stocks are. What's going on over here? Is my internet down? Are you frozen by any chance? No, we're not frozen. But for some reason, Earnings Whisper is lagging over here. Once that loads up, we'll be able to show you what earnings are coming in on Monday morning and Monday after hours for us to take advantage of. Probably a bunch of stocks to keep an eye on and keep a track on. People are already mentioning BAC and everything else. I think BAC is for earnings. I think that's what you mean to say. But we can pull up BAC over here to see how BAC is doing today. Most likely to the downside because XLF is bleeding. Oh, actually doing a pretty good job, looking like the Wells Fargo chart, which we traded earlier. Here's Wells Fargo. Here's our positions. Look where I exited, and I think that exit was beautiful. The stock wasn't doing what I needed it to do, so I'm out of that trade. That's all I need sometimes.
Yeah, exactly, guys. Follow the plan. If your plan was to take profits at a certain area, you can't hate yourself if you take profits at the area and it keeps riding or something like that. In Prad's case, it looks like he got some of the top tick exits there, so great trade. I want to talk about Netflix. It was on our morning watch list this morning, guys, and I can't preach it enough. Like, if you guys aren't subscribed to this watch list, you're making a mistake. Like, it's so valuable, and basically Brendan just does all your homework for you, and does a quick watch list of what's potentially in play for today. So Netflix was on there today. They got a PT price target increase as well. They just announced pricing for their ad tier, level, and I think it was I think it says here $7. I saw $5.99 on another source, but regardless, it's going to be a lot cheaper than their current Netflix, right? So I think I subscribe to the best one right now. It's the HD one. I think it's in Canadian, it's $16.99, so it's quite pricey. But that being said, now $5.99, you can't really beat that. I might have to downgrade myself and, just watch a few more ads. I was talking to this, with a couple friends, and I think Netflix is making it so cheap so it's more accessible so that their advertisements actually get seen, and these advertisers actually get paid and whatnot. So I think they're going to make it super accessible for everyone and probably crank the price up once they got everyone subscribed to it. That's kind of how Netflix is. The prices were super cheap, guys, and then every year they've just been slowly increasing, and now it's oh, I'm paying almost $20 for my Netflix subscription. Good thing I share it between 20 people.
Yeah, but are you the only one paying it, or is everyone chipping in?
Well, we have agreements with our friends,
Yeah, but are they chipping in, though?
They're not chipping in each month kind of thing, here's $4, but they pay for other things.
I need a contract signed. I need a contract signed. If I'm dealing with friends like that, I need a full-out contract signed. I need you to show me my $4 a month that I want from my Netflix plan that you're stealing me, okay? Nah. I think I need. Let me negotiate this plan for you. I'll be your lawyer.
Yeah. Be my manager.
I'll be your manager, Netflix account manager. But then that means I get to use it for free, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
There we go.
So my job opening of Netflix, account manager has just been filled by Prad. On the show here. But all jokes aside, guys, Netflix today, flat on the day. Not really doing anything. It was on our watch list today, but, really no trades on it. It's been chopping around, so hopefully you guys didn't get chopped up on it. Only doing 8 mil volume on the day so far. Trading in the middle of this range. I've been talking about this range for a few days on the show now. Essentially 220 to 250 area. When we're in the middle, around 230, probably going to be no trades on this one.
Guys, look at this. Our buddy from Discord, the Discord moderator, Blind Jedi, basically pointed out, Prad, I want you to do something live on the show, and that's going to be banning a fake trader Prad. So we're going to ban this guy for suspicious contents or spam. And if he did contact anyone on the server, please be very careful. The only trader Prad is me, baby. There's no other trader Prads in the world beside one. And guess what? There can only be one because the number is 0001. There's no other Trader Prad besides me. So Trader Prad 0001. If you did get contacted on Discord by any other member, any other person that's saying, hey, I work with Trader TV, or they're pretending to be me, Sean, Brendo, or even Neil, or even Blind Jedi. Even Blind Jedi had a fake person recently coming in. And look at all the activity happening in our Discord now. This is beautiful. Our Discord used to be a little dead, but I am so happy looking at all the conversations and all the fun stuff that you guys are talking about over here, the levels that are being shared, the conversations that are being had, and even the memes that are being shared. What is this? Greg on the trading floor? Oh my goodness. Ignore that picture, Greg. They don't talk about you. It's tanking. Yeah, that's right. It's tanking indeed. Thank you for all the memes that are posted.
Send that picture to Greg. That's
this
pretty
one?
good. That's like,
he doesn't even look like that, bro.
No, but that's like if he was like born in like the 60s or something, and then that's like his high school picture. Obviously, Greg's just.
You know who that is, right?
Who
that's
is that?
Dahmer.
Oh, is it? Okay, I haven't seen the show.
Yeah, that's Dahmer. Like, Greg doesn't look like that, man. Leave my boy Greg alone. Look at this one. We got.
That's pretty funny.
But the way his eyes are set up, a nice little doobie in there while he's trading AMD and whatnot. Lots of memes being shared, lots of pet pictures being shared over here too. Look at that cute doggo. Look at that cute doggo, right? So lots of fun stuff, and obviously Playmaker over here sharing his love for the music along with Darth Buddha over here. Yeah, guys, join up our server. Do ! Hey, double down, baby. Yay, we're on TV again. Hi, YouTube, says Discord at the moment. Guys, if you want to join this amazing community that we're trying to build, not only on the YouTube side, but also for you guys to communicate with each other on the offline end when the show goes offline, you can join on Discord over here. Do ! Discord in the chat and sign up for the best community, trading community there ever is. And it's all for free, baby.
Wow, there is a lot of buying that just came in there in the market. I was watching the SPY because it looked like I was going to get triggered into that short at 358.50. And it bounced right off. It was like 358.60. I was like getting prepared to get triggered into it. And then all this buying just poured into the market there, which is helping my AMD long now. That's pushing up to the 90s. So, clearly, some buyers stepping in here as the market was testing those lows again. Someone said long Neo. So I'm not sure if you are long or anything like that. I want to drag this down because I want to show you guys there is some size there at 12. So I'm looking at the low. So, okay, the low is 12 exactly. So it hasn't broken that or tested that size, I guess. But, there is some bidders down there. I was thinking, bidding at 01, 02, and then the buying kind of poured in and ran away from it a little bit. I'm going to keep a tab on that one because that's a decent amount of size. It doesn't seem like that one wants to break. But overall, look at the chart, though. Neo hasn't really been doing anything around this 12 area. Like, it's been bouncing around, making like a 10-cent range on NIO here today, right? So I haven't traded NIO in a long time. You guys will be proud of me. That used to be on my blacklist before. But yeah, I haven't traded this one in a long time. It also hasn't really been in play, right? So that's the thing that I've been focusing on as well, trying to improve my trading is, only trading things that are relatively in play that day, have a catalyst, volume, key levels in play. I haven't really seen anything too interesting according to my setups for NIO. So I've left it alone, right? Is Tesla forming a double bottom? Let's take a quick look at Tesla. I talked to you guys earlier about how I missed that trade. I fumbled the earlier trade. It is what it is. Double bottom at 208. I want to see it reject 208 a lot faster, and still kind of just like diddling around just above 208, right? So I think that, if the market is going to be weakness, and this little buy candle here was some fugazi, Tesla can easily be back below 208. So just kind of keep that in mind. But definitely watch different instruments. I'm looking here at the UVIXI, and UVIXI isn't really doing anything. It is near the highs of the day, but that's not really breaking out to a new high, right? So if we are going to make a new lower high here on UVIXI, look for a potential bounce play to be in. on the market here. So, that's what we always talk about, have instruments up to add confluence to the trades that you're in or, trades that you're about to take. I like to use UVixi. Obviously, we watch the ES or the SPY. You guys can pick what instruments you like to watch, but yeah, exactly. Just have to, add more reasons to be in or not to be in any particular trade that you're thinking about.
Just talking to Justin because I'm finally decided to not be procrastinating and asking for the access to the merch store. But looks like we have a lot of stuff coming in on that end. So stay tuned, Trader TV Live family. Here's me taking profits at $1.34 in the money on RIVN now to the downside. Rivian about to hit that 10% marker, about to turn SSR on the day, which means I will be out of the trade once the stock hits minus 10% on the day. I don't want more than that, right? Usually we've seen the stocks bounce off the SSR levels. It's called the SSR bounce play. I'll be happy with the trade. It's $1.30 in the money. It's my best trade of the day so far. XOM, though, trying its best to battle my best trade of the day as we're holding 60% of our size left over here with 77 cents in the money on XOM, trying to push down also. Looking at the market, S&P 500 at 3,600 still, or slightly above 3,600. Let's see if we actually break that. Or do we manage to hold it like we did all day and trade above it? Actually, 3,600 never came into play today. The low of day is 3,605 on the S&P 500, which is almost like what happened yesterday at 3,500, right? 3,500 dropped down to 3,502, and we never went below 3,502 in pre-market. Market opens, and you know the rest of it. You know what the market did yesterday if you were playing, I'm still high off that move watching the market yesterday. It was too crazy for me. I gave back some of my money yesterday trying to short the pops in the market. Later on, I said I'm out because I can't get the read on this move. This move is too insane. And then where did the market go? To the moon.
Yeah, literally, that was a crazy squeeze, especially above 3,600, and then it just kept running, right? So. That was an incredible move. It was such a fun day, I think, yesterday, and you could have got either way, short in the morning or long after the little morning volatility there, like after 9:45, essentially the long was on. So either trade would have been magnificent. But hopefully you guys got paid yesterday as well. Historical event, yeah. I was reading a lot of articles, and then a lot of people were saying like, man, it was a historical event or historical day yesterday. So I guess it was cool to be a part of that and take a trade in it and make some money off of that. Market's stuck in mud. Yeah, it's kind of just bouncing around now off this 3610 area. Like I was talking about how buyers kind of stepped up there, and there was a little bit of buying in the market, and then just stopped, right? So you're not really getting that continuation. To either direction. I'd like to see that. Obviously, I'm in another long now. I'm in NIO long at 1202. So essentially, just risking off of that size at 12 there. So I'll show you that, guys. I'll drag it down in case you didn't see that. There's a few lots there at 12. So essentially, just risking off of that. If that breaks, I'm going to be out of the trade. But essentially, I'm going to start scalping this out in the high teen or closer to 10 here. So it is going to be a tighter range trade, basically risking 2 cents plus slippage to get about 6-8 cents out of this trade, right? So if it pops up to the 07, 08, that's where I'm going to start taking some profits. Obviously, I'm going to try and hold a core piece in case it starts to break out of this 1210 area. But for now, it's not really doing anything. Tape's moving in slow motion, so I'm not really paying it too much attention to that one. AMD is working a little bit better, guys. So, if anything, I feel like, I said it before, AMD is the one that is, working with the bounce play a little bit better than the other names, just because the market is obviously not really bouncing that hard off of these levels. But, AMD is bouncing a little bit, harder in relative to other names like Tesla. I was also watching Apple as well. So I'm offering out in front of 57. Hopefully that gets hit. It's almost there. So, just waiting patiently now. Waiting for these profit targets to come into play, and then I'll hold a piece up until VWAP if the market starts to move to the upside. But for now, AMD just chilling for me. 15 cents in the money. That's not really too exciting.
Yes, sir. XOM trying to move back up, though. But like I said, we planned that, right? I don't think XOM wants to go much lower than the low a day at 99.50, 99.30, whatever. So I took more size out right here, trying to protect the capital that I am making on XOM. And if it does pop back up, we'll take more fills on that. And the market continued to hold the bottoms for so far that it created. 30 minutes still in the market, guys. So feel free to throw the stocks that you want us to take a look at. And while we do that real quick, I want to head over to, sadly, the worst UFC card we'll ever probably watch for the year. There have been better cards, and there are going to be better cards. Obviously, UFC 280, which is the day that we're going to go watch Mark Ribier, Ian. Hopefully, after it's a 2 p.m. fight, though, so maybe I could actually watch this fight.
The fight's at 2 p.m.
It's in Abu Dhabi, so it's United
Gotcha.
Arab Emirates or whatever it's called, and it's at 2 p.m. So I could possibly watch this fight and still make it to the show, which is at whatever time it is, right? So I thought I was gonna miss this fight, so I'm not gonna miss this fight. That's perfect. But look, this fight card tomorrow is actually not that amazing that I care about. Cub Swanson is probably the only fighter that I know in this card. Who's in the prelims? Is there anyone I know in the prelims? Nobody that I really know in the prelims, but I'll still watch the fight. We'll see how it goes. The only fight I really care about is the Cub Swanson fight, who I believe recently made the Hall of Fame for UFC. So that's probably one of the only fights I'll look forward for. Obviously, we have week 6 in the NFL coming into play too. That's something that I'm ready to lose some of my money on. I can't wait to make some crazy bets. Actually, I did make a crazy bet already for all the games. I have a parlay for all the games. Sorry? Free Raptors bet, FanDuel? Say less. Yo, Ian, take over. Say less. Yo, Ian, take over.
Guys, okay, so let's spend the money here because I don't have the stream deck here. So
spend the money.
Yeah, let's spend the money because now we are getting some profits paid out to us on AMD. That's starting to bounce a little bit more, so that's 30 cents in the money now. I saw someone in the chat say NIO getting a little bit of a bounce. It was, and I offered out at 07, and it didn't fill me. But now there is some buying coming in. So just going to be patient with this one. NIO, obviously a larger share size because I'm risking less cents per share on that one. So waiting for that bounce to come into play. But AMD, this is why you have offers out and orders out just in case you aren't watching it actively, right? Because if you're not watching actively, you might miss that. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to layer my offers now to take profits on AMD in case I'm looking at something else, right? The worst thing is I missed that and I have to take profits lower, I miss out or take a loss on or something like that. I've been really trying to work on just letting my orders just do my work for me. And not make as many mental decisions on the fly as possible, right? So just letting the orders do the work for me and take me out of the trade, I guess automatically, as opposed to me trying to make a decision and take myself out of the trade manually. The reason behind that, guys, is because if I want to take myself out, let's say my emotions get built up into it, I'm watching my P&L go up or something like that, I cover my position, I'm like, okay, great, a win, right? And then it runs up another 30 cents, 40 cents, and it's like, why did I do that, right? So just trade your plan. If you have certain targets, place your offers out there and just wait patiently, right? Wait patiently for them to come into play. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do here on AMD. Sava struggles at 37. I'll quickly bring up Sava. I haven't, looked at it. Sava's been one of those crazy ones in the past. Not really doing too much right now. 446K volume on the day. So obviously, we're not going to be too involved in this one. It is making a little bit of a push up, but it's basically flat on the day, guys. Basically flat on the day. Not really doing anything too exciting. Just looking at the daily. This is interesting up here, close to the 50 area. Obviously, there was some action up there, selling. Definite sellers up there at the 50 area, but now we're down at 38. So just be careful with that one. If you are trying to, swing this one or something, wait for that 50 level to come into play before you get back involved.
It's only $20 though, man. What is this? The last one was $20 too. The Leafs one, whatever. Free money, can't complain. No complaints about free money ever. But yeah, if anyone's on FanDuel in Ontario, there's a free bet on FanDuel. We're not sponsored by FanDuel or anything, but I would gladly take a sponsorship if they're trying to throw it my way, or Sean's way too. We'll take the Trader TV Live sponsorship if they want to throw it. But yeah, if you are in Toronto, go sign up for that free bet because the more people who sign up for it, the more chances that it actually hits and it doesn't lose up on that. XOM moving back to 100 right now, which sucks. But like I said, I planned out the trade for you. I saw the stock not trying to go too far to the downside, so we take our profits, we cut down our size on it, and we can add back once it pops up to VWAP, which has clearly shown as rejection all day so far. Looks like we have some messages in our work chat, so let me go read that. DWAC #1 on Google Play already. Wow, okay. Stock's not moving though, says Sean. So let's go take a quick look at DWAC. It's at $17. I think yesterday it was at $19 if I remember correctly. Yeah, $19, $20 or so when the news dropped that Google is now releasing the app back onto the Play Store. Previously, they deleted the app for the lack of content moderation, and now they're letting it back on. What are the chances that they take it back down? And when they do take it back down, that's got to be a crazy short on DWAC, right? So we're just all watching that right now. Look at that big volume spike on DWAC to the downside. That's a big candle, the biggest candle of the day actually, larger than the open. So I'm wondering why that showed up like that at that moment. Rejection of the 100-period EMA around $17.60, which is also the high of this consolidation range off the open or so, or off the 10 o'clock areas for DWAC, also known as Truth Social Media, Truth Media Social. I forget what it is, to be honest, but the stock is still in the SPAC play basket, right? The deal has not finished yet. Once the deal actually goes through, then maybe the ticker changes, and then you might see more volume coming into this position. Since we're talking about Truth Media, why don't we also go take a look at Twitter really quick? Because Twitter, if I remember, at one point was green on the day, and it is still green on the day. It is up 0.5%, looking like it wants to bounce off the 100-period EMA and continue stay above VWAP for all day. Very surprised that with everything going on, I thought there was a new article that really came out recently about the Elon telling the litigators to drop whatever. I thought that was a little bit of a negative catalyst for Twitter, or maybe positive catalyst for Twitter because feds are investigating Elon.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just gonna say. So Elon's being further investigated regarding this deal. It's quite interesting. But every day, I think Pride was leading up to this, is that Twitter has been doing less and less volume every day. So it's like, I was involved in it last week when, the news was, pumping out, and, the deal was getting closer to being completed. So it was churning a decent amount of volume that day, and, you had some opportunities. But since then, I haven't really traded it. It's doing too little volume. I don't really like the range it's at. No one really knows what's happening with this deal, right? So for now, I'm probably just going to leave it alone until, some more concrete news comes out. That being said, this name has been known to give crazy moves when news articles or, tweets, if you will, come out.
Oh, you don't even watch it. It's okay.
No, I haven't watched it yet, but don't spoil it. I might watch it. Yeah. But as I was saying, Twitter does move off of these news articles, so we're gonna keep tabs on that. But for now, today it hasn't really done anything. I think the trades more so have been in Tesla. If you want to, trade like a sympathy play or whatever to this deal, obviously in Tesla. So, waiting for this deal to be completed. Obviously, there's going to be a big move in Tesla when that happens as well. Depending on if Elon is going to have to, sell shares or spend his own money or something like that. But we'll see. Wait until October 28th, I believe now is the date for that deal to be, or the trial date for that deal to be completed. So we'll see leading up to that. I tried to bid and get more of NIO as it crept back down to my price, and it's not really letting me get more of my more of this position, right? So just being patient with this one. I don't want to really ruin my average on it. My average is 12.02, so I was bidding 0.1 to see if I could actually better my average. But it ran away from me. That's okay. I'd rather just take profits if they're available to me. So I'm gonna leave my offer there. It's at 0.7. You better fill me this time and grind up closer to 10, and I'll keep offering more out on that one. But for now, a couple things working for me with this NIO. It is a bigger position just because I'm only risking a couple cents on it. So, making 4, 5, 6 cents on it may not seem much, but it is relative to share size, right? So that one's working now for me. AMD still kind of fluctuating around those prices as well. I'm not really doing too much to actively manage this position just because it's not really doing anything to really make me excited, right? So I've offered out. I took profits here, offering out above 57 now, but it hasn't really come back to a range where I can add to the position. nor, is it really ripping up in my favor, right? So it is making higher lows, so to speak, if you count this as, or higher highs, rather, if you count this as a high, and then this is a high up to 57. So, that's a positive as well. And like I said, guys, the market isn't really bouncing with any sort of aggression or force here, but AMD is, relatively a little bit stronger at these prices, right? So I'm still liking this trade. It's still working for me as of right now. What are you guys trading in the chat? I haven't really, seen you guys put out so many tickers, right? So, keep it coming, guys. If you have any trades from this morning too, we'd like to look at them and review them with you as well. Why NIO long? Well, okay, so I like to take, I zoomed in way too much there. I like to take these front run trades, so that's exactly what I'm doing here on NIO. So you see here, there is size there on the bid. At 12 and also size below, right? So that's what I'm essentially doing. I'm front running the size here and seeing if the market's gonna push off of that size at 12. So that's what I'm doing. It's not really moving, guys, yeah. But like I said, depending on the share size that you're taking on this trade, if you make 10 cents, that could be a decent winner, right? So that's exactly what my game plan is here on NIO.
1 million shares, 10 cents. Oof, you're rolling already.
Yeah, exactly. Right? So, we'll see. If I had 1 million shares there, it would be doing a little bit more into the market. I probably, if I post it, would probably be running away.
We're getting Rivian over here. I'm fully out of Rivian as it did dive onto $29. And look, what did I tell you? Down 10% on the day. I'm out of that stock completely. If it does push even more further than my exit, whatever. I'm not going to complain about it. I had a banger win, $1.70 per share on that position. And my best trade of the day so far is Rivian. My worst trade of the day is Coinbase. And that's not even supposed to be my worst trade of the day. I think, actually, no, it was supposed to. I took a long over here, I believe. Or if I took a short, no, I think it would have been a different color if I took a short. I think I took a long here. Let me just quickly go make sure. It doesn't matter. I lost on it. Who cares? Move on. But what I lost on it is so insignificant because Rivian's win was way bigger than losing out 30 cents on a share because this was $1.70 per share winner. And XOM 50 cents in the money still as we're pushing to the downside once again on the S&P 500 futures from 36.10. Loan, hey, my boy Loon. Much love to y'all. Much love to you too, my friend. Thank you for always coming in the chats and spreading the love and all the love in general, basically. Mohammed Albrush, why Dow Jones is the strongest yesterday and today? That's because the stocks inside the Dow were probably stronger than the stocks that were in the NASDAQ, and they bounced a lot harder than the rest of the market that bounced. Like, what is in the Dow again? Like your I think it's UNH, if I remember correctly, last time that I saw. I'm going to have to go to DIA Spiders. Let me quickly scroll down over here. UNH, United Health Group, Goldman Sachs, Home Depot, Microsoft, Caterpillar. These basket of stocks that weigh 55% of the Dow Jones industry probably launched a lot higher and a lot quicker than the rest of the market, such as your Apples and your Teslas and so on. And hence, Dow was up a lot more than your NASDAQ and your S&P 500. Also, your Dow is only 30 stocks, whereas NASDAQ is 100 stocks, and the S&P 500 is 50 stocks. So all it takes for the Dow to move is those 30 stocks to move, right? And all it takes for NASDAQ to move is those 100 stocks to move. And based off of those numbers, 30, 100, you can make sense of that why Dow moves a lot more.
I wanted to ask you a question, Brad. Do you think Elon takes the $1 billion L, opts out of buying Twitter, and then waits for Twitter to drop to like $25 a share and then buys it then? That's what I question. Yeah, like something.
These
honestly,
are like tin hat conversations that I read on Reddit, man. There's so many conversations out there.
Someone just said in the chat, and honestly, for me, I think that taking the $1 billion L is a lot better than paying $44 billion for something when realistically it's worth half that.
In my opinion, he shouldn't even buy it to begin with. Just create your own platform.
Exactly, that's the thing.
Create it
but at least if he takes the $1 billion L, he can just chalk it up as a bad business decision and move on from it. It's a lot better than paying $44 billion, right?
Yes and no. Yes and no. Because, like, I don't want him to be out of $1 billion just because he had to go through this whole problem.
Money. He's good for it.
I know, but that's my boy, bro. That's my boy.
He's good for it.
I don't want my boy to lose $1 billion for no reason like that. right? But I also don't want him to buy Twitter because I think he can create his own Twitter and absolutely bury Twitter 7 feet under.
It's not for no reason. You know, at one point Elon would get himself into trouble with his decisions and like his big mouth and whatnot, like just randomly coming out and buying Twitter.
That's my boy, bro.
Randomly coming out and saying he's gonna buy Twitter, right? And now it's like, oh, obviously.
Yo, you're gonna get the Elon cult mad, bro. Chill.
I love Elon too, guys. Don't get me wrong. Elon's the man. He's like one of the hardest working people in the world, and he's like a great role model to like, you know, kind of look at, right? So don't get me wrong. Elon's the guy, but Twitter, really bad decision, I think.
Yeah, I don't know why he decided to buy that company, man. Whatever, more power to you. But look, if he can sell cologne $2 million in a day, then like the man clearly has no problems when it comes to money, right?
Well,
so he can sell whatever he wants.
That's his following, right? That was pretty funny. He's literally selling burnt hair cologne. And it's selling out. And it's literally it's on his other website. What's it called? The
Boring.com, yeah.
Boring Company. So I didn't buy one. I don't think Brad bought one, but yeah,
hell
kind of
no,
funny.
I'm not buying that.
Kind of funny how you could just, you know, put out pretty much anything. And
I'm not buying that. No way I'm buying
I think that was a bit of a power move for him.
Yeah, that's a power move. That's just flexing like, yo, look at my following. That's it. But like, what's that company, Full Send? They make a ton of money off the same things, right? They do this limited merch drops. You're a hype beast. You know what I'm talking about.
I'm not really a hype beast, but no, they do their merch drops and whatnot. But at least that stuff's a little bit more like usable, right? It's like actual real stuff. They do a lot of like supplements as well.
Clothes and supplements,
and stuff. I don't know about burnt hair perfume though.
Burnt cat fur? Okay, I don't know what's going on in the chat anymore. Anyone want my Tesla flamethrower? Hey, if you want to ship it to the office for free, I'll take it.
No
if you
way.
want to ship it to the office with my name on it, I'll take it, brother. Send it my way.
You got a flamethrower?
Not buy that, but I'll take it for free without a doubt. That Tesla flamethrower, not Tesla, it's a Boring Company flamethrower.
The Boring Company.
And it's a beautiful item. I love that item. Every time I see it on YouTube, I get happy a little bit. Come on, who would not want a flamethrower?
Yeah, that's sick. If you actually have that thing, I'd want to see, you know, tweet out a picture of you using it or a video of you using it and tag Pride or something in it.
Tesla ATV or the Boring flamethrower for sure. 100%.
But the Tesla ATV though, that's for kids, is it not? Like,
I'm a kid.
Pretty small.
I'm a kid. I want it. I don't care.
You're an adult kid.
Bro, I'll drive from Brampton. I'll take it from Brampton to work every day.
You're like just driving that
407.
Down you're like moving super slow.
Come on,
Burnt
bro.
hair over Tesla? Yeah, I don't know about that one. What's the next GME? You tell me what's the next GME. I'll be glad
it's not a flamethrower, by the way. It's not a flamethrower.
What is it?
Technically, he was not allowed to call it a flamethrower, so I forget what he had to change it to. It's not a flamethrower. It's Boring, not a flamethrower gun. That's what it was, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's what he had to change it to because he couldn't sell it as a flamethrower. I remember something like that was happening at one point. But yeah, guys, look at Rivian right now. Doesn't my exit make me look like an absolute genius? Rivian bouncing from the lower days exactly after hitting 10% down marker on the day. And now we're getting ready to move up with the rest of the market, most likely. This market has been around 3,600 for the last 2 hours now, boring us to death. So let's wake up, market. Wake up. Wake up. For those of you know System of the Down, you know what I'm referring to over there. That's right, System of the Down. I know that, baby. But we're pushing to the north side over here to the market and taking Rivian along with it. I want to see what XOM is doing because that's my only position left on the board. Why is that doing that right there? Oh, XOM on New York. There we go. Moving up back to 50-period EMA, back to the 100-period EMA. UVXC. UVXC up 4% on the day and looking to pull back while the market's pulling up.
NEO right back to these prices here at 07. I'm waiting there patiently and get filled. But every time it's come up here, it hasn't really been printing 07 on the offer, right? So what I mean by that, guys, is you'll see 07, the green. So that guy right there, you know, that person bought 390 shares on the offer at 12.07, right? So that's what I mean, printing on the offer. Inversely, if you saw a lot of red at 12.06, like that person right there, 360 shares, that person hit the bid for 360 shares. So they sold 360 shares, right? So so there I got filled, right? So there I got filled and quickly, you know, it couldn't claim this 07, and then more people stacked up on the offer. So clearly, 07 is an interesting price here on NIO, and I know it's not exciting because it's only like 6 cents or 5 cents in the money for me. But that being said, you guys don't know, you know, how many shares I have on this position here. So, you know, that's a decent out there. Still holding a decent amount of my position here in case it tests closer to 0910. And I'll look to take out most of it around there if it can claim this 07. Now more lots stacked up on the offer there, 112 lots. Obviously for NIO, it's not, you know, monetarily wise is not that much. But that being said, you know, it's struggling quite a bit with that 07. AMD, just another update on my other position. AMD is not really, it's gone back to my price now. But this being said, you know, it's pulling back at the wrong time because I'm seeing buying come back in the market and then now selling coming in AMD. So maybe it's really going to struggle with 57. Maybe, you know, thinking about it, breaking out 57 and grinding up higher was a little bit ambitious for AMD. But that being said, it hasn't really threatened my stop at all. I'm probably, you know, going to hold this one until the 650 area breaks down, and then I'll stop out of that one. So risking about 20 cents on this trade, and, you know, hoping for it to, you know, really reclaim this 57 area and push up higher.
So Dennis in the chat, I probably missed out, but how does how does everyone short stocks without using options? Thanks, love the show. So yeah, options markets are a derivative market. They are a secondary market off the actual market, which is the stock market, right? The options market, just because you buy a put doesn't mean the stock's moving because you bought the put. When you buy a put or sell or buy a call or whatever, the person you're buying from, which is the options writer, is actually, when they are writing the option or the put or the call, they are hedging it directly by pushing the position onto the stock market. So they are buying the shares or they're selling the shares on the position that they're writing to the options market, right? So when you are buying a put or whatever, that's directly correlated to the stock market. Options do move the stock market, but the stock market is the main market. The options are a derivative. So how does one short it? Back in the day, you had to go to your buddy and be like, hey, I know you own a ton of Google and Google's going to zero. How about I give you $100 per share? You give me all your shares, then I go short the crap out of the market on Google, and then I take the profits and I give you your shares back. That was the old method of doing it, but the new method is all electronic. You don't have to go find a broker or all that. Or not a broker. You don't have to go find a person to borrow shares from, a counterparty to borrow shares from. Your computer and the brokers do that all by themselves behind on the back end. All you do is punch keys go short, punch keys go long, and it's a lot easier than it would have used to be. So nothing wrong with that question, Dennis. Don't worry about that question. A lot of people I know have asked me that question, like, oh, how are people shorting the market without using options? The options, once again, are a derivative market. That's not the main market. The main market is the stock market. This is where all the movements actually happen.
There are some online brokerages that allow shorting as well. So, you know, depending on your broker, you may be able to short as well, but it's going to be depending on, I think it has a lot to do with like the margin and whatnot on your buying power. So yeah, exactly. You need a margin account for that, right? So if you're in Canada, I believe you can get one with Questrade. I used to use
trade options, you need margin?
No. To short.
Oh,
to short,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
you need a margin account, right? You can't,
I was like, what? I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can't do it with a cash account, right? So I'm not too sure what you guys have available in the States, but if you are in Canada, I know like Questrade, you can do it. Of course, alternatively, you can always just buy puts and do it that way, but it's a different kind of market. You have to do calculate premiums and you know, deal with that as well. So it is a lot different. Again, guys, we don't trade options here at Day Trade the World or on the show. We're always trading shares. Timber, I don't know what you're referring to. Is something kind of crashing? If it is, call it on the chat. Go Rivian. Prav has been trading Rivian. He's been trading it really good. Today, a new method is to call Jim Cramer, check what he is bullish on.
Yeah, that guy's losing his mind, eh? No, that guy's losing his mind.
What did he recently say?
He's losing his mind right now. Let me pull up a tweet from him. Jimmy boy, or actually, let me just go to my notifications. I'll see somewhere over here where Sean actually liked my tweet. Where is that? Come on. I have so much tweets. Why do I tweet so much? Damn it. Anyways, he basically tweeted, if I said short Bed Bath and Beyond, and if I said it 25 times, will it go on to the inverse ETF and so on? Like, he's losing his mind right now. He's getting so engulfed by the whole inverse Kramer ETF that all of his tweets are basically about the whole inverse ETF. He's losing it, man. That's the only way to put it.
A couple people asking about TFSA. So, you know, if I use it, so I actually don't use a TFSA to trade. That's more so just like a long-term account. And then I do have a margin account as well. That I used to trade out of and not so much anymore really. But you know, every once in a while I'll put trades on in there, but don't really use that one too much. I wouldn't really recommend trading in a TFSA, guys.
Thank you, yeah. This is the one. If I say GameStop does the inverse Kramer short GameStop, if I say it 25 times, is it the inverse Kramer's biggest position? Should we ask the SEC? And then somewhere over here, I'm like, yo, this man's losing it. Someone come get your mans. And nobody's getting your mans just yet. This guy, I love Jimmy Boy, though. Jimmy Boy, come on the show one day. We'll have a great talk with you.
Man. that would be pretty funny, but or pretty fun in general. But I actually watched the GME docuseries on Netflix. I kind of just wanted to watch it, and just so I could keep up to date and get it over with. It's interesting to see like a different point of view from a lot of people, a lot of different people who were involved. A couple retail traders that got on there as well, so that was pretty interesting to see. That being said, like it makes me think more. My biggest takeaway on it was about Robinhood. My biggest takeaway about Robinhood was that this company kind of sucks, man, honestly. I don't really, are you long Robinhood?
No,
Is that why?
hell
Okay,
no. Hell no,
exactly.
what?
So that was my biggest.
I've been talking smack about it
That
ever
was my
since.
biggest takeaway, I think, from watching that docuseries. Because, obviously, I lived the GME thing. A lot of people here, they did live through it. I'm sure a lot of you guys lived through it as well and participated in it. I thought it was pretty cool how they went day by day and the stock prices kind of kept running up. And I was like watching it and remembering back, I was like, really, it actually did that like day after day. That was incredible. Like the next day you wake up and it's like $50 higher. Like that was just something, obviously. And I don't know if we'll ever get that again.
Yeah, like I don't want to say never, but you know what? I'll shut up and I'll move on.
That's why I didn't say never. I just said I don't know if we'll ever get something like that.
I don't want to say the squeeze is done and then get yelled at by like the people who want the squeeze though, right? But in my opinion, guys, if Google and AMC went to the moon already and came back, I don't know how much more we can really expect with it. And with AMC getting split into APE, do you really expect a lot more from the stock? Like, I don't know how much we can expect from it with AMC and APE. I think the CEO literally manufactured a way for the squeeze to not take place, right? At least that's my opinion about it. You can deal with as they call them, the silverback. You can deal with your silverback, Adam Aaron, about that. I don't have anything to do with this. I'll just step away from it. But for those of you who want the squeeze to happen, still I want the squeeze for you to happen. So that way you have a chance to at least get out at break even or at least make some profits on a trade that has been pretty sour for a lot of people. Rivian doing a very beautiful bounce off those 10% marker. Almost like I said, hey, Pradamus is unstoppable today. I told you red market. I told you 3,600. I told you Rivian will not go any more lower than 10%. It's not going any more lower than 10%. So I think I should just size up on my next call out. Size up on my next call out.
This comment's pretty funny. So earlier we were talking about our platform, obviously P-Pro 8. You get lightning fast fills because we have direct access to the market, right? This person says, Robinhood, worst fills ever.
Yo, let's quickly ask for likes. We're only at 2.8K likes, guys.
Oh, we gotta get that up.
We gotta get to 3K.
We're 200 away, guys.
200 away from 3K, and Neil's only gonna wrap if we have 3K on the morning show count. So this morning show starts from 8:30, goes up to in the next 3 minutes over here as we have to get off for the 2 minutes. Brendo, Sean, and Neil will be back on to cover the whole closing show for you guys. Let's get this like count to 3K, guys. Come on. The 200 of you who are in there who have not hit the like yet, smash that like button, ring that bell, ring the notification bell, and all that stuff. Also remember, on the closing show, the like count starts fresh all over again. It's going to be a whole new count. You're going to have to hit that like button all over again, and I would appreciate that if you did that because, they get busy with all the trades and all the news updates that they're trying to give you, so they forget to tell you exactly to hit the like buttons and so on. So I want to do that for them. Hit that like. We're only 100 away now. 2.9K likes. Smash that like button. Come on. Let's get it up to 3K.
Exactly, guys. It would be really sad if we couldn't get it like another. We only see 2.9, but I don't know the exact number, but we got to be close. There's about a minute left on this show, so, smash that like button, please, if you have not. A couple people here in the chat, just quickly, talking about Tesla bounce. It is kind of bouncing off of 208, but that being said, it's not really, reclaiming this 210 area. I talked about this 210 area being a level of resistance, at least for the afternoon here. So watch out for that. But that being said, we did get it. Okay, there we go. We got the 3K likes, guys. Thank you so much. So something special coming up on the close. That came in clutch there. That came in clutch the last minute, guys. So, thank you so much for the show today. Thank you for viewing it. As always, it's been a pleasure to be on today and share some trades with you. I know Pride feels the same way.
Always, baby, always. Every day I wake up and I get to be here and talk with all you guys and have you guys troll me. I have troll you guys back. I have my mentors next to me. I got my boys next to me all the time. It's always a great day as long as we're here on the show and trading also too. Guys, go have fun on the close. Go have a great weekend also. We will be back Monday, 11 o'clock, same time, same place. Adios.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, 2 o'clock. We have a couple hours left in what is ending up to be a negative week once again. There was a shot going into this morning that we were going to hold in positive territory on the week, even with what happened yesterday. So we'll talk about the overall market coming up here. Here's how things look right